All right, that's what I like to hear. It's a beautiful Friday. I'm very happy that you guys have taken the time to come and join us outside of the sun and away from the beauty outside. Thank you very much for that. My name is Ross Nodorf. I'm a Senior Director for Cybersecurity Services here at Venable. I work with the Cybersecurity Coalition. We are very grateful and thankful to have you all join today, and we're very grateful to be close partners with the Institute for Security and Technology. We had you guys here about a year ago, and the report that we're going to talk about and hear a lot about today happened over 2 years ago, and there's been a lot. There's been a lot that's changed over that time. You know, for starters, we've seen the partnership between the coalition and the Institute grow even stronger. We have seen the Russia invade Ukraine. We have seen a publication of a national cybersecurity strategy. We've seen a lot, but what hasn't actually changed over the last 2 years are the logistics for this building, which is what I'm up here to talk to you about. So the bathrooms are still down the hall. You guys can see food outside if you need to go get it. That's where it is. I am going to introduce you to the man of the hour, the chairman of the Institute, who's going to come up here and talk to you a little bit more and introduce our keynote speaker. But first, I wanted to say one other thing. The pillars in the ransomware task force have really kind of taken root. Deter, disrupt, prepare, and respond. You guys have made significant progress. Thank you to the policymakers that are in the room today. Thank you to the Institute and the coalition members for really kind of doing the hard work to make progress on the 48 recommendations over the last 2 years. I personally have taken those 4 pillars to heart and used deter, disrupt, prepare, and respond to deal with my toddler at home as well. So significant progress being made all around the board. And with that, I'd like to introduce you to the SVP for Security Resilience, and more importantly, the chairman of the Institute for Security and Technology, Mike McNerney. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Ross, and thank you to Venable for hosting. This is a really great space. It's wonderful to be back here. So thank you for all of that and for all those wonderful logistics, keeping everybody safe. Appreciate that. Well, welcome everybody to the Institute for Security and Technology's Ransomware Task Force Conference. As Ross mentioned, we convened the first task force 2 years ago with participants from over 60 different organizations across government, private sector, academia, civil society. And the reason, as you all know, is because ransomware was rapidly becoming a national security and homeland security issue, and a priority issue at that. And so the people in this room and others gathered together to try to work really, across the nation in a nationwide effort to do something about this problem. And the product that was produced was the Ransomware Task Force report that everyone here is very, very familiar with by now. I'm happy to say that as we sit here and stand here today, over 92% of the recommendations of that report have been implemented or seen some kind of a progress to date, which I think is a terrific amount of progress and a great show of confidence in the work of this group and this organization. Additionally, another 50% have seen what we would call significant progress, which again is a terrific accomplishment for the people around the room here today. The work still remains a little bit undone, right? We've seen terrific progress over the last couple of years. We've seen more aggressive actions by the people in this room, by our government partners. We've seen criminal takedowns. We've seen sanctions increased, and a tenor of aggressiveness that I think is really, really terrific. But ransomware persists. We can't kid ourselves about that. This is still a problem. Everyone in this room knows someone. Perhaps it's a small business. Maybe it's their kid's school. Maybe it's a local hospital that's been affected by ransomware. And so we need to have an honest accounting here today of what's gone well and what still needs to be done. And I hope that's something that we can achieve through the panels and through the discussions that we have here today. So thank you in advance for all of that. Thank you in advance for your participation here today. I want to send a special thank you, of course, to our funders, without whom none of this would really be possible. I'm really excited to announce that as we stand here today, the Institute for Security and Technology has raised an additional $2.2 million for our future of digital security project, including the ransomware task force. So that work will continue, and we'll all be able to continue to get together like this and make progress in the fight against ransomware, which is great. I'd also like to welcome 2 new members to our ransomware task force, Amazon Web Services, AWS, as well as Banco Santander. Thank you and welcome to the team. Welcome to the fight. I'd also like to send a special welcome back to our returning members and sponsors of the ransomware task force, Bank of America, Microsoft, Palo Alto Networks, and Redacted. Thank you as well for your generous support. And then finally, I'd like to send an even more special thank you to the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation and Craig Newmark Philanthropies, who have put in more than $1 million towards this effort. So thank you so much for all of that, and thank you so much for your support. This wouldn't be possible without that. I'd like to finish by saying one other thing. We have a small but growing number of elected officials that really understand the issue of cybersecurity and the importance of ransomware. That hasn't always been the case, I think, as most people in this room know. This has been a kind of niche issue that hasn't really been a priority, especially for elected officials. And we're seeing that change, and I think that's something that we're going to want to encourage. It's a really great privilege of mine to introduce someone who's a really great friend, a former colleague, an expert in national security, an expert in foreign policy, but someone who actually really truly understands cybersecurity and ransomware and the impact in everyday lives. My good friend, Representative Alyssa Slotkin.
Hey everyone, I'm Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin. Sorry I can't be with you in person to mark the 2nd anniversary of this important task force report, but I want to thank the Institute for Security and Technology and all of you for the opportunity to share a few thoughts. I'm grateful to speak because I see this issue not only as an issue for policymakers and wonks and Hey everyone, I'm Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin. Sorry I can't be with you in millions of Americans across the country. in the heart of my district where top federal officials could hear from the community leaders who are on the front lines of this fight, right? Who are on the receiving end. But there's more we can do, and I want to mention just one important recommendation from your task force report that I think is particularly salient. One of the priority recommendations is that the cryptocurrency sector that enables ransomware crime should be more closely regulated. General statement, but important thing to say. Specifics include requiring crypto exchanges, kiosks, and trading desks to comply with laws designed to limit the ability of terrorists and criminals across financial markets. This includes things like know your consumer and anti-money laundering protections. This is really important. And I just want to stress here that there are a lot of people who really associate cryptocurrency, at least in the state of Michigan, exclusively with crime and criminality as a way to pay bad guys. They don't understand the underlying blockchain technology and that it might be super interesting. Right now, they associate it with bad stuff. So I know that there's been progress on a bunch of these issues, but from my standpoint, there is a lot of ways to go. There are gaps in our crypto regulation, and these gaps allow bad actors to evade the law. I should also mention that these regulatory gaps hit American wallets not just through these ransomware attacks, but through the same
Thank you, Representative Slotkin, for those remarks and for the continued leadership that we've seen on these issues. I think all of us are very thankful and appreciative of the congressional support. I'm also very thankful to our co-chairs, all of whom, with the exception of one, are with us here today, I think, or will be with us here today. The one exception is Jen Ellis, who is at home preparing for tomorrow's coronation. So to those observing, I just wanted to say, tell Jen I mentioned her. We're very excited to welcome our first panel. So please help me in welcoming our discussion around the ransomware ecosystem and whether there's a complete picture of the data. Our moderator today is Michael Phillips, who is one of our co-chairs, and I will let him introduce his panel. Thanks very much.
All right, we'll get our audio set up. Join me up here, that's fine. That's tight. Well, it won't be handsome, but let's see if you can hear me all right. Okay, so that's working. And Alan, if you want to use one of those, you're free to, whether the hand microphone or otherwise. My name is Michael Phillips. Thank you, Megan, and thank you to Representative Slotkin for your remarks. I'm a cyber insurance lawyer. Last year, I said, hold the booze until the end of the conversation, and I'll say that again here. I am pleased to serve as a co-chair of the group and to focus on how the cyber insurance market can help be more proactive in fighting the scourge of ransomware. When we convened the ransomware task force 2 years ago, one of the core problems that we were seeing is that there's this tremendous data gap. Everyone who is studying the problem of ransomware had a radically different view as to how bad or how frequent or how severe the losses were. What were victims doing when they were confronted with a ransomware attack on their computer systems? How often were they paying? When were they reporting to law enforcement? What law enforcement were they reporting to? And speaking from the insurer's experience or the insurance market's experience, even amongst our competitive market, we were having different experiences. We were seeing slices of the information, and it wasn't the same information that our law enforcement at the state, local, national, or even international level. So many of the core initiatives of the ransomware task force, many of its major recommendations, focus on closing that ransomware data gap. And so I couldn't be happier to talk about the status of that with this extraordinary panel of experts to my right. And I'll introduce each of them. So first, we've got Alan Liska to my right of Recorded Future, David Ring, the section chief of the FBI Cyber Division. We have Valerie Kofeld of CISA, and we have Eleanor Fairford of the UK NCSC. And so, I think coming to today, where we are with ransomware data, I'll bring yet another question from the insurance market, which we debate in our, coffee houses and inside and out of Lloyd's, which is ransomware up or is it down? Let's start with that. Is it more frequent now than it was last year? Is it more severe? Maybe Alan, I'll start with you.
Thanks. Is that on? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
First, I have a gift for you.
All right. Well, should I look at it now or later?
Either way.
Right.
But
I'll look at it. Thank you, Alan.
The short answer is we don't know. We think that ransomware attacks have seen a resurgence in 2023 after dipping a little bit in 2022. I know Jackie from Chain Analysis is here, and they released an excellent report on the number of payments that were made in 2022, which were lower than 2021. But then if you look at extortion sites, and if you look at publicly reported attacks in the first quarter of 2023, those appear to be up compared to what we saw this time last year. The problem is there's still too much federation. We don't have a complete and total picture, and it's almost impossible to find that out because there are either no reporting requirements or the reporting requirements are so fragmented that it's really difficult to navigate that maze. As you know, we track publicly reported attacks against healthcare providers, schools, and state and local governments. And I have two interns that their job is just to scour local news reporting to find, things like cyber attack, shut school down for a day. Okay, is that a ransomware cyber attack or what kind of cyber attack, and so on. And just for those three sectors, it takes two interns basically 15 hours each a week scouring through reporting, trying to find that information. And it would be better if we had more standardization.
Sure. David, I'm curious if you're seeing reporting. Is it going up or down?
Can you guys hear me all right on this mic? Okay. I guess it depends on what reporting you read, right? And so what I'd say in terms of reporting, we can dig into this a little bit more later in the panel, but our teams that look at the ransomware threat and pull in the reporting from different sources, as well as our own reporting that comes in through our investigative processes, through our watch center, and of course through the Internet Crime Complaint Center. I think we are comfortable with the assessment that as far as up or down or in between, we're kind of in that in between space right now, right? So we can say that we saw ransomware attacks seem to level off a little bit by the beginning of this past year, but not seeing the same spike that we saw in 2021, of course, right? And so I think that's generally a good news story. For a while, we could say that maybe things were starting to tick down a little bit, but I think a level plateau, steady state is where we've been. I can tell you that we're still really, really busy. We get notifications on our phones very regularly of ransomware attacks that are happening that are reported to us. And what I'd throw out there is, we had a general assessment just based on different data sets, what we're seeing, that we anticipated we got about 20% of our reporting was at about 20% of what the actual environment looked like, right? And coming into the FBI and coming into government. The Hive ransomware issue that I will very happily say is a significant success for us and our partners, confirmed that, right? So when we were able to get more insight into one particular ransomware variant, about 20% of what we saw in Hive ransomware attacks is what were being reported to us from victims, right? So that's one data point, but it is a confirming factor that we would see about 20% of the data. And that continues, right? That information is recent as of the last 6 months of 2022. And being so recent and being consistent, I would say that we still have a lot of work to do when it comes to closing the gap in terms of what's being reported, what we're actually seeing, versus what's actually happening out there.
Valerie, I'm curious what you're seeing from CISA's perspective.
Does this work?
Yeah.
I agree with the rest of the panelists that it really kind of is bad. Our data, our picture isn't complete, right? I mean, our assessment at CISA is pretty similar to the FBI's, that we only are seeing what's being reported to the US government as far as ransomware incidents is probably at the 20 to 25%. And really at this point, whether we're up 5% or 10% or down 5 to 10% this year, it really doesn't matter because it's still a very significant problem. And it is a national security issue. I mean, even this week, right, we see the city of Dallas, they've been struck by a ransomware attack. Every week we read reports about a K through 12 school or another city or government being attacked by ransomware. So we just know that it is a problem that still needs our continued focus. And so, I guess we'll continue on with some of our data issues, but one thing at CISA that we're really hopeful about to help with the data picture is the passage of CIRCIA, so the Cyber Incident Reporting for Critical Infrastructure Act in 2022. We won't see the fruits of that legislation for a couple of years, but we're hoping that that will really help with some of the data gaps that we have.
Eleanor, I'm curious, the UK's experience and your focus on small business and the work you've been doing there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So very much consistent with the rest of my fellow panelists. Answering the question, is it conclusively, up or down, is really problematic in a world where we just don't have the data to capture that. And I love the kind of attempt to capture the unknown unknowns in the form of the 20% sort of figure. And this absolutely makes sense. We have to try and kind of estimate what the gap looks like. In NCSC, where we are bringing together that kind of national picture and attempting to capture the totality of ransomware attacks across the whole of the UK, I would say that the kind of the public profile and the political coverage of ransomware as an issue is something that kind of is useful to track, that tells us about the severity of the threat picture and also the kind of government response. Obviously, 2021, we saw a massive peak in that interest and in the kind of high profile attacks and the global interest. I would say sort of a qualitative assessment from the NCSC's perspective that 2022 felt like things calmed slightly. And I know we'll come on to this later on, but potentially the geopolitical context resulted in perhaps something of a chill factor on cybercrime emanating from the kind of Russia and Ukraine region. And that's something we can hypothesize. And then I would suggest that in 2023, what we're seeing in NCSC actually is a return to business as usual, some really high profile ransomware attacks taking out parts of our critical national infrastructure, which have caused a massive headache for us and for our law enforcement colleagues. So I'd actually suggest that we're back to the previous levels now and previous political interest. So yeah, the work continues.
So in the insurance market, when we talk to our clients who are typically private enterprise, they are asking us about the state of ransomware to make smart security investments on their side. And I can imagine for the public policymakers here, it also helps drive smart public policy. Alan and I sort of chatted just a minute ago about incident reporting and the victims reporting, but what other kinds of data is there a gap that we're trying to close?
So I think one of the things that we're seeing that's been an increasing challenge is the breakdown of the kind of ransomware as a service market. So for years and years, ransomware as a service drove the growth of ransomware. We're now seeing a lot of threat actors move away from there. So for example, in 2001, we were collecting data from 40 different ransomware extortion sites. That number is now over 150. So there are just so many different models out there. And then on top of that, we're having trouble with what I call Franken ransomware. And if you're pedantic, you probably want to say it's Frankenstein's monsters ransomware, but I'm just going to call it Franken ransomware because it's easier. There's so much stolen and leaked ransomware code out there from Lockbit, Chaos, Conti, et cetera, that we're seeing some of these new variants that pop up that are just reused old code. The ESXi-ARGs was a great example of that. And so that makes it really hard to identify which groups are doing what. Is this actually, we saw that with Royal Mail, in fact, where at first Lockbit's like, it wasn't us. And then we're like, dude, it's pointing to your infrastructure. And he's like, oh yeah, I guess it was us. So, which by the way, can y'all just take out Lockbit? I mean, I'm kind of sick of hearing their name, like just drone strike. But I think that kind of fracturing of the ransomware market has made it harder for us to track and identify, what the growing strains are, who hit us. I get this question all the time now. Hey, we got hit by this. Do you know what it is? Because there's no name in the ransom note, just some random, email addresses. And so identifying that, and that makes it a real challenge for, incident response and even for reporting and so on.
Thank you, Alan. David, Valerie, please.
I just wanted to add, so some of the intelligence that we're trying to analyze and gather is really around common threat vectors around critical infrastructure that ransomware actors are using. And so one component of CIRCIA was for CISA to start up a ransomware vulnerability warning program. And so we launched our pilot program this past February. And with some of the analysis that we've done, we've noticed that with a Microsoft Exchange vulnerability proxy not shell, many ransomware actors have been using that. And so in February, we went out and notified 93 critical infrastructures, owners and operators that we saw with this vulnerability. And, through our work that we've done with our regional folks, we've seen a 30% uptick in patching that vulnerability. And so we want to continue to do that and use that information, see where those vulnerabilities are across critical infrastructure, and start doing that more routinized in our business.
And that's a brilliant program. I love it.
I just pick up on Alan's excellent point about the chaos of the system and the fluidity and the movement and the reuse of the code. Royal Mail is a great example where the ransom note was being spontaneously printed out of all of the printers in hard copy, which was an MO. When we looked at it as a team, we were like, that's not standard lookbit MO. What's going on here? And it was unrecognized. So even though, as you say, latterly, it turned out to be the lookbit, great to say, or the lookbit variant. So absolutely, really muddy, really chaotic, really difficult to attribute and difficult to prosecute.
So I think taking on Valerie's point, but I'll address it to David. Is incident reporting, so the victims reporting, is that the foundation of all the data gap that we have, or it sounds like, Valerie, there's the need for greater security research to identify vulnerabilities in the first place, and then understand what your constituent base is using in their tech stack. I'm curious where the investment is or where the investment needs to go in the future. I'll address it to David first.
So it's a piece of it, right? Like victim reporting is a very, very, very critical element to what we are going to use to be able to build out the threat picture, understand the ecosystem better, but it's an element, right? Like in terms of the different agencies here, of course, folks here, there are different ways that we all gather our information, collect our information for the Bureau, of course, through our investigations. And a lot of times our investigations start through victim reporting. So it's really, really important for us to have that. But it's one piece, right? Like the private sector plays a significant role. Incident response firms, outside counsels, you're all out there and you're very, very involved in the ecosystem and learning what's going on. And so we need to not just collect our information from private sector through victim reporting, but through collaboration, through proactive two-way sharing, bi-directional sharing across our organizations that all maintain responsibility for dealing with this threat, right? Like this is not a threat that just the U.S. government, the UK government, our partner agencies across the globe have responsibility for. It's shared amongst industry, it's shared amongst infrastructure organizations, and I think with that responsibility should come the recognition that we need to share our risk a little bit better too. And so when I say share our risk a little bit better, I think in terms of if an issue is hitting your organization, that risk that your organization takes on needs to be shared across government and across other responsible parties so that we can collectively make a true difference.
So Valerie, I'm curious. It sounds like there's, in addition to victim reporting, which maybe isn't going to CISA in the first instance, but then there's the security research piece. Maybe you could expand on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think incident reporting is going to be really critical, to have this mandatory incident reporting legislation. It's yet to be determined, though, what kind of information we'll get from that from that legislation. And obviously, the more that we have, the better it is that we can help protect our networks. And there's an ecosystem. I mean, that's why we're all here, right? Where we need the private sector plays a role, security researchers play a role. One thing that's been really interesting that we've been starting, and it's been an outgrowth of our Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative, is what we've called the pre-ransomware notification initiative. So we just started this earlier this year, where we've been working with cybersecurity researchers, and they've actually been tipping us on activity that they've seen right before an actor goes to encrypt. And we've actually sent out 150 notifications this calendar year alone, 40 of them internationally. And we've been able to stop, and help. And it's a range of entities that we've reached out to. It's been K through 12 schools, it's been state and local governments, it's been hospitals, and as I've mentioned, international locations as well. We were able to actually help a city in Europe. We notified them of this activity, and they were able to patch their vulnerability so that they weren't encrypted. And so this is a success story of an initiative that we're really trying to grow and blossom, but it's from that that intelligence that the cybersecurity research community is out there collecting.
So I think we've Eleanor.
Yeah, if I could just drill into the question of victim reporting, which again also is a key source of data for us too. But just to pause on the phenomenon of ransomware itself, where victims do not often want to come forward. There's a real reluctance, right? And just to pause on the fact, this is a crime type where the victim of the crime will try to hide what has happened quite often and not want to come forward, not report it, not seek to get some sort of criminal justice outcome for it. And it's viewed almost as their fault. They were to blame, they lost the data. And there's something about the way in which the enforcement community, or the regulatory community in particular, treat this as the victim themselves are the bad guys who have done something up to be blamed for having allowed the attack to take place. And this sort of narrative makes it awkward to come forward and to be transparent about what has happened, and to explain and to investigate and to fully identify lessons learned and share those with the broader community. So for me, there's something about shining a light on this, making it something that people can come forward and talk about. I'm actually doing a blog next week, which will be published, encouraging transparency in the event of a cyber attack. Jointly with our data regulator, also making the same point. They encourage openness, and they will, your fines will be lower if you have come forward about your incident. So these kinds of messages, to make it clearer, to make people more likely to come forward and more likely to seek help and assistance, and then give us the kind of database that we need to be able to pass those messages on to the rest of the sector and ensure the lessons are learned.
So I think that's really important. And when we talk to our clients in the cyber insurance market, we usually hear three things when they become victims. One is that they are concerned about being stigmatized as the victim, which I think is important and would love to hear from the panel about. The second is they're often engaging privacy counsel. We are recommending that they engage legal counsel. There's probably some in the room today. And they may give advice about what kind of reporting to do. And then third, a lot of our enterprises will say, well, there's so much reporting to do, and my computers aren't, my computer systems are down. My business is interrupted. I am in crisis. I don't want to be filling out 8 different types of reporting. And so the standardization piece, which Alan teed up, also very important. So I'm curious the state of play and perspective from each of you with respect to stigma, the role of privacy counsel, obviously representing their clients who are victims, and then where we are with standardization. So.
Can I do a super quick follow-up?
Yeah,
Sorry,
please,
just on those exact points. Just to point out that when you're you're dealing with you're putting out the fire in the event of a cyber attack. You're in the midst of the chaos yourself, right? And as you say, the last thing you want is like multiple forms to fill out and authorities on your back asking for reams and reams of data and questions to fill out. You need help and assistance. And I think there are two different motivations for coming forward to the authorities in the event of a cyber attack. And I think it's important to be realistic about these. There's like seeking support and assistance, that civilian outreach, technical incident response work. And in the heat of that, they're not looking to share the information, they're looking for help. So there's something about being able to glean the data whilst providing the support. And that's a delicate balance that we try to tread. And then separately, there's reporting a crime and ensuring that crime is logged and ensuring that data reaches the police and the relevant authorities so they can then conduct their criminal justice investigation and do what they need to do. And similarly, there's a set of data required for that. So you have these slightly different lenses on the purposes for reporting. And I think sometimes conflating the two are part of why it becomes more problematic. So that was one sort of differentiation I wanted to make.
No, thank you. David, I'm curious, especially with the legal counsel piece. I know the FBI's had a number of initiatives in that space too.
We have. I think it's just as important. Certainly, when we're talking about dealing with an organization that's in the middle of an incident, our outreach and kind of dispelling the myths that exist around law enforcement and the Bureau in particular, in terms of how do we respond to a ransomware attack, right? What does it look like when we reach out to a victim organization? It's critical that we're dealing with those counsels. And so, what I'd say is, I think it's fair at this point in time. We'll say 2 years into this. It's much older than that, but 2 years into this, I think the conversation has shifted to rather than should we report this to law enforcement, to when should we report this to law enforcement, which is a small change, but a very, very significant change in terms of how people think and what that means when it comes to, again, going back to carrying that risk. And of course, that's the determination that on-site incident response and outside counsels are trying to weigh. And I think that we've gotten to a point where many, if not most, recognize that there is actually more risk in not reporting and not sharing than there is in withholding, right? Or in not withholding. So a lot of that is due to the number of experiences we've all unfortunately had to deal with over time. And with that increase in number, what I can say is the concern tends to be, if we share it with more people, there's more of a likelihood that information is going to get out in a way that we're not prepared to share. That it could negatively affect the reputation of the victim organization, and that what I'd say to that is we haven't seen that happen, right? Not in the past few years. The Bureau takes victim and targeted entity protection extremely seriously, and it's something that we've been doing for over 100 years. Not in cyber, of course, but that victim, those victim practices that we have in place and have had for a long time help us in this space. We're not going to show up in a big public display of black SUVs rolling in crime scene tape. We're not rolling servers out on dollies or anything like that. It's how do you best want to deal with this? What are you seeing in sharing information that you can share, that's not privileged, that's not going to add risk to your organization in sharing, and what do we have that we can provide back? And sometimes it's decryptors in the case of Hive. Other times, if there are financial benefits that can come into play if you're able to share wallet IDs. And sometimes it's just the information that we've gathered through investigating that particular ransomware variant or that group for the past 2 years, and we can share some information that might be new.
Alan, I'm curious, as a private sector researcher, is there a wish list of data that you'd like to see from every victim that might be calling your office?
I think it's been mentioned here a few times that, if the more you can share in terms of indicators, the better it is for everybody else. While there are sort of this fracturing of the ransomware groups out there, they're all using the same tools, right? We see Cobalt Strike, we see Brute Ratel, we see Bloodhound. Those sort of, as you were saying, those sort of early indicators of attack. And if there was more streamlined reporting, it would be better. We scrape Cobalt Strike and Brute Ratel C2 servers, so we know when there's activity there. But it's really hard for us to have a way to take that data that we have and then notify the victims, hey, you may have a Cobalt Strike infection, which means either your red team's active or you got a ransomware dude in your network. And it's that reporting pipeline gets really hard. We'd love to share that information. We'd love it if we could stop these attacks ahead of time, not just for our clients, but for everybody. So I'd love to see a better way, not just for us to receive data, which would be great, but also for us to make it easier to, great example. We scrape a lot of the initial access broker ads, and occasionally we'll be able to, oh, hey, we know what school this is, or we know what business this is, and so I'll reach out to one of them, and say, hey, it looks like somebody's trying to sell access to your network. You may want to look at these things. often the time we don't hear anything from them. And it may just be because, some random dude emailing them, they don't know whether or not I'm just trying to sell them something or whatever. But if we had more official ways to do that, I think it'd be a lot easier.
Valerie, I'm curious,
Well, I was going to touch on your harmonization point. So, we are very cognizant of all the different regulatory regimes that are out there that require reporting already, in the financial sector and the energy sector. And so we are really working to find ways where we can harmonize this. I don't know if everyone will be happy in the end with what comes out with CERCIA in a couple of years, but we are very cognizant, and we are working with all of those regulatory entities to figure out the best way to make it as painless as possible or more user-friendly for the customers.
Eleanor, please.
And just to follow up on the precursor malware notifications point, which is a core part, as you say, of ensuring these attacks are prevented before they even take place. Even in the NCSC, as the national government body with responsibility for cybersecurity, we also get accused of phishing when we send through email notifications, or we had somebody call the police on us when we tried to deliver a notification recently as well. So we had exactly the same problem of recognition and delivering that message. But we are really well placed as the central authority. We really welcome all of these feeds from partners across industry and government, as we are hearing, that we are then able to get out to these organizations that are at direct imminent risk of a detonation of a ransomware attack. And so what we've got in place now is an early warning system, because part of the problem is knowing who the actual target is going to be, what the IP address resolves to. And so the early warning system allows you to register in advance. You provide us all of your details. We know exactly then where the attack is going to happen. And we know who is well placed to action the information that we're going to get to them too, because of course you need to find the right person who knows what it means and who can then, address the lateral movement within their networks, right? So our early warning system is a way of trying to address that, and we're trying to onboard as many UK organisations as possible to put up that protective shield in the way that Valerie and others have described.
So I'd like to pivot for a couple minutes to technology. Alan, you mentioned, we've got Jackie's going to be speaking later from Chainalysis. So blockchain analysis being a major innovative tool in the quiver for investigators. What other technologies exist to close the data gap that you're excited about? And then secondly, to protect especially smaller enterprise, who aren't going to be, they're not going to have a head of IT who's fluent in the type of threats that may be facing them.
So it's hard to find technology that really helps you, other than, again, what Jackie and Chainalysis is doing, which is amazing for tracking those. But really tracking victims, a lot of that is right now very manual, unless there is some kind of reporting. Because even some of the traditional tools, so we tried to do an analysis of ransomware attacks against all schools in Arizona a couple of years back. And so we went and issued a bunch of FOIA requests, and it turned out that Arizona didn't have reporting requirements for schools to report to the state. So you had to go to each individual school system. And then when you went to the school system, every one of them told us, we can't tell you that because it's a security violation, which is, horse hockey. But trying to track that information down is really hard. And then on the other side, there needs to be a way to translate what we're finding technically so that anybody can see it. And I think CISA does a really good job with that. But when you get to especially like some of these smaller school systems and local governments, you have an IT help desk security person, right? And that they're in charge of everything. We have to make it easy and accessible so that they have a one-pager. This is what the problem is. This is what you need to do.
You highlighted CISA's initiatives in that space. I'm curious if you'd like to expand on that, Valerie.
Yeah, I think it's so important that we understand who we're dealing with, the sophistication of the victim or not, and that's what we've been really trying to tailor to with some of these what we call target rich but resource poor entities like schools and hospitals and the water sector, is really helping them to, in their limited resources that they have, the limited cyber expertise that they might have, really trying to hone in for them. If you only have this much to put against cybersecurity, what would be the most bang for your buck? And so we've done found that actually with a report that we sent out to the K through 12 for K through 12 educators, so that it's a toolkit. It can make it more manageable and accessible for them to know, if I concentrate on these areas, I'll get the most bang for our buck. And we're trying to do that and make a tailored toolkit for these other sectors as well.
Eleanor, I'm curious if about the Cyber Essentials program and things there.
Yes, so we've got a range of initiatives that are designed to sort of raise the baseline of cybersecurity, recognizing that most of the techniques we're describing here can be, really simple, and the most simple steps can be taken that will prevent, the most sophisticated actors as well as the ransomware attacks on your network. I was just going to pause briefly on the data question and the opportunities and how far we've come, and whether there's sort of any improvement in where we've been. And certainly I remember 2 years ago being asked for, the UK statistics as part of the ransomware task force work, and our statistics for the numbers of ransomware attacks in the UK. And the NCC had a number, and we were able to supply it as a tiny number compared to what actually took place in the UK. And I went to my law enforcement counterparts in the National Crime Agency, kind of the counterparts to FBI here, and they were like, yeah, we don't know, we don't really count it. So it's been really hard. I think in the progress that we have made is like knowing what we know, better crunching and analyzing our own data, and then being in a position to share it amongst ourselves. So if we can already get that bit of the iceberg, that's the starting point, recognizing that that's already pretty difficult. And then that leaves the industry contributors, because the response services, as we're describing, are myriad and go well beyond government and police, and quite frequently will just be small organizations and businesses across the country. So we are attempting in the UK to kind of map the response services kind of provision nationwide. And that way, if we can start to establish an alignment, a discussion about what that all looks like, then we'll be in a stronger position to start to understand the numbers. But it kind of feels like that process has to happen first.
Thank you. We have just a few minutes, and I do want to see if there's any questions from the audience, if I'm permitted. Would anyone have a question? Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I'm keen to hear about the efficacy of CISIS making notifications to smaller organizations. You mentioned you think you notified about 140 some odd organizations this year. And I'm just curious, because sometimes when you reach out to an organization, it's really hard to actually find somebody that could take the information that you're sharing with them and take some action on it. And I'm sure at times people are wondering, who are you? And is the information that you're providing to them actually legitimate? So I'm just kind of keen to hear, what kind of success rate do you have for the notifications people do?
I do agree that we still do suffer from people not understanding who we are, and so we have to be persistent. But I think with the 150 that we notified in this pre-ransomware initiative, we were successful in actually notifying those entities. So it does take some persistence, and I think also partnering with the FBI that has more brand name recognition is also helpful. But we are, I think our brand is growing, especially in the cybersecurity community, but it is still a challenge where we are also not recognized and need to go and try other avenues to get the word to the right people in the entities.
I would just add to that, people know who we are, but don't believe that we're actually who we are when we say we are, right? And they're like, that's cool, you're not really the FBI. So a lot of that does go back to trying to develop proactive relationships across the board. And you can't develop a proactive relationship with every single private sector entity or potential victim in the country. But what CIS is doing at the local level to develop those local relationships, and what the Bureau is trying to partner with them to do as well, so that there's always some trusted partner, be it CISA, be it FBI, be it a local government official that we have relationships with, that we can go through to help speed up that notification and get through the either who is this calling me, or is this person calling me actually who they say they are.
Maybe just one more. Yeah, so you've got the last one. So thank you very much.
So following in the same vein, I get the recognizing who you are problem. During the pandemic, I ran an organization that notified medical infrastructure of these kinds of issues. And most of the time they scream when you call up the phone and think you're a bad guy. But there's a second piece of that, which is complicated, which is, how do you get the much less mature organizations to take the guidance that you're giving them and implement it? Because 70% of America's medical institutions are small clinics like dentist offices that don't have anyone who can do cybersecurity. So how have you gotten around that issue to get them up leveled and get them secure?
I mean, it's a long-term solution. And it's not, we don't have any short-term solutions for that problem. So we have these initiatives, like I mentioned, that we are focusing in on certain sectors that seem to be, the malicious activity seems to be increasing in these or at least consistently hitting these sectors. And so what we're doing is working with the way that infrastructure is coordinated here in the US or organized is through what we call sector risk management agencies. So we've broken up critical infrastructure into 16 sectors. And so for health and human services, for K through 12, we've been working together with Department of Education, with Health and Human Services to try and amplify and work with them, and also try to partner with grant programs and authorities, whether that's within the Department of Homeland Security or whether that's with Health and Human Services or the Department of Education. We're also trying to use vehicles like that. We're also partnering with the private sector who sometimes they, during the Russia-Ukraine crisis, we were able to work and identify with the private sector free services that they were willing to give to entities that couldn't afford it. So we are trying to be creative, but you're correct that there's a huge gap, and it's not gonna be easy to close.
And I'll say that according to our data, small dental offices attacks were up 25% last year, when we thought attacks were flat or even down because ransomware actors are going downstream.
Please join me in thanking our esteemed panelists as we close the data gap.
Thanks very much, Michael and panel, for kicking us off this morning. I'd now like to welcome Jason Kikta, our Senior Adjunct Technical Advisor, to the stage to moderate the next panel, which is entitled Ransomware Implications for the Russian Invasion of Ukraine. And I also want to take the moment to draw your attention to a report that we put out on our website this morning, which is the progress report against the task force's recommendations over the past 2 years. In there, you'll see a discussion about what this invasion has potentially fostered or not in the ecosystem with regard to ransomware. So please join me.
Okay. A mix of microphones this morning. Hey, good morning, everyone. Again, I'm Jason Kikta. I'll be moderating the panel today. I'm currently the CISO at Automox and a senior technical advisor, adjunct senior technical advisor at IST. And I'll pass it off to the rest of the panel to introduce themselves one by one. And do mic checks.
Hello, mic check. We're going to share. Okay. Good morning. Laura Galante. I'm from the Office of the Director of the Director of National Intelligence, and I run CTIC, the Cyber Threat Intelligence Integration Center.
Nope. Thank you. Hi, my name is Silas Cutler. I work for the Institute of Security and Technology as part of the Ransomware Task Force. Worked for several cybersecurity companies over the years. I'm also an affiliate with Alfie/Black Cat. That's pretty much everybody these days. So.
Good morning, everyone. I'm John Davis. I'm Vice President of Public Sector at Palo Alto Networks. I've been with the company now for almost 8 years. And prior to that, 35 years in the U.S. military.
I'm Jeff Green. I run the cyber programs at Aspen Digital, which is a program of the Aspen Institute. Been there a little under a year. Prior to that, I was on the National Security Council, running most of the defensive cyber ops we don't do operations. Cyber policy in the cyber directorate.
All right, so before we talk about Russia invading Ukraine and the effects on the ransomware ecosystem,
I want to do a little scene setter first, and I want to take us back to the spring and summer of 2021. So we saw a shift that year. I think more so in perception than activity, but a little bit activity, where actors moved out of hitting things that Americans generally don't care about: education, local business, small government, healthcare, and into things we do care about, like oil pipelines and hamburgers. So they hit Colonial Pipeline, they hit JBS, Kaseya that summer, and I think we saw a major shift in the U.S. government's approach towards getting out there and shifting from more of a law enforcement centric approach and a advise approach and into a disruption approach. So let's talk about that for a second. John, yeah.
Yeah, it's the Colonial Pipeline event. I think you ask government officials, they'll admit that was kind of the watershed moment for a large focused effort by government along with private sector and, whole of nation type of, we need to do something about this. And I think that, going back to my experience as one of the co-chairs in the ransomware task force, one thing that ransomware did was it got everybody's attention because everybody started seeing an impact. Even the things that you said people don't care about, at a local level, they do. Police stations, schools, suddenly, and now when you can't get your hamburger or your gas and there's long lines and it's on the news, suddenly this mysterious thing called cyber attacks, suddenly, they become very real to people. And when people get, honest about it and people get excited about it, that kind of drives, I think, government action. It drives Congress, it drives the administration. And I think that's what kind of, I think we published our report on the 24th of April, 28th of April. And then the following week, Colonial Pipeline happened. I think Chris Painter had something to do with Colonial Pipeline, but it was a great event for us in the task force because it highlighted the work that we have been doing. And I think that's why a lot of the recommendations that we had out of the 48, you look at the report, there's been progress in a number of those 48 recommendations.
Yeah, I would agree partially. In the White House pre-Colonial, we were working on a strategy with Laura, with other agencies in the room. So that effort was definitely something we were doing. But you're right, when Colonial shuts down and the president is talking publicly and asking internally about ransomware, it changes the tenor. It picked up the pace. But the shift you talked about, I think, is very real. But again, it was happening. I think that pressure, both public, from the president, from the White House, helped accelerate it. But I don't want to discount the fact that whether it was FBI, CISA, DNI, or other agencies, they were already focused on disruption and how to stop these attacks, not just arresting people. So the shift was happening, and I think it accelerated. And I think you're seeing the results of that in the past 3 to 6 months. There is a constant cadence of activity, of takedowns, of sanctions. And it's not just Treasury was super engaged. That was probably the biggest acceleration, was getting them involved on the sanction side. And it wasn't that they were unwilling, it's that the focus went there. But there was a lot of work. And I think what you're seeing now is the result of a lot of people pulling in the same direction.
So now we fast forward to that winter, and early in 2022, the Russians invade Ukraine. I think it's pretty clear to everyone, or probably ought to be, that they thought it was going to be a very short war, and they, including for their cyber capacity and capabilities, plan for a short one as well, right? Probably about 2 weeks tops. I think that if I could describe one of the big fears at the time, at least that I perceived, was that, we were going to see, massive ransomware attacks against the West, and that we were also going to see
significant effects operations in Ukraine, right? There were some, and some of them were significant, but all in all, somewhat of a fizzle. So why do you think that is, and what factors do you think led to that not happening in the way that everyone perceived?
Yeah, I'm happy to start that one off. So I think what you're capturing here is a good synopsis of the difference between the expectations that people had going into February 24th on the cyber side than what played out in reality. And that certainly was the case, not to diminish what did happen. And you think of the Viasat attack and the satellite disruption that occurred right on the eve and in the early few hours of the reinvasion on the 24th. But to zoom out from the ransomware perspective here, I think there was a question that we're still trying to think through, which is, what do repercussions look like from a non-state actor's mindset? And I know the focus here, and I think it's a good one, over the last 2 years has turned to the people behind this. This is a transnational organized crime issue at the end of the day here. But I think one of the pieces that the community, both on the IC side and on the private side, found really interesting were the fissures, political fissures that started to pull out as the world understood what Ukraine was about to suffer and started suffering and what Russia was doing. And that divide within Conti and how this played out very publicly on which hackers would take which side in ransomware ecosystems is something that I think led to, back to your causes on this, led to some of the difference in expectations on the level of response that we saw towards the US and US targets.
So I'll also add as well that I still think there's a large amount of pieces to the early parts of the conflict that are still a bit unclear. One of the areas that I've called out as well is less ransomware related, but there is a Android-sized hole in our understanding of the actual cyber events that have happened in Ukraine. And as the invasion kicked off, I think there was a less of an appetite in some areas to target Western interests than we had initially expected.
Yeah, I'll offer a couple of observations. I had a lot of people ask me once the invasion began, they were kind of surprised at the level, intensity, scope of cyber-related activity and why it wasn't more. And, there was this expectation that cyber was going to be used as a giant paralysis before going in and essentially making this an easier military target. And that did not happen. And Jason, you know this, the enemy always gets a vote, but I think there could be at least 4 reasons why we saw what we saw and we continue to see it. And probably some combination of them. Number one, I don't think that cyber as a general tool, not just ransomware, but all different types, is as useful, is viewed as useful a tool once traditional kinetic operations begin. We all know that our adversaries, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, they all are employing cyber capabilities against many Western nations, not just the US and Europe, but as part of a broader information warfare campaign to gain an advantage, to undermine. And it's cyber is a very useful tool short of war. Once you cross that threshold though, and like we said here, we still don't know a lot. There was still an awful lot that was happening in the cyber dimension. I think I stopped counting last December at about a little more than half a dozen wiper capabilities that were being employed by Russia or its surrogates in Ukraine. So there was still a lot going on. I just don't think it was viewed as useful a tool when cyber operations typically, there's questions about level of impact, precision, timing. Why rely on things that have imprecise those 3 things when you can shoot things and bomb things, and you know what the impact's going to be, and you know the timing. So I think that's one reason. Second reason, I think Ukraine became a much tougher target. In that time leading up to it, there was a lot of cyber activity and a lot of NATO, EU, and importantly, industry kind of surged support to Ukraine and began providing capabilities, and they became a much tougher target. So I think, and you see that reflected in some of the targeting of Ukrainian national and military command and control, critical infrastructure, et cetera. And it usually was temporary effects.
And so one note about that, though, one note about the becoming a tougher target. Initially, Ukraine's data protection laws prevented the full force of what could be provided to them, because a lot of what industry and governments could provide them in terms of both capabilities and intelligence sharing was hampered by the inability to put that in the public cloud and to keep everything on-prem. I think the Ukrainian digital transformation minister got with Parliament, and they changed the law so that they were able to disperse their capabilities and not have everything on-prem. And I think that's a lesson that many nations who have these data sovereignty laws should take a look at. Third reason, I believe that, and I'm certainly not divulging any classified information here, but my suspicion is that NATO is doing everything it can in a responsible manner in order to throw some sand in the gears of the Russian cyber apparatus and organizational structure and people and research and capabilities. I'm not suggesting, holding critical infrastructure at risk, nothing escalatory like that. I think that NATO is very carefully, in a very calculated manner, trying to make life as difficult as possible on those Russian organizations that are doing this to Ukraine. And then the last reason, I think that, and this is kind of what you all spoke about, I think that Russian decision makers are uncertain. Once you cross that line and you go into kinetic operations, if you look at what Russia's doing, they're doing everything they can to keep NATO out of direct confrontation in Ukraine, to the point of threatening nuclear weapons, use of nuclear weapons. And so I think Russian decision makers don't know where that line is, where that red line is. And so I think they're hesitant to employ cyber capabilities on a wider range. If you look at the wiper capabilities that have been used, I think most of them have been designed to stay inside the target, not spread. So that to me is an indication of the fact that they're trying to be very careful and probably have issued some guidance to some of their surrogates not to inflame things and cause a more direct NATO confrontation.
I would add that I think we need to think about whether cyber deterrence worked, and I'm talking about outside of Ukraine, in the sense that starting at some point in the fall, it's all a blur right now, but we began a very public campaign, and private as well, to work with government, to work with the private sector, across all the 16 sectors Val was talking about, to strengthen critical infrastructure. You had the EPA holding massive webinars Christmas week that were widely attended. So I think there's a combination of US infrastructure becoming a harder target and the perception that US infrastructure is becoming a harder target. And on the latter point, if you are sitting in Russia and you have worked for months or years to develop an access and an exploit, and you're now deciding, am I going to use that? And keep in mind that they're often already using that for certain things. But if you're going to say, am I going to use that? And you've seen that your target is saying, I'm better, I'm better, I'm better. That introduces a little more doubt as to whether it's going to work. And that may raise the bar for when you're going to use it, because if you, to build on what John said, if you don't really know the impact, you don't know if it's going to work, but you know you're going to lose something else you have, you may be less likely to use that. So I think coming out of this, we really need to think about whether both hardening our defenses and being public about it changes the decision calculus, not at the macro level, but at the micro level, as whether you're going to use something that you've spent all this time, you've invested time and money in.
So I want to pivot off of something that John said, and I completely agree with him that, once you're in a kinetic shooting war, the reliability and the utility of cyber effects diminishes rapidly. And I think part of that as well, another thing that we need to take in consideration is if you look at the arc of improvements in industry over the last 20 years, right? Targeted exploitation has gotten much, much harder, right? The name of the game in offensive ops is access, right? Do I have access? Even in ransomware, right? It's about monetizing access. They don't care about the ransom. They don't care about encrypting, right? It's about what kind of work do you want to do post access to monetize the access into the network, right? Are you going to do, business email compromise type fraud, or you're going to do ransomware? But knowing that opportunistic access is easier, and that a promiscuous actor can generate a lot more opportunity in a short amount of time than a targeted actor can. Why not? What held Russia back from using those proxies, right? Criminal proxies are useful, they're burnable, they're deniable. Is it, I guess the central question is, have we overestimated the Russian government's interest in ransomware as a criminal proxy, like we did, like most people did with Prigozhin and Wagner? Or is it that they were deterred or thought it wouldn't meet their goals, or was it something else?
Or was it that they were occupied with the wiper attacks in the other parts of Ukraine? So, was it a capacity limitation? That's another possible.
I mean, it is, right? It is a possibility that there was some level of that, but we're also just coming out of, March was that was the friskiest March I've seen in, 3-4 years, right? We saw Lockbit just going hog out there with mass exploitation that they were able to turn around in a pretty short amount of time and ransom, dozens upon dozens of victims, so I guess the question is, a lot of capacity in the system. They don't all need to be in Russia. They just need to be reachable, bribable, coercible. So why not? Is it not viewed by the Russians as a valid tool of statecraft, or do we think it's more along the lines of, it's not reliable and not worthy?
I'll take a stab at it, Jason, and I don't have a lot of confidence in this answer, but in the area, call it gray zone, call it whatever you want, but short of traditional kinetic, law of hostilities, we've seen our adversaries favor the use of surrogates, third parties, research organizations, patriotic hackers, criminal organizations, as in the case of many of these ransomware gangs. And they provide a very useful tool short of that traditional line to do what I described earlier, to gain an advantage, to cause disruption, to, basically undermine Western democracies. But once you cross that line, like I said, I think the calculation changes. And use of third parties, these third parties, you don't know their motivation, you don't know their skill set, you don't know their capabilities. Before you cross that line, you just kind of turn them loose. You either direct them, or you inspire them, or you just turn a blind eye to them and let them go because they're doing your bidding. But now you got concerns. If you, like I said, Russia's trying to keep NATO out of a direct confrontation with Ukraine, everything they can. And I think there's a concern about a lot of these third parties that they might get out of control. Like I said, I don't have a lot of confidence because you still see a lot of activity. But I suspect that, unlike many of the U.S. and its partners who do these types of operations with tremendous domestic oversight, foreign policy oversight, operational oversight, legal oversight, technical oversight. We're very careful about this, and we don't use irresponsible third parties. And we and our partners do not do that because of the fear of something getting out of control, somebody making a mistake, and things escalating. But I think maybe Russia has maybe observed a little bit of that, the need for better control.
Let me piggyback on a few of those pieces here. So I think one thing that we can't overplay is that these are not, when we're talking about ransomware actors, we are not talking about arms of state intelligence or state military arms, right? So there's a little bit of the premise here that we need to walk back, which is, these aren't operating in the same way that we understand APT actors have acted for the last 15, 20 years here, right? At the end of the day, these are individuals involved in complex and very frequent criminal acts who can live on completely other sides of one of the largest countries in the world, right? The largest country in the world. And to think of this in kind of a standard command and control mindset, I think is wrong here. So let's pull back and think of this too as these are actors who are primarily motivated by money, who are after a target that has political significance, but that primary motivation of this being a financially lucrative way to go is still at the top of the mind of the individuals behind this. So I would caution us to go too far down the lane of assigning.
It was a loaded question, to be clear.
So I think there's a couple of key technical and observational key points to kind of be aware of thinking in as we frame this. So we've talked a little bit about how they were using the wipers and that was taking a lot of the cycles of actual operator groups, but inherently cyber is very heavily upfront investment. So, and when you're looking at something like the Lockheed or the kill chain or other frameworks that we use to understand attack cycles, it's all upfront cost in many cases. It's reconnaissance, it's understanding the target, what they have and what you're going after. The use of the criminal proxy groups and bringing in things like credential theft in order to then lead to exploitation reduces that immensely. So if you had to invest 40, 80 hours on a single target doing the reconnaissance, you could drop that down to 2. So there's a massive time advantage by being able to rely on what essentially is one of the major drivers also of the ransomware ecosystem. So the access broker market and that facilitation and the availability of being able to just purchase access instead of having to run a phishing campaign, have the infrastructure to manage the initial infections. Huge amount of that is reduced time-wise. Additionally, absolutely correct about the wipers not having the same sort of self-propagation that we saw with NotPetya, which bluntly was just reckless. And the ones that we've seen now, Hermetic wiper being one that's coming to mind, if I'm correct, did have some ability to self-propagate through a network, but it was still limited to prevent that broad exploitation that ended up causing an international incident years before.
So I think the next question then is, you know, we did not see a ransomware explosion, you know, when the war started in Ukraine. We have not seen it over a year on, even though things are not going particularly well for the Russians. But do we think that we've, you know, seen the bottom, which from the ransomware perspective would be the peak? You know, is there potential for either if the war starts going drastically bad for Russia, if Russia concedes defeat, if you know, Russia's more adrift, you know, are worse days potentially or likely ahead? And if so, are we structured properly on the U.S. government side and the industry side to tackle those challenges? Do we have the right solutions out there? What are the missing pieces if things start take a turn for the worse?
I would say I would never say that we've seen the worst. Picking up on a couple of things Laura said, though, I think it's important to focus on these are profit-driven entities, the criminal groups, and I think if Gallup were to have polled the leaders of ransomware groups after Colonial Pipeline, they all would have said, "We wish we hadn't done that because it was not good for them," and that may also be stopping them from hitting the U.S. right now because that was not a good event getting the U.S. government attention. They want to go for things that are the cheapest to do. With respect to are we structured correctly? I think we're structured better. I don't think any one of the folks who is up here in the room would say that we've achieved optimal precision, but hearing CISA and FBI up here praising each other and having seen the way they work jointly with Laura's, with other folks, there are a lot of ransomware dogs that didn't bark because of that coordination. But it is, the bad guys are always adapting, and the minute the government stops adapting, it will fall further behind.
Yeah, I was just going to add, I wasn't in the room when the president spoke with Putin and supposedly issued some red line about cyber. That may have had some type of an impact. I don't know. But I will say this, in terms of being prepared,
I think that it's very uneven across critical infrastructure. And I think that the administration understands that and is taking approach to go sector by sector. I think after Colonial Pipeline, that sector is probably in pretty good shape. Financial sector was hammered by Iran for a couple of years, about 10 years ago, and they're in pretty good shape. The other sectors, I think, are very different. And so I think it's going to be a sector by sector approach. It's going to take a long time for the country to get to where it needs to be. And it's going to take a continued full court press to be able to do that.
So in terms of preparedness, having worked in the trenches for many of the large cyber incidents and the sort of crisis incidents that have occurred over the past 6-7 years, crisis incidents in cyberspace are absolutely fascinating to me because it shows me also what happens when everyone's priorities are aligned and we're all running after a problem. So I think if there was to be a period of extreme escalation where we're seeing cyberpocalypse hashtag, I'm just blown away trying to imagine what the scale force that we could mount would look like, because fundamentally we have more resources than the attackers, we have more people, and when we all unify together on something, they're going to have a very bad day.
Just to add a last word on this, what we can zoom out and say about the last couple of years on ransomware, especially the last 6 months with a focus on education, focus on healthcare targets that we've seen over and over by these actors, is this has given the intel community, the InfoSec community, I think another reminder that sometimes the edge in understanding where actors are going is going to be the types of organizations the least experience, school systems. You know, Cissa kind of harped on this earlier, but we're going to figure out how to get the threat intelligence that is sitting out in, an Oregon public safety network and make sure that's tied in the right way. And FBI is well positioned for that. A lot of our, effort over the last few years that Jeff alluded to, and John did to some degree as well, has really been about pulling that edge and the info we can get from that back into the center and then being able to push out notifications and help and figure out the right approach for minimums at these organizations. But from a threat intel standpoint, this is a model that I think we are continuing to harden and think through on how we get intel back into the system and intel out. And that'll extend to how we do this with allies and other partners too. So I think it's worth the muscle memory that we're starting to build in this space to figure out the right intelligence connections that we have on this as well.
Can I just push on something Silas said, which I think is really important, which is when we all get together and are unified, the impact it can have, and a little outside the ransomware context, but the run up to Ukraine, when there was the perception in the government and the private sector was this threat is very real. I saw partnerships, the government and the private sector did things that for 15 years I'd been hearing, we can't do that, or it would be really hard. All of a sudden those things were happening. So when you get that unifying element, I agree completely that it can be enormous.
Megan hasn't given me the hook yet, so let's go ahead and do some questions from the audience. Ooh. It's either a really good sign or a really bad sign.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Powell. I'm the cyber counsellor at the British Embassy, but have spent the last couple of years working quite intensively on Russia, Ukraine. And it's been a really interesting discussion, especially the differentiation or the conversations flipped a bit between sort of cyber attack more generally and ransomware in particular. I guess one of my observations was the Colonial Pipeline event for Ukraine was probably 2014. So they've been working for a significant number of years across a broad range of their critical national infrastructure to prepare for this set of attacks. And so there's something about that degree of preparedness. Absolutely concur with the massive scaling of industry support and how dramatic that proved in terms of shoring up Ukrainian resilience when the conflict started. And the other point I was going to make, my gosh, just slipped my mind. Yeah, apologies. Massive. Can't read my own handwriting, not without my glasses on. Yeah, apologies. I can't remember the last point.
So that's a great point, right? I think that's probably something that well, we neglected to talk about, but I think that's probably neglected more broadly in conversations is resilience, right? The Ukrainians took that beating, not just with their power plants, but they've been suffering for wiper attacks for nearly a decade, right? And the first time you have a wiper or a ransomware attack, right, it's the end of the world. My God, we've lost it all, right? By time number 6 or 7, and especially once you get up into double digits, it's like, hey, Bob, they did it again. Let's go to lunch. Tell Jimmy and IT to, just pull the stuff down from the cloud again. So do we need, is the solution, should we view disruption as trading space for time while we build resilience, or is that, not a valid part of the strategy?
I would just note that Ukraine, even in 2014, had the capacity to do manual resets to come back up, whereas in 2021, Colonial Pipeline, at least according to the assessment and the fine that's been put against them, had no capacity to do a manual restart. So we need to really step back and make sure, and hopefully that was a lesson to a lot of other infrastructure, that you need to start thinking about how you're going to do things on your worst computer day.
And apologies if I could just add my final point. The other one was on deterrence and the complexity of the deterrence argument. So to me, the deterrence has been a whole mixture of deterrent vectors that the West have been able to provide to Russian malicious cyber actors. And it's very much not just a cyber to cyber deterrence posture, but a much more complex posture. Thank you.
Great panel. And Silas, I really loved your point about kind of how we all come together. Like I think of the Hive takedown, there were 27 countries involved in that who can't agree on anything, but they all hate ransomware guys, right? And I think, Jason, to your last point, and I'm curious about the panel's opinion on this. I feel like when we do these big takedowns, whether it's Hive or the Genesis market, that's where we kind of like need to be not like Gloria Gaynor in the song I Will Survive, where she says, I should have changed the stupid lock. I should have made you give you back your keys. We need to prepare, but I also think we need to give better advice. So what advice would you give to organizations that when there are these disruptions that give everybody a chance to breathe for a second, where should they focus their energy? And I'd love to see what the panel thinks about that. Or if you all just want to sing 70s songs, that's fine too.
Ooh, I'd go with resilience, Silas.
I mean, I'll absolutely agree on resilience side. I also encourage every organization to run through and practice and have a plan for when incidents occur. Have backups, because the cost of backups now is a lot less than paying a ransom demand. Yeah.
And I think something else that we need to consider when we think about resilience versus detection, response mitigation is, 10 years ago, if you had told me that, for $1 billion, or some magic sum of money, or let's say I go and I meet with the president a decade ago and I say, hey, you give me $1 billion, I'm going to do some really spooky stuff. I'm going to make it so that 90% of the tools used to exploit, gain access, the implants, the post-exploitation tools, going to be publicly known, right? Something you can buy, something you can get off of GitHub. I'm going to make it so that almost all the infrastructure is here inside the United States or in a friendly jurisdiction. I'm going to make it so that they're not co-opted boxes, they're leased boxes, they belong only to the actor. So, no collateral damage if you do something to it, right? On and on and on and on, right? I would have got that $1 billion because that would have been mind blowing a decade ago, right? But now it's just the environment we live in and things have not necessarily gotten better. There's only so much we can do on detection. There's only so much we can do on response. They are tools, they are important tools, they are improving all the time, but we really need to get seriously as an industry and not just in the country, but the West in general about resilience and that recoverability.
Yeah, just
okay, we're just gonna take one more question because we're almost out of time.
Hi, I'm Nicole Tisdale, and I wanted to ask a question specific to as we've been talking about the implications of the Russian invasion of Ukraine on cyber, I wanted to pose a question about what that has meant for our allies outside of Europe. And so I would say post-colonial pipeline, we saw South Africa's government be attacked with ransomware. We've seen the Costa Rican government be attacked with ransomware. Do y'all think that they just moved to other countries? Like, I feel like I was at the White House for over a year, and I felt like we sent a very clear message, like, don't mess with the US. But I'm worried that the message was, don't stop what you're doing. It meant just go somewhere else.
I think there's two elements, Nicole, to this. One is that we have seen a proliferation of ransomware attacks outside of the US as well. So this isn't just a US problem, and that's reflected in some of the governments that you just mentioned who have been pretty high profile victims here. The other piece is, and not to just keep going back to this, but at the end of the day, this is financially driven networks of people that are very loosely affiliated, and their ability to understand or take on messaging at a kind of high political level. And I know where you're speaking from. Where's my mic? Where you're speaking from on the former NSC side, but some of this too is we have to continue to realize these are actors who are going to take different types and flavors of deterrence and messaging that's not going to have the same feel that I think we've been, using over time to be able to message back to nation states and do this in the way that we've done on the APT side for years. So I think that's where creativity from groups like this and people who are affiliated, loosely with the kind of effort to go after ransomware can really bring something to the table on what else would motivate and change the motivations and change the actions of the actors behind ransomware.
All right, thank you all so much for your participation today.
Good. Okay, it's time to transition to today's fireside chat. And for this discussion, it's a pleasure to introduce a former co-chair of the RTF and current acting National Cyber Director, Kemba Walden, as well as Megan Stiefel, Executive Director of the RTF. Please welcome them to the stage.
Thanks, Mike. Good afternoon, almost everyone. We're not quite to noon. So standing between us and lunch is a very worthy panel, just so you all need to remember that. Kemba, thank you so much for coming back, so to speak, to spend this day with us. You were here last year in a different capacity. And so we're very excited to have you back. As I said, all of the co-chairs will be here except for Jen Ellis, who is preparing for Coronation Day. So you've been acting National Cyber Director since February. Can you tell us a little bit about the priorities that you came into the conversation with before I know you all want to hear about the strategy, and we're going to get there, don't worry. But first, how did you come into the conversation, and what priorities did you bring in?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Can you hear me? Okay, good. Thank you for having me. It's nice to be among friends. You are my people. I appreciate this. It's crazy that it's been 2 years since the first Ransomware Task Force report came out and the Ransomware Task Force convened. So I came in as acting National Cyber Director February 15th while I was at the Munich Security Conference, just before bringing cybersecurity to a panel discussion with the former president of Estonia and the current president of Latvia, I believe, which was, I think, the first time that the Munich Security Conference had in it a cyber conversation, which was kind of exciting. So that was my first act, my first day as National Cyber Director. My priorities, if some of you know that I used to play the piano, so this is I have to use an analogy here. I view cyber sort of like as an orchestra. And so my priorities, like an orchestra, like a symphony, have several movements to them. First movement, when I came in as PD and CD, was to make sure that we stood up the office and hired fantastic people. The second movement then was the national cybersecurity strategy. So we were in the sort of transition, waiting for the national cybersecurity strategy to be able to launch when I was transitioning as well. So my first official act out of the White House after Munich Security Conference was launching the national cybersecurity strategy. Since then, the next several movements have been about implementation, the implementation planning process. And my other priority then is making sure that we have our workforce education strategy out. So those are the movements of the symphony that I feel that we're moving along. So those are my priorities.
Terrific. And I imagine that your experience in the different roles that you've had, both your current role, but also your time at DHS, then at Microsoft, have influenced your time here back in government. Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit about, especially about, for this audience, we are all about Pillar 2, not all about, right? We do need all of the movements, yeah, including in the strategy, to really make an impact. But how did your time prior to coming to the White House influence your perspective in implementing and developing the strategy?
So I'll give you three thoughts. The first is that I spent a decade at DHS, worked in a couple of law firms, worked in the judicial branch as a law clerk, and work at a tech firm. All of those experiences have come to bear in what I do on a daily basis. It's one of the things that drove me back into the government, other than the White House calling and asking for me to come back, was just the excitement around how we are collaborating between the public sector, the private sector, academia, civil society. That was a driving factor for me. And understanding perspectives, I also teach, perspectives from each one of those sectors allows me then to drive intimate collaboration from my vantage point. So that's the first point. The other two, I will, because the audience here, we're celebrating Ransomware Task Force gaining ground, 2 years of implementation impact. I'll give you two more, just from my experience with the Ransomware Task Force. Some of you might know I was one of the original co-chairs of the Ransomware Task Force. The things I learned there was that you can actually sprint a marathon. And I feel like Michael Daniels' term, I feel like I'm sprinting a marathon and deliver good outcomes at the same time. The National Cyber Strategy was sprinting a marathon. I'm sprinting a marathon in the implementation planning process. We're sprinting a marathon on the workforce strategy. And so that is an actual thing that can happen and can happen productively. But in all seriousness, being a part of the Ransomware Task Force, I got an intimate look and started thinking about policy solutions around how cybercrime, what the process is, what the chain is in cybercrime, how it works. And with respect to Pillar 2, then that I was allowed then to take that experience, broaden it. So we look at BEC, we look at other cybercrime, we look at nation state actors, we look at transnational organizational criminals, we look at any variety of threats to figure out how to disrupt and dismantle and where the pain points are. That was key to my perspective, openly and honestly, to how I think about dismantling and disrupting.
So we've been talking about dismantling and disrupting. I think it's crescendoing to stick with the music analogy here. What would you say is new and unique about the way disrupting and dismantling activity is framed in the strategy?
So first I'll say that the strategy takes an affirmative approach. Before I get to the Pillar 2, the strategy takes an affirmative approach. It's a 10-year sort of strategic document and articulates what we want our digital ecosystem to look like, right? So we want something that's defensible and resilient and aligned with our values. Okay, so that's the premise of the strategy. We're getting better at defending, and we need to get even better, right? So it's not just about the 10-year outlook, though that's important and that's foundational, that's key. We're also very realistic that we need to get better at defending, dismantling, disrupting. So Pillar 2 is more about leaning into our authorities, leveraging partnerships in a productive way to do that, right? So it's taking a more proactive approach. It's really putting into policy the concept that defense is the new offense, but really moving forward. So for example, we are focused on public-private partnership in a new way, in a way that in lessons learned that when we started engaging or looking at the Russian aggression in Ukraine, how do we share intelligence better that's operational? How do we find solutions together? And then how do we deploy together? What are the authorities that we can lean into? And as it relates to cybercrime, where do we dismantle? Where do we disrupt? And how do we leverage resources to do that? So you've heard me say before here in this forum, we think about ransomware, and it's a good illustration because ransomware is really the malware at the end of a long chain of criminal activity. So it's a good example. You can shift the balance of how easy it is to get into cybercrime and how profitable it is, right? You can throw sand in the gears to make it costly to execute some sort of cybercrime, for a nation state to execute some sort of attack. Throw sand in the gears. There are some opportunities for doing that. And then how do you attack profits, right? So those are some of the policy solutions, some of the things that we're thinking about. You can arrest your way out of it. That's not really the most effective and efficient process. You can pull down infrastructure. One of the steps for pulling down infrastructure, as we articulated in the strategy, was know your customer, having cloud service providers understand who their customers are so they can minimize the nefarious use of infrastructure, or you can attack their profits, right? And that's the digital ecosystem, the digital currency ecosystem.
Yes, and we do have a panel. Probably you're going to have to go to some other things this afternoon, so you'll miss that. But we stay tuned for that conversation around the illicit use of cryptocurrencies and the role that it plays in ransomware. Thinking about the ONCD and the strategy talks about integrating federal disruption activities. Some might say, well, what's the role of ONCD in thinking about something that sort of moves closer to operational activities? And for the lawyers in the room, we know that elements of the White House generally are not involved in operational activities for longstanding reasons now. But there is also, I think, obviously a strategic role for the office. So can you talk a little bit about how the office is thinking about this integration of federal disruptive activities?
Yeah, please. Thank you for that question. And thanks for admitting that you're a lawyer, because I can admit then I'm a lawyer too. So you're right. The White House has a minimal role in operational activities, and our office of the National Cyber Director, is large for the White House. We're intended to be strategic in nature. We've got 80 and growing sort of expert staff in our midst, but that's a small operational footprint. So that's intentional. However, and I've written it down because I don't practice law anymore. The law,
I don't either.
Statute. I'm not supposed to practice law anymore. Our statute is very clear about how we drive this. And so I'll give you the 4 pieces of that. One is to make sure that we have integrated operational plans, processes, and playbooks. That is in our statute. And we're executing that space with departments and agencies right now. The next is that we are here to make relevant recommendations to the president on the appropriate level of integration and operability across federal cyber centers. That's reflected in our national cyber strategy, and that is an activity that we're undertaking now. And you'll see that in our implementation planning efforts. The third is that we're providing support for the integration of defensive cyber plans and capabilities with offensive cyber plans and capabilities in a manner that's consistent with improving the cybersecurity posture of the nation. If you think about a soccer match, you've learned something new about me. I like analogies. You have defense and offense on the field at the same time. They're playing the same game, but you can't have an effective offense without understanding defense and vice versa. And so that's an area where we're driving from a strategic point of view. And for this audience in particular, we have some responsibility in naming members of the Joint Ransomware Task Force. So that's the legal construct in which we operate. And we're executing on each one of those in different ways.
Terrific. I appreciate the specific articulation, because as lawyers, we like words are chosen carefully, as Leonard Bailey, who I think is in the room, taught me a long time ago. In any event, we are, as an organization, thankful for the work of the office in standing up and referring, identifying members of the Joint Ransomware Task Force. And obviously, the Pillar 2 sits within that effort that's identified in the strategy, sits within the broader strategy. So can you share a little bit more about how Pillar 2 sits within the strategy and how it's integrated within the strategy?
I said it at the outset that the fundamental principle in the strategy.
We're celebrating too, not quite that much yet.
Fellow original co-chair. So I said at the outset, the core of the strategy is to look at an affirmative plan for having a defensible, right? How do we rebalance cybersecurity risk from individuals and small businesses and small communities to those that are able to bear it and buy it down? So having a more inherently defensible, more inherently resilient, right? What are the strategic investments that we need to make in not just the technology, but the people and doctrine pieces of this? Digital ecosystem that's aligned with our values, understanding that technology does not organically have a value system. It's the people that own and operate it that bring value to it, right? And so I've lost track of the question now. But
Pillar 2 within all of the 5
pillars.
Pillar
2 within all that. So Pillar 2 is really about making sure that we are resilient while we're also making sure that we continue to defend. It's part of an entire ecosystem. So Pillar 1 is focused on critical infrastructure and raising that cybersecurity baseline. Pillar 2 is how do we do better at defense? How do we make defense the new offense? How do we make sure that we are, once we do shift cybersecurity risk and have those that are more capable buy it down, how do we make sure that we're more defensible in that space? And then the other pillars follow along, but that's intentional, right? It's part of the defensibility part, it's part of the resilience part. All of this is in an international context. And so even though Pillar 5 that really is an API for our international cybersecurity strategy that's forthcoming, exclusively talks about international, it's weaved throughout the entire strategy, right? So the disrupt and dismantle piece of it includes working with our international law enforcement partners, leveraging our partnerships with private sector entities that own and control the critical infrastructure, using more tools that we haven't really leaned into before to really get after and disrupting and throwing sand in the gears of transnational organized crime, nation state criminal activity, and et cetera. That's sort of how it fits into the whole.
Thanks for that. So just to drill down a little bit further on Pillar 2 and the emphasis that the strategy places on public-private partnerships and collaboration with the private sector. The strategy talks and identifies the NCIJTF and NCFTA, but in thinking about sort of a model role for public-private partnership, can you talk a little bit about the role of NCIJTF in that, in the way that the strategy frames that idea?
Sure, and I should have known you were going to bring up NCIJTF. So let me broaden it out a bit and not exclusively on NCIJTF. We have several federal cyber centers that were designed for specific purposes over time, all with good intention. The trick now is to make sure that they are all interoperable and usable and achieve the objectives that they are intended to achieve. And so the National Cyber Strategy on the NCIJTF, for example, and all the federal cyber centers is really focused on that resilience piece. What are the strategic investments that we need to make in order to ensure that the NCIJTF is functional and meets the stated objectives, that it allows for better public-private collaboration, something more than information sharing, and how do we use it to deploy defensive operations together? That's not just true for the NCIJTF, that's true for all the federal cyber centers, and that's a study that we're undertaking right now.
Terrific. Well, we look forward to the results of that study.
Yeah.
We have a few minutes left, so before we turn to audience questions, and I will endeavor to keep us on track and online. So be thinking of, you all can fight for the mic. No, don't fight. I do want to ask you about what you're thinking about as your legacy for having served in this role. And we're all, I think, I'll speak for myself to say it's terrific to have someone with your experience in this role. I think bringing this diversity of experience is critical to really driving success on cybersecurity for the government in collaboration with the private sector, civil society, and others. But how are you thinking about your legacy? Is it thinking about the final movement, or would you say more about that?
Oh man, so I wanted two things. First, you mentioned it's great to see the diversity of perspective. Diversity is America's superpower, right? Diversity of perspective, diversity of experience. I don't think there's any culture or country quite like ours. We need to lean into it. It's our competitive edge. Cybersecurity is sticky, complicated at times issue. We need complex thought in order to get after it. And the only way you get that is by diversity of perspective, diversity of experience, diverse opportunities for getting after it. But here's the legacy I want. Throughout my entire career, my objective is to make sure that communities feel safe in the analog world to thrive and prosper. That is true in the digital world. At the end of the day, cybersecurity belongs to everybody. I need to pull it out of the ivory tower as an august academic exercise and make it real. Right. So while we're shifting the burden of cybersecurity risk, it doesn't necessarily absolve everybody from understanding or being a part of the cybersecurity picture. Digital ecosystem has to be safe and secure so that we're able to do all the things that we expect it to do. Right. But the enduring legacy that I want this office to have is that we make the American public safer. That's it.
Well, we look forward to continuing to partner with you in achieving your legacy objectives. So with this, I'm going to, checking the time, turn to the audience. And since Gavin was first, I will wait for Zoe to make her way over to Gavin. And Gavin, do you mind also sharing your affiliation, just so Kemba, she doesn't know you?
Gavin Wild, Carnegie Endowment. First off, thank you for your public service. And secondly, over the last 2 years, it does seem like initially the ransomware issue itself seemed to take on, countering it seemed to be viewed primarily through maybe a national security and military prism. Mm-hmm. But DOJ, and I promise Megan hasn't bribed me to say this, DOJ seems to have really come into its own in countering this threat, especially over the last year. Can you kind of walk us through how the administration viewed the evolution of the administration's approach to ransomware as it looked at all the tools in its toolkit, but particularly from a law enforcement one and a transnational cooperation in law enforcement one, the degree to which there was some intentionality behind that evolution?
So thank you for that question. So I think the key pivot point for the administration is when the president articulated that ransomware is a national security concern. And that allowed us to make policy choices around how we treat ransomware across all departments and agencies, right? That's the pivotal moment. That's the change that you're seeing bear fruit now across all departments and agencies.
Okay.
Thank you. Hi, Amit, formerly head of cybersecurity at Intel. Now CEO and co-founder of a new company, Open Policy, that aims to democratize access to policies. This is the first tech-enabled service company, the services policy, with the hopes of truly allowing more communities from all backgrounds to participate in the conversation. Thank you so much, Dr. Waldron, for your thoughts. I want to ask you two questions. One, how do you see the role of the emerging focus on product security and baseline security practices? And of course, we have seen that narrative in the strategy, and we are excited to see the IoT security labeling program coming out of the White House in collaboration with all parties. And we have seen the focus in Europe with the EU Cyber Resilience Act. So how do you see the role of on-device and product security features helping us to combat ransomware and helping with resilience? And the second question, if time permits, is how can we scale our ability to get to more audiences, even more than we have, of course, in this room today, to take part in the conversation? Because to your excellent point, which is truly inspiring, we need those diverse perspectives. And Not all of them are in DC.
Thanks, Amit, for those questions. I'll be brief because I want to make sure I get there's a lot of answers I have here for you. I'll start with the last one first. How do we get the messaging out? So our workforce and education strategy is really focused not just on workforce, but on digital skills, raising baseline awareness around how do we make sure that we have a safe digital ecosystem. So it's looking at it from outside in. We have the cyber workforce. The vacuum there is a national security problem from my perspective as a national security lawyer, but it's also an economic opportunity. And so how do we leverage that, right? What's the pipeline? How do we raise awareness from those that implicate the cyber workforce? But what are we doing in our schools? What are we doing as we build out broadband through the bipartisan infrastructure law? How are we making sure that those that are now going to have better access and that's good, are able to feed into the pipeline? How are we raising their digital ecosystem, digital skills? The second, the question about product security, and a core tenet in our strategy is secure by design. And we've driven federal cohesion around that, and not just the hardware, but also the software. At its base, and we have a lot of ideas, a lot of tools in the strategy, right, including shifting liability consequences. But at its base, there has to be some level of harmonized standards, harmonized regulations. We need to be able to reward those that build security into their products while also helping others raise the baseline. So we're doing that type of gap analysis now, and I'm also very pleased that NIST launched yesterday the National Standards Strategy, and a lot of the conversation yesterday during that launch was harmonizing standards, which is a base before you get to the regulations. So we're trending in the right direction as an administration.
Thanks. I mean, I think the standards question and thinking about all of the elements, all of the movements of the strategy is a terrific way to conclude our conversation. So in order to get Kemba back to doing her day job, in addition to talking with us and to keep us on track for the rest of the afternoon. So thank you so much again for making time to talk with us today. Thanks for your support before you entered as a co-chair, and thanks for your service to the country.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that RTF does. Thank you.
So this actually brings us to lunch, which will be served outside in the hallway. Please go ahead, grab what you like, and I think our next session starts at 12:15. So we'll take a break and see you at 12:15. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I love these things. Good.
And maybe we put one of these on each of the ends. Yeah, crypto kids. I don't know that. Oh, that's
It is time. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Hello and good afternoon. There we go. Hi. Dear friends, we are delighted that you all are catching up. We are, however, also excited to introduce the next panel. So there is a reception after this, so you may continue your networking in approximately 3 hours and 42 minutes. You just have to survive the rest of this, which is actually not survival, but quite exciting. I am very honored. I'll speak more slowly so everyone can take their seats, please. Very honored. Thank you, Sean Farrell in the back, who wants to sit down. All joking aside, this issue is that we're about to discuss is one that we in the task force think is very essential to solving the ransomware problem, but not just solving ransomware, really solving the abuse of infrastructure, both in the United States and elsewhere, for malicious purposes. So thank you all very much. It's my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce this panel, including one of my former colleagues. And I almost, but not quite, because Catherine, I don't think ever served in DOJ, but otherwise we could call this the DOJ panel. This panel is entitled Crypto Reality Towards Dissolution of the Illicit Use of the Ecosystem. And it is moderated by our steering committee member, Jay Ramaswamy. So I will allow him to, or ask him to please introduce the panel and just thank them again for their time and their service.
Can everybody hear me? Okay, great. Well, I'm actually honored to be on this panel. It's a pretty, a very distinguished panel to talk about, I think, one of the interesting vectors within the ransomware space, which is the use of crypto for illicit finance purposes. Just by a quick way of introduction, I want to give everybody a sense of how distinguished this panel is. So to my left is Brian Nelson. He's the Undersecretary for Terrorism and Financial Intelligence at the Department of Treasury. For those who aren't aware of that position, it's possibly one of the most important positions in the government dealing with illicit finance threats, and sort of spans the law enforcement as well as kind of intelligence and other national security tools that the government has to stop illicit finance, and not just in crypto, but more broadly within the financial system. Brian has an incredibly distinguished career. Prior to becoming Undersecretary, he served in a senior policy advisor, policy chief, and general counsel in the California Department of Justice, and California is kind of epicenter for a lot of the developments we're going to talk about today. And he oversaw key national security initiatives, including efforts to combat transnational criminal organizations, dismantle human trafficking networks, and build state and international partnerships to stop money laundering and high-tech crimes. He also led a number of efforts to enforce the foreclosure crisis in the late 2000s. So deep expertise both in financial crimes and in the financial ecosystem. To his left is Catherine Johnson, and she's currently the Chief People and Legal Officer and the Head of Compliance at Storage Labs. Storage is a company that is tackling data privacy and security with decentralized storage using Web3 or blockchain technology. So as I was joking with her before, she's going to be taking on, I think, the burden, the benefit of bringing industry perspectives to this panel. Interestingly, Catherine began the blockchain and crypto industry at Coinbase, where she led compliance management and regulation, so deeply understands the compliance issues involved in the crypto asset space. But I think really importantly, also has a traditional financial background in risk management and compliance, having worked at Ernst & Young, focusing on bank regulatory compliance, and also at Credit Suisse and BNY Mellon. So she has a very distinguished resume and can bring some really interesting perspectives here. And last but certainly not least is Marshall Miller. He's currently the Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General at the Department of Justice. I also fortunate enough to call Marshall a friend. We worked together many years ago at the Department of Justice, but I won't let that stop me from asking hard questions here. As the Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General. He's actually responsible for effectively helping the Deputy Attorney General manage the entire Department of Justice. And as we were joking before, I don't think most people realize the breadth of the work that the department does in defending rulemakings, managing the Bureau of Prisons, overseeing the asset forfeiture fund that DOJ has and Treasury has a separate one, overseeing the U.S. Attorney's offices. So an enormous portfolio and responsibility that Marshall has. We came into contact with each other when he was the Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General, which for the criminal division. And in that, he oversaw the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act program, the Kleptocracy Asset Recovery Initiative, the Office of International Affairs, and the Computer Crime and Intellectual Property. So deep expertise in a lot of the topics we're going to discuss, and obviously up to his ears these days in the kinds of issues that DOJ is dealing with in the ransomware space. Just by quick way of background, so you know who the moderator is. I think I know some of you in the room, but not most of you. My name is Jay Ramaswamy. I'm currently the Chief Legal Officer at Andreessen Horowitz, which is a venture capital firm in the Bay Area. Prior to this, I worked both in the private sector and the government. Immediately prior, I was the Chief Compliance and Risk Officer at a blockchain technology company called C Labs, responsible for a blockchain called Cello. And before that, I worked at both Capital One and Bank of America in risk management, and at Bank of America as the head of the global head of AML compliance. Before that, I spent about 10 years in the Justice Department. Before I left, I was the chief of the asset forfeiture money laundering section, which I think is now called MLARS. Is that right? The money laundering asset recovery section. And that's where I met Marshall, who was my indirect boss there, and also served in the computer crime and intellectual property section, and started my career as a baby prosecutor in the Southern District of New York, U.S. Attorney's Office. So I think we have a really great conversation lined up here. It feeds in nicely to some of the topics you heard this morning. But with that, I thought, let's just kind of get into the mix. So I think that an important question, especially for this group, is obviously ransomware has a digital asset or crypto element to it. But to kind of set the stage, I'd love to hear everyone's perspective up here on how do you see the sort of role of crypto in the ransomware problem? Is ransomware predominantly a kind of cybersecurity and infrastructure problem with a sort of enhancer that's crypto, or is it a crypto a problem predominantly? But would love to hear your perspectives on that. And Brian, why don't we start with you?
Thanks so much, Jay. And thank you for having me for this important conversation. I think from our perspective, obviously, ransomware is really a key national security threat. And it's a key threat in the sense that it is targeting really critical infrastructure. We've seen it target ransomware, criminal actors target schools, hospitals, and other local governments and other key infrastructure. And at its base is a profit-motivated activity. So there has to be a feature of it where you're laundering the illicit proceeds gained from these ransomware attacks. And what we have seen is that laundering is almost exclusively using virtual assets. So from that perspective, from the Treasury's Department's perspective, we have a number of tools that are relevant to going after critical nodes, particularly our BSA authorities, our AML, anti-money laundering, and the countering of financing terrorism authorities, and the requirements that all U.S. persons have as it relates to sanction screening and understanding that you can engage with sanctioned actors. And we have found that those authorities really provide in the vast ecosystem a critical choke point where we can get after the illicit funds that we are seeing moving through using virtual assets that are really underlying, again, the profit motivation behind these ransomware attacks. But clearly, like, this is really a cross-cutting thread. It's one that there's truly been a whole of government approach on, and to the point of how we perceive the threat. At its base, the profit is generated from obviously vulnerabilities in the cybersecurity of these companies, these schools, these hospitals, and the like, and that is generating the profit opportunity. So we have to work closely with our cybersecurity colleagues, as well as obviously working closely with our law enforcement colleagues to make sure that we're using all of the tools available to us to really get after this threat. But at its base, you have this cybersecurity vulnerability. You have the fact that these actors are using virtual assets as the primary means of both generating their these illicit funds and then attempting to launder them into fiat currency.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for that perspective. Marshall, let me turn it over to you. Would love to hear kind of perspective, since you also come from sort of a cybercrime background and understand some of the kind of architectural vulnerabilities that we've talked about, I think, earlier on some earlier panels, but to kind of go into a little bit more into the interplay, if you will, between kind of crypto and traditional cybersecurity concerns.
Sure. And thanks everybody for joining us on here today and hearing from us. I think I'm like contractually obligated to say that whatever I say is my own views and not necessarily the views of the Department of Justice. But having said that, I think to Brian's point, given the fact that cryptocurrency is such an integral part of facilitating ransomware activity, we're also looking at it as a means to try to attack the problem. So I think it's important from our perspective if we can attack that means of facilitation and that means of laundering proceeds and raise the costs of ransomware, seize back the assets, use it as a tool to return monies to victims, and thus incentivize victim notifications to law enforcement. That's, I think, how we can start to make a real difference in attacking ransomware. And so we've been investing over the last few years in our expertise and our resources at the Department of Justice and across law enforcement with developments like our National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team, which we call NCET. Everything here in Washington, of course, has to have at least a semi-catchy acronym, otherwise it's not good. So we have NCET, that's our team of expert prosecutors, 20 plus prosecutors at headquarters that are our subject matter experts in tracing blockchains, in working with foreign colleagues to try to go after assets that have been already moved overseas. We have the FBI has been developing its virtual assets unit, which is sort of the counterpart to our prosecutor cadre on the FBI agent side. And they also have been upping their game so that we can attack this problem. And then across our U.S. Attorney's Office, we have 94 U.S. Attorney's offices across the country. Each of them has a digital asset coordinator, and that network is a force multiplier for our NCET cryptocurrency enforcement team. I tell you all about those investments because I think a couple of years ago when we stood those up, it's now positioned us to be much more on our front foot in going after digital assets after they've been paid in ransom, seizing them back. I think a key inflection point for us was the Colonial Pipeline ransomware incident, where you may remember the fallout from that, which impacted fuel prices across the country. But the other development from a law enforcement perspective was probably the first time we were able to seize and forfeit right near the get-go the $2.3 million in ransom that was paid and return that to a victim. So that was a big inflection point for us. And since that time, we've been more and more successful in seizing virtual assets and bringing them back and repaying those who had paid ransoms. It's critical, I think, to us for a couple of reasons. One, we've actually had some success. I think Chainalysis put out a study earlier this year that indicated that the percentage of companies that are actually paying ransoms has dipped significantly, as well as the actual ransom number has gone down for the first time. So it dropped from about 80% a couple of years ago to about 40% of ransomware targets are actually paying ransom. So that's a good thing. And more we're getting participation from the victim community, reaching out to law enforcement, understanding that we can actually help them, hopefully help them recover their monies, as well as help them recover as companies or organizations from the actual attack. So I think the investment there and upping our game in terms of expertise has enabled us to do a better job helping victims, which has helped us do a better job of getting victim participation, which hopefully will help us attack a problem that I don't want to suggest for a second is going away. It's here to stay, but we can make it less impactful and we can hopefully make it less remunerative for the ransomware actors and have an impact that way.
That's super helpful, super interesting. Catherine, your time at Coinbase, obviously an important player in the crypto ecosystem, but I'd love to hear your thoughts from where you obviously, I think you left before the ransomware kind of wave hit, but there were still some issues back then. So I'd love to hear your take from an industry perspective.
Thanks. It's an interesting question. And first, I want to thank IST for being here. I'm so honored to be amongst my very esteemed panelists and moderator. No pressure on me representing industry, but I will add something that I don't typically put in my bio is that I also chair the school board for my son's school, publicly funded small charter school in Minnesota. So I've been thinking about ransomware from a number of different angles lately, unfortunately. But this question about is it a cyber issue? Is it a crypto issue? Ransomware intrinsically is an online crime. Can it exist without crypto? Certainly. Is it easier for bad actors with crypto? Absolutely. Has that been one of the factors in this devastating proliferation of ransomware that we've seen? Yes, it has. The role of cryptocurrencies and being able to for bad actors to have these very lucrative incidents, where there are rapid payments that are, anonymous or pseudonymous. That said, it's important to understand the relationship between ransomware and cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. Since ransomware is an online crime, and Bitcoin, which is of course the currency of the internet, it's important for the public generally to understand, what are the different factors and why we're seeing this increase in ransomware. Bitcoin, as the currency of the internet is just one of those factors. And I think it is important to distinguish that cryptocurrency from others, and I'll say why in a moment. But I think it's important for the public generally to understand the other factors that have led to, this increase in ransomware incidents, including, just the ransomware kits that are now so easily accessible on the dark web. Our increasing presence online where bad actors can meet and train each other. Our move to the Internet of Things that is now so ubiquitous that you hardly even hear Internet of Things anymore because it's now just become our reality. And the various attack vectors that exposes. And the lack of adequate resources of small and medium-sized businesses and schools, educational facilities, healthcare facilities, all of these things together are all part of, this trend that we've seen. And I'm glad to see efforts, like what we've just heard about, including the Ransomware Task Force to bring awareness to the public. And I think one of the reasons that's really important, and this is kind of picking up on something we heard earlier today, is because we need to make sure that the message gets beyond DC, that, when people are victims, it doesn't mean it's their fault. And that speaking up about, incidents actually helps each other and it helps prevent further incidents. And I can't emphasize that enough. Going from flying from Utah last night to DC this morning, going back to Minnesota tomorrow, I think that message is extremely important. And the learnings that we can get from law enforcement to see the trends, to be able to, identify them and, try to avoid them are extremely important. Going back to the one thing that I said about cryptocurrency and Bitcoin, I think it is important to distinguish certain cryptocurrencies from other digital assets, which you can call alternative assets, you can call ancillary assets. It is important to know that there is a role that they can have actually in helping stem the tide of ransomware by enabling technologies. And what I'm thinking of now is specifically are data storage solutions that are distributed and ransomware resistant, that are enabled by the use of digital assets that enable payments that wouldn't be possible on traditional banking rails. So in a distributed data storage solution, we take advantage of unused bandwidth and capacity, and are able to make payments to storage node operators around the world. What this results in is a data storage platform that does not have that honeypot of data that the bad actors love to see and attack, and actually provide a ransomware resistant solution.
Oh, absolutely. And we're going to come back to this in a minute, because I think it's a really important aspect of the ecosystem that is not always emphasized. Yes, please go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, so I just wanted to go back to something you said before about the importance of people understanding the threat and being in communication with each other, with law enforcement. As I talked about before, about trying to incentivize victims of attacks to come forward. Of course, as I mentioned, we're trying to seize ransomware payments and get them back to victims. But the other thing we're doing is we're taking and sharing the information that we get from victims with other folks in the same industry, or for whatever reason we think might be a target. We're able to share indicators, red flags, things that defenders can use to upgrade their systems and defend and become more resilient against any kind of an attack. So it really is getting victim notifications to law enforcement, and then using some of the different groups that we've put together, industry groups, to share that information can help everybody. And so that's another reason why it's so critical from our perspective to get input from those who've been attacked. The other thing I just want to point out there that was, I think, groundbreaking for us was quite recently we were able to use some lawful tools to not only share information about an attack group, but actually infiltrate their system. This is the Hive ransomware group. We were able to, the FBI was able to use court orders to gain access to Hive systems and basically filch the decryptor keys from the system and share them with victims. We were able to also learn from their systems who was being targeted, and then share the decryptor keys with those folks. And I think we were able to ward off at a conservative estimate of about $130 million in ransom payments by doing that. And I think it's an example of both our effort to be proactive rather than just sit back and try to arrest the guy who started Hive. We're getting into their systems, we're using lawful means to do so, and then we're sharing that information with victims. And the more we were able to learn from that about 20 to 30% of those victims were reaching out to law enforcement. So if we could move that number from 20 to 30% up to 70 to 80%, we could make even more of an impact than I think we're already making.
That's incredible. I mean, I think just letting people know that there are tools that can be used to mitigate the risk here, I think is incredibly important. And it's also a deterrent, I think, in many ways to criminals who, when they understand that this may not be as turnkey a solution as they think, maybe they don't use it as much. But I think I'd like to pivot on that to you, Marshall and Brian, because I'd love to hear from you. You know, you've described a number of actions. There've been additional actions that have been taken, but first, from the DOJ perspective, Marshall, could you kind of describe some of the more prominent actions that have been taken? And you described some of the tools, but we'd love to hear what you think are the most effective tools that have been used. As a former forfeiture nerd, I'm happy to see that forfeiture in many ways is tailor-made to disrupting these networks. But it would be great to hear the tools that have been most effective. From
Sure. Well, I'm an aspiring forfeiture nerd, but I haven't reached your status yet, Jay. So I think what my boss, Lisa Monaco, the Deputy Attorney General, would say, I think to that is we're going to use every tool, and that there are a suite of tools, and that we're not going to leave any of them unused. So they range. And I think, again, going back to something I said before, we're very much trying not to just see ourselves as prosecutors, and thus the tool that we would use normally being arrests and prosecutions. We're certainly not going to stop going after bad actors and using that tool, but we're trying to use a bunch of more proactive tools so that we can get onto our front foot, be proactive, and take the fight to cyber criminals, many of whom are actually hard to put handcuffs on because they're in locations that are hard to reach. So what are some of the different tools we use? Forfeiture is definitely one of them. And here, I think people probably think, if you think at all about forfeiture, of getting money, just taking money back, like the ransomware payments I mentioned before. That's a little more challenging in the cryptocurrency space, but we've been pretty successful at it. But we've also used forfeiture orders and other court orders to forfeit things like servers, and take down the tools of the trade, the infrastructure of ransomware, by going after also, websites, and taking those down, putting up splash pages so that when you try to go to the mixer, if you're a bad actor, you see that what you had used before has now been taken down by the FBI and many of our foreign partners. We're working extremely closely with our foreign counterparts in ways that are more intense and deeper than we've ever done before. So here we've been very busy building those relationships and helping other countries stand up tools like forfeiture laws that they can use as well in their areas of responsibility to complement the work that we're doing. And because again, I'm going to throw acronyms around there. We have the International Virtual Currency Initiative, the IVCI, which is not really, IVC doesn't really work that well. But at any rate, the point is, I think there's just a huge amount of effort going on here to try to understand that we are not going to solve this problem as the United States alone. It has to be in conjunction with our partners, and it's not going to be the Department of Justice alone. We also work very closely with many of our other agencies, including the Department of Treasury. And I'll hand it over to Brian to talk a little bit about some of the critical sanctions work that is part of this all-of-government effort.
No, and my comments are really going to track very closely with Marshall's. From our perspective, really, the most important line of effort in many ways is really that engagement with the industry, promoting AML, CFT compliance, which provides the types of financial intelligence through suspicious activity reports and other reporting that can really push these bad actors out of this ecosystem. And then again, making sure that there's appropriate adherence to sanctions. And then to Marshall's point is really, how do we best get after sort of bad actors and their facilitators and the infrastructure that they're using. So we do that through sanctions designating. So designating the actors, the infrastructure, including wallets that we see used by ransomware criminals as well. And we've done now about 33 people and 3 VASPs at this point. And just a couple of examples of the way and the reason we think this work is effective. Just last month, we designated a dark net market that had over 1.5 million compromised credentials on it, which was a key enabler of ransomware. And we did that work in coordination with the Department of Justice, and going after the dark net markets is a significant priority of ours because we see how effective getting after those markets can be. Well back in 2017, FinCEN used its authorities to go after a Russian VAS, which is called BTCE, that at the time was processing the vast majority, I think 95% of ransomware payments. So looking at these particular nodes that have a big impact on the ecosystem is how we've largely focused our efforts on the sort of how do we disrupt, detect. And then all of that work, I think, has been, to Marshall's point about a lot of these actors being overseas, we've really had to rely on foreign partners, authorities, and we have seen how effective that partnership can be, particularly at getting after infrastructure and people that aren't in the United States. And recently, we designated a VASP in that facilitated Russian financial bad actors effectively, including Conti, which is obviously the big ransomware group. And we did that both with the Department of Justice. We designated the entity Bizzolato. DOJ went after their leadership, and then working with the French, they were able to get at the infrastructure. So we found that to be very effective. And in the context of our work with international partners, sort of the biggest line of effort for us has been working closely with the Financial Action Task Force, the FATF, which is the international body that sets AML, CFT standards. What we see as a significant vulnerability is the fact that many countries don't have any meaningful AML CFT standards as it relates to virtual asset service providers. That leads to an incredible amount of jurisdictional arbitrage. It hinders our ability to get after bad actors in this ecosystem with the speed and all of the things that make it attractive to them. So working with them, we've done reports, and we have a working group that I won't give you the acronym for because you won't remember it. We will continue to do that. And then the last thing I'll just note on the international front, I think you'll hear from Ann Newberger later, but working closely in the context of the Countering Ransomware Initiative, we're leading a policy group in that context. And we found that to be a very effective forum to focus international partners' attention on this issue and why it's so critical.
That's super, super interesting. I want to pivot a little bit now and build off something that Catherine, you mentioned before. And I think it's important for this group to understand that while crypto has this vector, this threat vector when it comes to ransomware, there are actually some really interesting ways in which crypto actually portends the creation of a more hardened internet, if you will. And there's some really interesting work being done by your company and others. And I'd love for you to kind of go into a couple of things. One is, storage is at the forefront of using decentralized technology to create less vulnerable storage of information. It's still obviously embryonic in a lot of ways, but and there's also a portion of this, and I'm going to shift after this to the government perspectives on this, but part of the vulnerability of the internet is that privacy is very hard on today's internet. And that's kind of the backbone of some of these storage systems and the way we think about what Web3 will do to the architecture of the internet. So would love to hear your perspective sitting where you are at this innovative company about what the future portends for maybe having some technological solutions to solving the ransomware problem.
Thanks for that question. It's a really good one. And I think it's important to understand the distinction between decentralization and distributed solutions. So storage is a distributed data storage solution. So the data doesn't sit on the blockchain. The way that we use blockchain technology is to enable payments to, as I mentioned before, providers around the world data storage. This also enables one of the greenest data storage solutions because we're using already existing hardware. We're not building up a bunch of data centers. We're not using a bunch of electricity for these new data centers. Essentially how you can think of Airbnb or Uber as using existing tools and resources. So that distinction is important. Decentralization is great. It's not the answer to everything. And, I do think it's important, though, to think about how decentralization can enable tools that are designed to address some of these really pressing issues, such as, when it comes to data storage, breaches, ransomware, and protecting data privacy, because these solutions are superior to traditional data storage, far superior. Turning to the question of privacy, which I think is an interesting one to grapple with a little bit, because I think when people think about cryptocurrency, they think about illicit activity, they think about, privacy, they think about, all of the horrible things that can happen online, right? Privacy unquestionably is one of our core democratic values, right? But when we're talking about privacy, it's important to ask what kind of privacy. Data privacy is really important. We're seeing laws being developed around the world and within the US in individual states to protect data privacy. We're thinking about the legacy of us now, as we're seeing these ransomware attacks on children, where it's this really, it's this double whammy, because not only are the schools being attacked, but the data privacy of our children is being put at risk. There's no question that we all want to protect data privacy. When we talk about privacy, though, you don't often hear financial activity privacy, do you? There's a reason. We all live in this society together, and we want our markets to function, and we need to know that, the money that's going into them is not coming from illicit criminal activity. And so when we have solutions that enable distributed technologies to address pressing problems, it also enables us to protect data privacy, not financial illicit activity.
That's great. Thank you, Catherine. And I'd like to we're coming on time, and I want to leave at least a couple of minutes for questions, but I'd love to turn to the government perspective on this, because not talking about any specific actions that may have been taken, but Treasury has been very active in this area. DOJ has built as well in terms of mixers and tumblers and their use of this. And yet I think it's validly the government's perspective that mixers and tumblers per se are not illegal. Privacy is not illegal, but that anonymity and kind of the use of hardwired anonymity is problematic from an illicit finance perspective. But that creates a lot of tensions, and there are instances in which when you go after something that's being used, innocent parties are harmed who are trying to protect their legitimate privacy interests. So I'd love to hear perspectives on how, Brian, Treasury is thinking about this kind of balance between privacy as a legitimate civil liberty interest and anonymity / privacy as a threat or a vulnerability in the crypto ecosystem.
No, I appreciate very much the question, and really I think the answer boils down in some ways to this type of engagement is really critical. And what Catherine mentioned, it is, I think it has been true ever for as long as TFI and FinCEN and OFAC have existed, that innovation sort of goes hand in hand with illicit finance risks. So it's just like, how do we manage those risks? And as noted, we are, I think, collectively all trying to really support responsible innovation. So what does that actually look like? That's innovation that really considers, integrates, and balances privacy and security in the design and the architecture of the innovation itself, which would include features that can mitigate national security and illicit finance risk, much in the way that you have described. So we get better from our side, from the government side, when we're regularly engaging industry on how we can do that and how we can collectively use our tools to do that. And I see the sign is telling me to wrap up. Just really quickly on mixers, I think, obviously it provides that anonymity that makes it, these illicit actors are not, they're intelligent. So they understand that these mixers can largely be used to obfuscate the movement of origin destination of these assets, and that they can be used to do that while reducing law enforcement visibility into the movement of those goods. We've seen that illicit actors are really capitalizing on this. Particularly concerning is the use of these tools by North Korea. We've seen that it has resulted in billions of dollars of assets in support of its weapons of mass destruction program, and for us, this is a core national security issue and an incredible challenge. So I think to the point of this engagement, it's really incumbent upon all of us, private sector, public sector, to work together to address this issue and figure out what the most appropriate ways to ensure that virtual assets really incorporate payment technology that doesn't become attractive to money laundering and other illicit activity.
Fantastic. And Marshall, I think you have about 30 seconds, but
okay, I can be quick. I think on this space, we go after the worst of the worst actors. So we go out after the mixers and the exchanges that are basically marketing themselves because they're trying to make themselves attractive to criminals. That's what we're focused on as prosecutors. So I think ensuring that we have a clear regulatory system and the tools that we need from a legislative standpoint, which we've asked for some additional tools around things like unlicensed money transmitting, extending statute of limitations, and other forfeiture capabilities so that we can go after the worst of the worst actors effectively. I think it's incumbent on the regulatory folks, which is outside our area of responsibility, to equally create more clarity here so that good actors can market their businesses to folks who want it, the privacy and anonymity for good reasons, and we can go after the bad actors.
Fantastic. And the hook just came out. So want to thank IST for allowing us to participate in this event. I hope you found it enjoyable, but thank you.
While we allow folks to reshuffle, we will have a break, I think after this conversation, yes. Well, after Ms. Newberger and after the next panel. So if you all can help me keep Ms. Newberger on schedule, we will hopefully then continue to be in her good graces. So it was mentioned by Undersecretary Nelson, the Counter Ransomware Initiative. And last fall, I was honored to represent the Ransomware Task Force at the International Counter Ransomware Initiative, along with Michael Daniel and a number of the coalition's members at its second summit at the White House. The summit brought together, as I think most of you know, representatives of the initiative, which is 36 countries in the European Union, together with civil society and the private sector. While I was there, I was pleased to highlight the priority recommendations of the task force, the work that we published last fall, including the Blueprint for Ransomware Defense, as well as the Cyber Incident Reporting Framework. I also commended the members of the Ransomware Task Force for their actions to date and their ongoing commitment to addressing ransomware. So please join me in welcoming Deputy National Security Advisor Ann Newberger for an update on the Counter Ransomware Initiative.
Good afternoon. It's so nice to look around the room and see so many colleagues and friends who have worked in the area of cybersecurity for so long. So it's really terrific to be here. And as I mentioned when I walked in, I really feel like instead of saying thank you that I'm here because of the work IST does and because I'm so grateful for the insights and advice and just great ideas that have come out of IST. You've met with me and my team at the National Security Council many times as we've worked to kind of catalyze US government's unified approach to countering ransomware. And I'm very, very grateful for the work and congratulations on all that's been accomplished. So ransomware attacks have major national security impact. Coming into my job, I truly expected that nation-state cyber attacks would be the core driver of both domestic and international cyber policy. And I can say that instead, criminal ransomware activity has really been a core driver. When I think about what's driven our domestic cyber policy forward, certainly the colonial cyber attack catalyzed action, highlighted the level of resilience improvements needed, highlighted the need for us to have a way to counter the illicit movement of crypto that drives the escalating ransomware activity, highlighted the need for us to work with international partners on what is foundationally a transnational threat. Infrastructure can be in one set of countries, actors in another set of countries, or typically they're usually in one, and then attacking a set of networks in another set, right? So that's a transnational problem that takes transnational cooperation. In the period from 2020 to 2022, there were 6,516 ransomware attacks around the world. In that same period, there were 438 attacks against hospital or healthcare in the US and 244 attacks against schools. Think about those numbers. And those go beyond stealing data, which is of course often a concern. They're disrupting critical services in the US and around the world, services that our citizens rely on, services that our government is committed to ensuring our citizens can rely on. So again, a thank you for everybody who's here who takes fighting ransomware seriously and has committed time and effort and knowledge to that fight. We've made solid progress against ransomware in the last couple of years. The recent Hive takedown is a superb example, but there's so much more that we need to do. So today I will give you an update on the Biden administration's efforts to counter ransomware in our main effort, the International Counter Ransomware Initiative, which brings a whole of government approach from the US and works to catalyze and drive the same with what is now 40 international partners around the world. What's been done and what we're doing now and aiming to accomplish in the run-up to the third International Counter Ransomware Initiative, which we'll host here in October. So to give you a sense of the buy-in and support around the world for countering ransomware, when we launched the initiative, there were 32 countries involved. Last year in October 2022, when we had the second international initiative, we had 36 countries plus the European Union. And just since then till now, there are 3 new countries who have joined: Jordan, Costa Rica, and Colombia. And what's really terrific about hearing that is the breadth of the partnership. From Nigeria, which co-leads the diplomacy panel with Germany, to Singapore, to Lithuania, which co-leads the resilience efforts with India, to, of course, the countries I just mentioned who have now joined and who have a mentor country guiding them. It's also building international partnership in a key way, building ties, because when we talk about potentially countering Chinese malicious cyber activity, there are some countries who will say, we don't want to do that publicly and together. When we talk about countering Russian nation state activity, there are some countries who may have concerns about doing so. When we talk about countering cybercrime, we can build the kind of international cyber coalition to take on and drive that operationalization of working disruption together, ensuring that crypto entities or banks put in place know your customer entities. Our diplomacy, we can truly build that unified international global cyber coalition, which we all know is foundational to making cyberspace secure and safe for the world. So as I mentioned, we're at the 2-year mark of the Ransomware Task Force, soon approaching the 3rd summit in October. So it's a great time to reflect on what's worked, quite candidly, what we've learned doesn't work, which is just as important, and to focus on the outcomes of our global disruption effort. And the conversations IST has put together today are really at the heart of some of the most difficult ongoing policy discussions that we're grappling with in the Counter Ransomware Initiative and within the administration and with discussions with our international partners. And I'll highlight 3 really difficult policy areas that we're currently grappling with. First, measuring the impact of our disruption efforts. On the heels of the Hive and the Genesis takedowns, we want to ask ourselves, we know it has a disruptive impact. For how long? How do we extend how long that lasts? How do we ensure these disruptions have foundational impact on the infrastructure, on the people, on the money laundering networks that make this possible and that drive it? Second, crypto. We know the core role illicit use of crypto plays in ransomware. It's all about the money. We've worked hard around the world to drive Know Your Customer, to drive designations of mixers. The tornado.cash designation was a good example of that, because mixers often serve as the money laundering network for crypto. But there's so much more to do. We still see crypto exchanges who won't work to address these issues. We still know there's many other countries. So how do we drive what we need to apply the lessons we've learned from fiat currency to find and block money laundering to the world of crypto? We've made significant progress. Again, I highlight the designations. I highlight the engagement of the Department of Treasury, and I know Brian was just here in working around the world to implement Know Your Customer rules. I highlight the work in the Financial Action Task Force, but we know more is needed. And finally, a question that we've grappled with both within the US government and bilaterally as well as multilaterally now in the Counter-Ransomware Initiative. And that is, do we ban ransomware with a waiver? Fundamentally, money drives ransomware. And for an individual entity, it may be that they make a decision to pay. But for the larger problem of ransomware, that is the wrong decision. Now, there may be an individual entity, a major hospital, an emergency services, that we just are committed to bringing their services back up as quickly as possible. So when we think about banning ransom payments, we would do so with a waiver, e.g. notifying, asking the permission of the relative US government. It's a difficult question. It's one we've grappled with. But with all the work that we've done together over the last 2 years on disruption, on resilience, the fact that we still look today at the Dallas Police Department suffering a ransomware attack, and we know, of course, that is an entity that's an important entity for critical services in this country. We have to ask ourselves, would that be helpful more broadly? Companies and others didn't make ransom payments. So that's a question that I know, IST grapples with as well, and it's certainly a very hard one. So as I mentioned, these are issues we're both working through in our own policy processes, as well as through the international CRI. And specifically on the crypto piece, I want to highlight the co-leadership of the UK and Singapore, who lead that panel of work within the Counter-Ransomware Initiative. It's a particularly cool part of the initiative in that while the US catalyzed it and built it, countries stepped up to lead each of the core lines of work. And to make sure that I covered each one and gave a shout out to all, I'll just repeat. So resilience is co-led by India and Lithuania, a very large country and a small one. And we try to do that bridging because countries have different amounts of capacity and resources to apply to the problem set. I mentioned countering illicit use of crypto by the UK and Singapore, clearly global banking titans, who we felt also brought capacity building skills to help the smaller countries learn that. Disruption, led by Australia, which has had a very difficult year and is very committed to those disruption efforts. Diplomacy, led by Germany and Nigeria. Again, Nigeria began to co-lead with the goal of bringing in the global south, which is suffering from cybercrime and may lack capacity and resources, and we certainly wanted to bring that voice into our work. And indeed, as I mentioned, the membership ranges from Honduras to Estonia to India to represent kind of what global countries face. So I'll step back for a moment and just give some quick background on the coalition itself and what we focused on in the first two summits. The first two summits were focused first on a shared understanding of the threat picture. It was a slide that our Director of National Intelligence put up summarizing the thousands of attacks happening around the world, which regions, which sectors, who the actors are, kind of level set knowledge by all countries around the world. And then the second was building that effective coalition base, learning how we bring countries together and operationally, how they have regular calls, how they drive work together. Now, in this third year, we're focused on first, expanding the tent, doing exercises. India and Lithuania each conducted an exercise in their region, recognizing the differences in time zones, so that countries could learn from each other. How do you detect an attack? How do you rapidly respond? How do you communicate to your public who may be concerned about critical services? And they were able to learn from each other. And as I said, foundationally building the muscle of that global cyber coalition that we seek. The second thing we've done since the coalition meeting in October was launching the International Counter-Ransomware Task Force led by Australia, which seeks to build links building on the work that's done by our Department of Justice to disrupt operations together worldwide. That now includes Interpol. Interpol asked to join and is a valuable partner. And their work is operationalizing the policy. So for example, the Department of Justice gave a brief on their Hive takedown, talking about how they built the international cooperation and helping build that capacity among other members to drive disruption. And the third key effort launched since October is enabling more countries to take leadership roles, such as the UAE and Israel, who partner on an information sharing initiative. And as I mentioned, we look forward to hosting the next summit in October and bringing that work to the broader effort. Just last month, the International Counter-Ransomware Task Force had its launch in Belfast, and they focused on integrating the private sector systematically and concretely into this work. As folks know, at the last summit in October, the private sector fully participated, and we talked about now how to make that actually a part of the muscle of the work. And certainly, when we think about the work that's been done for disruption, the work that Microsoft targeting unlicensed copies of Cobalt Strike is just one example of what the private sector can bring. And as last October, we expect the Ransomware Task Force to be there and fully participating. So before I close, I want to highlight and give thanks for a number of key disruption efforts that have happened in the last 6 months that really represent the community stepping up and saying, we now really need to tackle from a disruption perspective. First, last November, the FBI arrested one of the top global cyber fugitives, Vyacheslav Penchikov, more affectionately known as Tank, in Geneva. In January, with the takedown of Hive's servers and infrastructure, the FBI and global partners made significant progress in dismantling the ransomware as a service ecosystem. And in January, as you know, Treasury and the FBI partnered with a number of European partners to take a host of actions against a cryptocurrency exchange, Bislato, and its operators, including issuing the first order pursuant to the Combating Russian Money Laundering Act. And just last month, as I mentioned, Microsoft's Digital Crimes Unit and partner firms led an effort to disrupt Cobalt Strike through seizing domains related to criminal activity. These approaches working together show what's possible. And that's why I'm so excited to be here. And I look forward to hearing the input from the IST community as we seek to eliminate ransomware together. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that terrific introduction to the next panel, which is all about international and domestic collaboration to counter ransomware, which will be moderated by our Senior Advisor for International Engagement, Ms. Elizabeth Vish. So welcome to the stage, and we will take a break after this.
No. Okay. There we go. Gave it a second. Excellent. You might need to slide yours on. Excellent. Well, thank you so much. I am really honored to be able to moderate such a great panel following some really excellent speakers, especially Ms. Newberger. So I'll go ahead and get started with a first question to our panelists. I'm going to start by introducing Patrick Hallahan. He is the Minister Counselor for the Department of Home Affairs at the Australian Embassy here in the United States. Would love to hear a little bit more about the work that Australia is doing in the International Counter-Ransomware Task Force, what your priorities are, and a few next steps. Anything you can tell us.
Thank you very much.
Just give it a second. Turn it on and then. Yeah, now try.
Now try. Okay, you can hear me now? Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And I sort of, as I was listening to Anne talk and make her comments, I thought she's stealing all of my thunder. She's, she's talking about all of the amazing things that are happening. Look, a couple of observations, which again, I'm going to echo a number of the things that Ms. Newberger said. First and foremost, Australia very much sees value in leaning into international efforts to counter ransomware. We have a first-hand lived experience of dealing with cyber attack. We've had some very significant cyber compromises in the last sort of 9 months or so. They've fallen into the category of either ransomware or cyber extortion. And by that, I mean probably the distinction being the capture of personal identifying information, and we're going to do the following things with that information if you don't pay us money. So we've had some quite substantial sort of watershed moments. We've cared about cybersecurity for a long time. We're currently in the process of writing our third cybersecurity strategy since 2016, and that reflects the nature of the evolving challenge that we're confronting. But when we have the opportunity to lean in through the CRI initiative, we grab that with both hands. So we are sort of technically leading, if you'd like, in providing secretariat for the International Counter-Ransomware Task Force, but really important to note that there's some excellent work being driven in that construct by other nations. Really what it's seeking to do, if you'd like, is provide that opportunity and the forum through which best practice can be shared. We talked and heard before, and both earlier panels and Ms. Newberger discussed the international aspects of this challenge, the multi and often multi-jurisdictional response that is necessary to these challenges. So I think about Hive, and I think the UK, the US, Germany, and the Netherlands. It's their challenging, complex issues which require sort of coordinated responses. So what we're seeking to do and progress through the task force is to provide the forum through which best practice can be shared across countries around targeting frameworks. Information sharing can be better facilitated. Information to the CRI more broadly on major disruptions can be better facilitated. And to examine and take forward opportunities for better engagement with the private sector over time. Because the simple fact of the matter is, as with all cybersecurity issues, more often than not, the private sector are the first people to spot it and generally best placed to remediate. So I think sort of in a nutshell, there's some of the immediate priorities for us in the CRI task force.
Thank you so much. And that's the perfect segue to our next panelist. Megan O'Neill is a principal security architect at Amazon Web Service. And Megan, I wanted to talk, we've seen a lot of progress over the last 2 years, including outside the United States. And at the same time, the threat actors keep pushing ahead to keep their profits flowing, innovating in terrible ways. Can you talk a little bit about the trends you're seeing in the expanding threat landscape, especially as relevant for clients that are outside of maybe Western Europe and North America? What should they be thinking about when they want to defend themselves from ransomware attacks? And what are the best practices that they can put into place?
Awesome. Yeah. Is my mic on? Okay, great. First of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. This is something that I've specifically focused on at AWS for the past 3 years. And, it's a big topic, and we want to make sure our customers are prepared and they're meeting their strong cybersecurity requirements and guidelines and shoring up protections. So I think, just some of the reports that we've seen, right? The Sonic Wall Defense report that came out earlier this year is saying that in 2020, US ransomware attacks were trending up. 2021, they were also trending up. And 2022, they were actually starting to trend down. But across the international landscape, of course, trending up. So I think, as we heard earlier today, there's been successful takedowns. And I think that's made huge progress. But we also need to give credit that folks are taking ransomware serious, especially in the US and across borders as well. So I think, we need to give customers and security teams credit for all the work they're doing to prepare. And especially the IST, the IST blueprint for ransomware defense that was released has done a lot for small and medium businesses that maybe have smaller security teams that need to work on how they address and protect themselves from ransomware. So I think, a lot has come out as far as how to protect, your organization from ransomware, and big steps have been made. But internationally, I think, we have more we can do, right? And I think so, one of the items AWS is currently working on is an AWS blueprint for ransomware defense, complementary to the IST's ransomware defense. And that's going to come out in a couple of weeks here. I'm very excited about that. My team's been working on that for several months. And we need to take that and translate it so that customers in other regions and countries can be successful in that implementation and protecting themselves from ransomware. And I also think, information sharing, cross-border information sharing can really, really help. I think there's threat intelligence, vulnerability data, attack techniques where we're sharing this information across borders. It's really going to help customers with their capability to protect themselves and respond to ransomware events.
Thank you so much. With that all, speaking of cross borders, I'm going to turn to Chris Painter. As with Jay, Chris was my first boss in the cyber world, so we go way back. Chris is here wearing two hats. First, he is one of the ransomware co-chairs, ransomware task force co-chairs, and he is also the president of the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise Foundation. So thank you, Chris, for joining with Hat Switch. I wanted to start, can you tell, the GFCE has members across the globe. I believe over 100 countries now are part of the GFCE. Can you tell us a little bit about the progress that GFCE members are making towards prioritizing ransomware and taking steps to combat cybercrime in general?
Yeah, let me start then. It's good to see you all again. Many friends in the audience too. And I think it's a good, I want to start though by just congratulating Ann and the White House team and what they've been able to achieve in the last 2 years. When we started this ransomware task force report, which is now about 2 years and 6 months ago, when Phil Rainier called me and others and Michael Daniel and others, one of the concerns we had was this had just become shelfware. It would be another report that you wrote and no one would look at it. And there were obvious reasons going on pipelines and others that John mentioned that triggered that to be much more front and center. But one of the number one things we said in the report was this is not a one-off. This is not something you can fix really quickly. Governments are great at doing things really quickly and then moving on to the next bright, shiny thing. I know that because I was in government a long time. Because it's easier, right? It's harder to prioritize long-term a problem that seems at first intractable, but then you need to make progress against incrementally, and it really requires and across a whole range of different efforts. So certainly commend Australia for the work you're doing, commend all the members of the Counter Ransomware Initiative and the US for really keeping, and look, I was skeptical. I didn't think the US would be able to keep the heat on. I didn't think other countries would, and they have. And that alone is a major success. This hasn't dropped off the front pages, and I think that's important. The GFC, as Elizabeth mentioned, it's a multi-stakeholder group. It's countries, it's civil society, it's academia, it's a lot of companies as well, including some in this room, and Palo Alto, for instance, and Microsoft. And so, it is an ecosystem that looks at capacity building. And of course, as you'd expect, there's a range of activity of those members. Some are much more advanced in thinking about this, some are not. But that's part of the reason for having this organization, is to share information between the different parts of that organization to try to bring someone up to, bring people up to the same speed, but also share things that work, things that don't work. And ransomware really has become, as it has really everywhere, one of the key things that people have focused on. What we've seen internationally is a lot of activity by, countries who also are members of the GFC that other people can learn from. We've seen, for instance, Singapore standing up its ransomware, its own ransomware task force, its own report. And maybe when we get to a later question, I'll actually detail, it will sound very familiar, some of the things that they talked about in their report that was released back in last November. We see, countries who've been victims like Costa Rica, but we see every country, and this is my experience, every country I've talked to in Latin America and Asia and Africa is worried about this. And it's different. They're not as worried about nation, some are, but many are not as worried about nation state activity because they say, the victims of that are going to be the US and Australia and you guys. They're never going to, we don't have to worry about that. A, not true, but B, they should worry about it. But B, regardless of that, they understand the immediate impact of ransomware. And the good thing about that, the silver lining of that, is it's a use case that is forcing these countries to prioritize cybersecurity, to do more about this, particularly in the global south. And I think that's really an important thing. The one thing I would say, though, is, recently I was in Latin America for a big conference. There are a lot of countries who are not yet part of the Counter Ransomware Initiative who'd like to be. And I think that's, music to my ears when Ann talked about expanding, and it's always been expansion. I think there are even more knocking on the door. And obviously you have to balance, operational concerns with having more people in the club, but I think there are people who really care about this now. Their governments care about that, and that's really important. And we certainly have seen. This is in the ransomware task, the report we released this morning. And if you look at the couple footnotes, footnote 1 and 2, it talks about increased activity, particularly in Latin America, increased activity in the ASEAN region. And that's true. And it's not limited to those two areas, but we're seeing a real increase there because with ransomware, it's not just the big countries. It's wherever the money is. It's wherever there's an opportunity because it's still far too easy. And they'll target the weakest links, the countries that don't have good infrastructure, don't have good law enforcement, don't have good rules and policies in place. And that's exactly why it's so important to bring these into the club to do more capacity building for them. And indeed, one of the things we're doing is a capacity building effort, which I'll talk about later on.
Excellent. Thanks so much. And thank you for flagging the international pieces of the progress report that we released this morning. It's definitely an area that we are focused on at IST and within the ransomware task force. So looking forward to supporting governments that want to make progress.
And I should just note, one of the things that hasn't been mentioned, I don't think today, was the ecosystem, the payment ecosystem, mapping the payment ecosystem. And that was released by IST. That's a really valuable document, but it also shows the transnational nature of this and why we need to focus on this. So that, if you haven't looked at that document, look at that document too. Just don't look at the report, look at all the supporting stuff. That's an important one.
Thanks so much. Patrick, turning back to you, it's really exciting to hear about all the great work that the CRI is doing. And I was particularly excited to see when Australia announced the launch of the International Counter Ransomware Task Force, the emphasis really on practical, taking policy ideas and implementing them in practice within the CRI membership. Can you tell us a bit about the ways, I particularly want to pull on the thread of exchanging cyber threat intelligence and building up the practice of exchanging between CRI members. Can you tell us a little bit about how that's working or how it is envisioned to work? Because I know you're just getting started. And also a little bit about how the private sector is contributing to that process.
Certainly, yeah. So, I mean, I think, and Anne touched on this in her remarks, 3 weeks ago in Belfast, there was in the sidelines of UK Cyber Week, there was a meeting of the task force. That was a joint meeting with the policy pillar, and the policy pillar under CRI is led by the UK and Singapore. The reason that's important is it recognises the importance of making sure that the policy work is influencing the consideration of operational responses. A couple of observations I'd make. I mean, I think the task force itself is not really designed to direct operational activity. It's very much respectful of different accountabilities and different authorities in different jurisdictions, but it is one of the really important elements of the task force is that information sharing. It's that ability to demonstrate through case studies, through practical examples, through practical evidence of operational disruption that has worked well, to share that, to offer that up and develop other sort of tools and toolkits that can help countries to both respond and undertake their own sort of disruption activities. Again, I said at the beginning, I felt like Anne had said a lot of the sorts of things that I at least wanted to touch on. She used the phrase muscle. From my perspective, and touching on Chris's points, the sort of the buy-in internationally in the CRI has been really, really impressive. The fact that there are more countries that want to grow is really, really impressive. As Anne touched on, it's also a lot easier for a broader range of countries across the world to say, we don't like criminals. We don't like crime. It doesn't enliven some of the other sensitivities that are occasionally enlivened when you're thinking about state-based activity or more directly obvious state-based activity. So I'm really optimistic that, as you say, we're sort of, Elizabeth, it's sort of at the beginning of the journey, but I think effectively it's providing and will provide an excellent forum, I think, for that information sharing with a broader group of nations. There's 25 members at the moment of the CRI task force. It's a really good starting point. There is some excellent work. It's a mix of policy and operational agencies that are involved in those members. And I think what it's going to provide over time is a really, really useful resource through which practical information can be shared, whether it's tactics, techniques, and procedures that we're observing from the adversaries, or whether it's tactics, techniques, and procedures that we can apply against the adversaries. I think it's Italy is leading at the moment some work around mapping different accountabilities across jurisdictions. They get really, really important because when you think about what an operational response might look like, there are certain powers that Australian agencies might have to act in our jurisdiction, and there'll be other powers that other jurisdictions have that they can apply. And the more that that's well understood, it doesn't replace the really important operational relationships that rightly exist between operational partners. But I think it's a really useful resource base to support and assist people to think more creatively about how they might apply those various tools across different jurisdictions to really take the fight up. So I think, I'm quite optimistic, and I was asked a similar question last week at the RSA, and put most simply, I think the thing that I'm, most impressed by and see most value in is we're starting to have the right conversations as an international community about the things we need to be talking about. And that's really, really useful and really, really helpful. Unquestionably, one of the next steps that we need to sort of do more thinking about and definitely kind of take forward is the engagement with industry. It's the engagement with the private sector. Because as I said, such important operators within the ecosystem more broadly, but also just the intelligence and insight and knowledge and response capability that's resident outside government is fundamentally important to response here.
That is a perfect segue for my question to Megan about reporting. One of the things that IST and the RTF International Engagement Working Group is looking at is reporting requirements, both reporting nationally requirements as well as voluntary reporting. Can you tell a little bit, talk to us a little bit about the reporting requirements faced and the importance of harmonization and sort of synchronization between those?
Yeah, definitely. I think, I think we need to, customers are challenged with, different reporting requirements across different countries, whether it's 6 hours, 72 hours, 24 hours, it's a fast turnaround. And so if you're dealing with an event like a ransomware event, it's going to take some time to analyze what's even happening, right? So I think, anytime, customers, organizations impacted by ransomware, I think the first thing I usually tell folks is execute and exercise your incident response playbooks, right? And have a part of your response plan in that incident response playbook or run book. Make sure your stakeholders are involved and that you already have a plan for response, because that's really going to help you respond in the short time period that's required. And so, I think we can also do more as far as trying to align on what those reporting requirements are. And I think that's going to really, help how fast customers and organizations can respond. So I think that's important.
And I'll just highlight that we released a globally scoped CIRF, the Cyber Incident Reporting Framework, in collaboration with the Cyber Threat Alliance on IST's website that sort of outlines a few best practices and the framing question of should reporting be required or open and sort of voluntary. I realize that we are running low on time and want to open the discussion for questions, perhaps. If folks on the audience want to raise any questions and raise hands. Otherwise, looks like Chris wants to say something.
I thought you had a question for me.
Yeah, I have so many questions.
Scripted already.
I would say, for Chris, I wanted to ask ways that you've seen collaboration within the GFCE, and particularly you see GFCE members asking for help, right? Have you seen any trends with regard to ransomware and cybercrime within the GFCE membership?
Yeah, and ransomware is part of the larger cybercrime ecosystem. And I think the good thing is if you attack ransomware, you often, there are some unique aspects of ransomware, but it actually gets at the heart of some of the cybercrime, which is as you said, is a threat for every country. Now, the challenge, of course, is safe havens. That's more of a politicized issue. That's kind of harder. but you don't have to walk at the same speed on everything. You can do different things at different speeds, and it's important to do this collaboration. I think there is certainly that built-in need for that, and one of the things that the Counter Ransomware Initiative has asked GFC to do is to do a capacity building exercise to profile best practices of public-private collaboration, just what you said. And I think that's going to be valuable to every member of GFC, but actually every country around the world. I think that's going to be very helpful. Countries are taking cybercrime more seriously for lots of reasons, including this negotiation of this UN cybercrime treaty, which that's a whole other subject. It's sometimes like listening to paint dry, sometimes how long it's going to take. We'll see what happens. It's, there's a lot of work, and we'll see if it ends up with something that's I think valuable. But it again highlights ransomware as an issue for not just the big developed countries, but for every country around the world. And the requests we get, and the assistance kinds of requests we get from those countries, again, are they're useful lists. When we did the ransomware task force, we briefed a lot of countries, including Australia. We did a lot of briefings around the world because they wanted answers, they wanted solutions, and a lot of the solutions in the ransomware task force are transferable to other countries. Some are not, but a lot of them are, and I think that's valuable too. So countries are looking, and in the GFC context, they are really looking for examples. They're looking for lessons learned. They're looking to partner with other countries. Many of them are in the ransomware task force, not all of them, but that helps them learn as well. And I think we've seen that in a number of the meetings we've had, and I think we'll see that going forward.
For Patrick, so one of the challenges that IST and the ransomware task force highlight is the payment challenge, right? And I know that that's been a point of discussion within the CRI. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about Australia's views on next steps and best practices for helping make ransomware less profitable, implementing AML, CFT, and others, sort of drawing a little bit on some of the discussions we heard earlier with Treasury Undersecretary Nelson.
Happy to. I might steal something that Marshall said in that panel as well, which is probably my views as opposed to official Australian government views. So at the moment, the main reason for that is we're currently in the process of developing the next cybersecurity strategy. It's going to look at issues to do with ransomware. And I think if you're going to look at issues to do with ransomware, you need to look at things like insurance. You need to look at things like payments. I think as a matter of principle, we would seek to discourage the payment. It's a financially motivated crime type, and the more you pay, the more you generate the interest in further criminal activity of that kind. So it's a complex issue. It's definitely one that I know that we're thinking about carefully, and in the context of, I say, the sort of the development of the new strategy, and like a lot of issues, when you think about regulation, you've really got to weigh up the sort of, I guess, the costs and consequence of going down a certain pathway. So there'd be a clear good, I think, if you were to outlaw ransomware payments, but it's not always that simple. It's not always that simple. But I think the more that we can discourage, I think it's an important part of an operational response, or an important complementary part of responding to ransomware more broadly.
Excellent. Thanks so much. With that, I think we'd love to open the floor for questions. I know that there is so much going on in the globe about international counter-ransomware work. So I see a question in the front here.
I feel like I'm hogging all the questions. I hope that's okay. I'm wondering what the panel's thought is on whether or not we need kind of a new designation for how we define ransomware actors, because taking out whole countries, taking out hospitals, I realize they're not nation state actors, but they're carrying out nation state activities, but we tend to be operating within the criminal justice code for how we deal with them. And I wonder if there's another designation that we could use that would allow us to take even more aggressive actions.
I don't think you need to code it differently. I think countries have a range. Like, I used to be a prosecutor, I used to see every aspect of this, and I'd say countries can choose. I mean, they can treat it as a criminal justice matter in certain circumstances, and there are advantages of that, and there are mechanisms for that. They can also treat it as a national security matter, as the U.S. and Australia have. There's a range of disruptive things you can use. And going back to the area of safe havens, that's the full tool set. You're not going to lock up a country for providing a safe haven, but you're going to put a lot of pressure, et cetera, on them. So I don't think you need to separately designate it. I think the recognition that it's not just criminal, but it also is national security, even if the nation state is not acting itself, is important. And that's what I've seen. And that's going back to what other countries have asked. That's some of the questions of, like, they said, well, how do we approach this? What tools can we use? How can we partner with other countries who have tools that maybe we don't, to disrupt these organizations? And I think that's important.
Sort of additional comment I'd make, I suppose, which is really just goes to the benefit of a broader coalition internationally on these things. The more countries that you get that sign up to things like CRI, the less space there is, the less defensible it becomes to sit off on the sidelines and happily have this sort of crime type exported to the rest of the world from within your jurisdiction. That doesn't mean that there won't be certain countries that are reasonably comfortable for a time occupying that space, but I think there's also something to be said there. I mean, the broader the coalition internationally, the more that the normative standard is set around what the international community thinks is okay.
And you can also enhance penalties for if they attack critical infrastructure or hospitals, et cetera. That was done in the criminal context long ago, and you just apply that here so that it's a more risky, maybe they still don't think they're going to get caught, but if they get caught, the hammer is going to be bigger.
And I would just say from a personal opinion, of course, not changing the designation. I think I agree with you, Chris, but I think, one of the items in the actions of the ransomware task force is, to be flexible with funding for grants that already exist. And I think that is an area that, if we, continue to educate organizations on what's available, especially critical infrastructure, there's an opportunity there for these folks to take advantage of funds for things like bolstering their cybersecurity, which would be huge.
Excellent. Any additional questions from the audience? If not, I get to keep going, which is great. So Patrick, you mentioned that Australia is in the process of drafting a new cyber strategy. Without obviously getting ahead of that process, do you anticipate international collaboration permanently in the strategy? And can you tell us a little bit about how the process is integrating a global perspective?
Very happy to. So I said we had a cybersecurity strategy in 2016. The former government updated that in 2020 because the world was changing. We needed to do more. The government's now formed the view again, which goes to sort of the rate and pace of cyber challenges that we confront, that it's necessary to do another strategy now. International collaboration is fundamentally important. So in Australia's context, CRI is one example. We obviously work with our American, Japanese and Indian friends through the Quad. Cybersecurity is a very prominent part of the work that we focus on in the Quad. When I think about it from a telecommunications security perspective, we've happily worked with a broad range of partners internationally through things like the Prague proposals. International capacity development is again really, really important to us. It's really important to us both sort of unilaterally, if you'd like, in terms of thinking about how we can be good citizens, particularly within our immediate region, but not just within our immediate region, and how working with partners through the Quad or other constructs, lifting cyber resilience across the sort of our immediate region and worldwide is actually, it's broader good. It's not purely altruistic. We benefit from that as well because of the interconnectedness of the ecosystem. So, we've just gone through a public consultation process. I think we received roughly 310 submissions as part of the sort of submission process into some of the framing questions that we're thinking about in terms of the strategy. But I guess two sort of additional observations I'd make. We now have, for the first time in Australia's history, we have a dedicated cabinet level minister who is the Minister for Cybersecurity. So my minister is the Minister for Home Affairs. She is also the Minister for Cybersecurity. We've previously had ministers with cybersecurity responsibilities, but not at cabinet level. And within our foreign affairs portfolio, so Department of State sort of equivalent, we have an assistant minister for cybersecurity, and that assistant minister is very heavily focused on what we might do regionally. The one final point, because I'm conscious of time and I love to chat, that I would make is when we think about things like I think about this often in terms of the Quad, right? So the Quad isn't just about the four countries. The four countries are sort of a convening group that gets together to think collectively about challenges that we share. But there's an opportunity through things like the Quad, through constructs like the Quad, through the CRI, to be demonstrating and offering alternatives or best practice models to countries that don't formally fit within the grouping. I think that's something we also take really seriously. So when we think about work that we want to pursue within the Quad, it's not just what might India, Japan, Australia, and the US do for themselves. It's really about what might India, Japan, and the US do for other countries in areas of importance to us.
We were at IST really excited to see the Quad Cyber Challenge, which we considered to be in part an answer to one of the recommendations in the report, which was do a sustained public awareness campaign around cyber challenges and specifically ransomware. So that was very exciting for us to see. Chris, I'll just I guess actually we've been told that we are about done. So thank you all very much.
Hang on to now.
There we go, Chris. Sorry. Thank you to everyone. Thank you so much to my panelists for great conversation and looking forward to continuing to chat.
Great.
Thanks, everyone. We do have a 10-minute break, but please, I emphasize it's 10 minutes. So there are some snacks outside, but please return. And we have a fun panel with two amazing, generous people coming up, in addition to everyone else, of course.
who leads the advisory CISO team at Cisco, and who serves on the Ransomware Task Force Steering Committee. Megan, please.
I'm going over here. I can close it. Thank you. Craig got his going first. There we go. I'll leave it to Craig to figure it out first. Thank you both for joining us. Thanks everyone for sticking around for this conversation that we are very honored and excited to host. And now don't even have the title in front of me anymore. So what we want to talk about is Craig's initiative around the cyber civil defense and the connection between that and the cyber poverty line, which actually is a phrase that Wendy coined 10 years ago. So my first question is actually for Wendy to say, tell us a little bit, take us back 10 years and what prompted you to decide this was a good phrase to use, and what factors were at play when that came to your mind?
Well, I have to start with a story then, because stay working as a CISO for Texas state government, I walked in, I was the only dedicated security person, and they said, we need your budget request by the end of day. So I wrote down $2,000. I think I wanted a logging server and a couple of books. And the person I was reporting to scribbled it out, and she said, where do you think you are, the private sector? So I literally had zero budget and zero people when I started at that agency. Now, after 5 years, I had managed to get an exceptional item approved by the state legislature, and I grew a team of 10. But after I left, things started to crumble again, and they had reductions in force. You know, they removed some of the initiatives that I had started. And so this is all kind of to emphasize how temporary and fragile security is in most of the organizations. And this is something that we don't talk about enough. Although when I do talk about it, people come to me and say, yeah, that's us, don't tell anybody. So it is a big problem. And I chose the word poverty on purpose because the dynamics that lead to organizations not being able to secure themselves are very complicated. It's not just a matter of money, like if you really wanted to, you would spend the money on it. It's not just training, because that's the other go-to that we have. The other factors are capability, what constraints they have in their environment. For example, if you are in healthcare, you cannot let anything, even authentication, get in the way between a doctor and the patient. You just can't. That's just never going to fly. And finally, influence. Most of these organizations don't have the influence that large organizations do. So, at Cisco, we can go to a supplier and say, we're going to need you to fix that, and they do. But when I was at the state of Texas and I went to a small vendor and said, we're going to need you to fix that, they would say either, well, you're the only person who's asked about this, so no, we're not going to do it. Or they would say, we'll fix it if you pay us to fix it. So they're very, very complicated systemic problems that are interfering, that are creating obstacles for security for most organizations. And I feel that we don't understand the problem well enough yet, but it is every bit as complicated as regular poverty. So that's why I chose that.
Right now I see that people who are fond of reputational attacks will find something positive and turn it into a negative. So I do think the term poverty may be an attack surface for bad actors dealing in reputation. I love the concept, but I'm overly careful.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right. There are some people who find the term poverty to be negative. I don't personally, but I know a lot of people who do. And also, Kelly Masada at Sightline Security pointed out to me quite correctly that if you self-identify as being under the poverty line, it can mess with your ability and energy to be able to get yourself out of it.
So that was 10 years ago, and now here we are, and today we're talking about ransomware, but there are any number of things we could also be talking about: supply chain attacks, insider threats, et cetera, et cetera. How, if at all, has the poverty line changed over the 10 years that since we've first begun using that phrase?
Well, the poverty line itself is not a concrete line. It's not, a dollar figure the way we have it, for the regular poverty line. It's more of a concept, but actually a lot of awareness has grown around it in the last few years, and I'm very excited by that, especially in places like the National Cybersecurity Strategy, where they talked about the idea of rebalancing the responsibility for defense onto those organizations that can better afford it. I was thrilled to read that, and I'm very excited. It's a sea change for this country, where we're no longer looking at everybody's breaches and going, "Oh, that looks bad. I'm sure glad it's not us." We understand now that we need collective defense, and that's where Craig's work comes in.
Wendy has teed me up well. So, Craig, you've been a terrific funder of IST, and we are incredibly thankful for that. But you're also a terrific funder of others, not only nonprofits undertaking cybersecurity work, but among the other things are veterans, and at one time it was birds. But this is we're entering almost the second year of the Cyber Civil Defense Initiative. Maybe not everyone in the audience is familiar with it, so I'm hopeful that you might just share what prompted you to form it and where you're going.
It's a way for me to model my approach to funding cybersecurity efforts. The deal is, I think about my parents who were part of the World War II generation, helping me understand that everyone who could play a role did so. Back then, our adversaries did attack our homeland, but not a great deal. There wasn't much kinetic warfare going on, but we're at war now. Everyone is subject to being attacked. And I think back, I was part of the duck and cover generation. In the late 50s, I was ducking and I was also covering. And I still remember that. And that idea of civil defense does mean something to me. It matters. So maybe cyber civil defense, saying that we all have some responsibility to securing our own stuff, our homes, businesses, and to a large extent, if we can work on this, if we have the skills, we should work together. That means all sorts of mutual shared social responsibilities. People should do what they can to secure their homes. And we all run a bunch of industrial control systems. For example, your oven, when it gets internet connected, is an internet industrial control system that could be blown up by an adversary. Your coffee maker could give you bad coffee, or during rush hour, a bad actor could screw around with your car, make a rush hour traffic jam much worse, and that would be pretty disruptive. So the deal is that I think we all do play a role in this. There's the notions that some responsibilities may be held by the people who make those products. People who design internet-connected products should make a good faith effort, I guess, to make sure that the products are secure. They should consider using memory-safe programming. They should seriously test their stuff. And, well, another participant in this cyber civil defense thing is Consumer Reports. Now, Consumer Reports has been doing the high-tech consumer thing for going on 90 years. Back then, high-tech was washing machines. Now high-tech is cars and coffee makers. And let's not forget refrigerators or hot water heaters, all of which could ruin your day if somebody screws around with them. So that's the idea of cyber nutrition levels. I can go on in that way indefinitely. I do consider what happens when, let's say, someone from the ransomware task force or shadow server, let's consider what happens when they do detect an infected system. What happens if there's some legit way that they notify the company which has the infected system, or the customer of an ISP which has the infected system? What happens when the entity is informed? What kind of liability issues are there? Maybe the lawyers will save us. Megan's a lawyer. What's she's going to do?
Fortunately, my boss was smart enough not to make me the lawyer for the organization, so I ducked that one. Speaking of duck and cover, but this is the point. One of the points that you raise is this is still a very complex space, and so your support for organizations who are undertaking this work from the nonprofit space is really essential because we do face a lot of these new questions. So thinking back a little bit though to Wendy, when you mentioned your time in state government, you've obviously been in a number of roles, both I believe it was at the retail ISAC, as well as your time at Duo and now at Cisco. You've engaged with civil society from very different seats. How have you found their engagement to be most effective? And for those of us who will admit that we can sometimes make mistakes, what's the least effective thing we should do as we approach different types of organizations?
Oh, that's really tough. So, but before I went to state government, I worked for a Swiss bank. So I went from having a really big budget to having a really tiny budget. And that made me appreciate what people are having to work with and having to make do with out there. Some of the things that I found that have worked, again, as Kelly Masada has pointed out to me, when it comes to nonprofits, who are the other critical infrastructure, if you go to them and ask them what they need, they will understand what they need for their mission better than you do. So one of the things that I find does not work too well is doing a prescriptive sort of, baseline of security controls, which may or may not be appropriate to the mission of the organization. As far as regular citizens go, Craig made a really good point of what is our civic duty to one another. And this is, something that I've been thinking about as well. How much do we really need to put on the citizenry to secure themselves with technology that's very difficult to understand and not well designed? I've seen, as an analyst at 451 Research, I saw a lot of very, very engineering grade user interfaces as opposed to really, really good ones like what caused me to go join Duo. So some of those things are kind of self-defeating. Trying to democratize security through the state of technology that we have today, which is not even that usable even for somebody like me who's been in the industry for 40 years. The other thing that I find is really difficult, and this is probably going to make a few people cry, is sharing threat intelligence is very difficult between organizations because you need that trust. And trust happens between individuals, not between organizations. So as soon as the person you've been working closely with and having beers with leaves, you have to build up that relationship all over again.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about that and related issues. And about the nature of public-private partnership, because the government can protect us against a lot of threats, a lot of adversaries, particularly kinetic, but we got to do a lot for ourselves, and that means people who have the means have to pony up the dough to really help out. That, by the way, being my new expression. And I've been lucky enough to do well almost by accident. In fact, any success I've had has been by accidentally being in the right time and place, which makes me the Forrest Gump of the internet. And that, so what I'm trying to do is to help out in small ways, trying to figure out what makes sense. And we all need this protection against bad actors hitting our homes, businesses, or whatever with ransomware. So I've decided that I should help out more. I should help out the Rescueware Task Force more, should help out Shadow Server more, and maybe Megan has something to say or show about that. Remember that I have a sense of humor, but I have no sense of dignity. And I'm a member of the clearinghouse publishers generation, although I'm not Ed McMahon.
Is this what you were talking about, Craig?
This is what I'm talking about. I went through this. I went through this with veterans' families at an event in Washington about a week ago. So since I also believe in cheap gimmicks, You do better than 500,000.
Thank you, Craig. I'll give you this. I will keep this.
No Ed McMahon.
Well, your support, we are incredibly grateful for your support. And I know a number of the other nonprofits who are here and participate in the ransomware task force and in the cyber civil defense would not be able to continue to do so without your support. But you did just mention that some of the others need to pony up. So I'm wondering if you want to speak a little bit more or give a greater call to action to those who you think should come to the table as well.
I don't really know what I'm doing in that regards. I really am a nerd, and this is a matter of like having social skills. And the social skills are limited to being fairly annoying. And I guess I just have to keep being annoying as long as it takes to the extent that that will work. Seriously, I grew up with a plastic pocket protector, thick black glasses taped together, no social skills, but I will persist.
Well, we're grateful for you persisting, and I think we are going to take a few questions from the audience, but.
Well, I do want to remind people that, like the Batman says, I'm probably not the nerd you want, but I'm the nerd you got.
Not true. You're the nerd we want and the nerd we got. So we're, again,
We got other nerds here.
we do, and we're thankful. We're a collection of nerds, and we're quite happy about it, I think. So you're in safe company. Wendy, where do you think we need to most focus to change the poverty line, reduce the poverty line? Thanks to Craig's good support, we are actively, as the task force and the cyber civil defense members, working to do so. But now that you're sitting in industry, and the phrase coiner of this phrase, where can we work better together?
Well, I think to start with, as I said, I don't think we understand the scope of the problem yet. I suspect this could be as complicated from an economic, political, social, and cultural perspective, as well as technological, every bit as complicated as, for example, doing healthcare reform. Which a lot of people will wince at, but I do think it's that complicated. It is not as simple as throwing money at something. It's not a matter of just doing training, because for cybersecurity defense, you need expertise, which is both skills and the experience to know what to do with something you've never seen before, which is what we do every day in cybersecurity, right? We go, well, that just happened. Okay, now what? So this is the sort of thing that we need to look at and attack on a bunch of different levels. But certainly budget is one of them. A typical restaurant maybe has a profit margin of about 5%. You can't spend money on security when you do that. And so there are a lot of different areas where we can work on this.
Keeping time. So my timer just went off. That was a perfect segue. So where, Craig, would you like to see the cyber civil defense going next?
I think I just need to enlist people to form a coherent whole to the matter. There's a lot of pieces like this. There's an emerging consortium of cyber clinics going around the country. That'll be part of it. There's also education at, I guess, what I'm calling the civilian level. There needs to be a lot of workforce development. All these things got to happen. I'm getting help from the Aspen Cyber Group, getting help from Global Cyber Alliance, getting help from Consumer Reports, and even Common Sense Media. Again, this maybe isn't the right thing for a nerd to try to lead, but a nerd's got to do what a nerd's got to do. Now I'm exhausted of nerd references, by the way.
That's okay. We aren't. So I think we'll take a couple of questions, but so folks can happily raise their hand if they have one. Otherwise, I will pose another question. Aha. Catherine, thank you.
Thanks. I want to say thanks to Craig for all of his work and generosity. But I'm also wondering, Craig, if you have a call to action for those of us who are, in our communities and in industry, in tech, working on these issues to try to, do that public-private partnership. Is there any call to action that you would have for us?
Calls to action are not my strength. Refer to aforementioned references to NERD. The only thing I know how to do is to, I guess, do something by example. And fortunately, the folks at the Consortium of Cyber Clinics may be a part of the solution to that problem. They're not the only ones. There's groups like Girls Who Code, Girl Security, the Girl Scouts, who are putting together organizations which I'm trying to get to talk to each other so that the presence of real stuff constitutes its own call to action.
Yes, I think you've assembled under the Cyber Civil Defense Initiative a range of stakeholders and a range of capabilities, and I think that's a very great reflection of what we've just been talking about the need for all of us to take a decisive role in better securing our ecosystem. I'm looking to see if there are any other questions. Otherwise, we will probably pause for another photo op, I think.
I'm available. I have no dignity.
Well, please join me in thanking Wendy and Craig for their time and attention to this issue. Thanks everyone for welcoming and supporting our best nerd, and to Wendy. So we're next turning to a discussion around what some might call hygiene, but that word isn't always the preferred word either. One of the recommendations from the task force was to develop a plain language set of recommendations, in particular to support small and medium-sized enterprises. That effort, we were pleased to partner with a few organizations, including most notably the Center for Internet Security, Resilience, and the Global Cyber Alliance, among others. Last August, actually, we published the Blueprint for Ransomware Defense, and we're pleased to open up a panel discussion about the blueprint and the shifting cyber insurance market. The panel will be moderated by Davis Hake, and I think he's going to let the panelists introduce themselves. So please join me in welcoming Davis and the panel.
Let's see. How long does it take the mic to come on? Just like 3 seconds. There we go. And I have to turn it off. There we go.
Testing.
It's an incredibly tough act to follow, the incredible generosity of Craig. And so I think it's just worth another round of applause for all that Craig has done for the cybersecurity community. I have been tangentially involved in a number of amazing public policy efforts since I left the government, and I'm pretty sure all of them have been funded and supported by not just Craig's generosity, but also his insight. and his forward-looking vision. When he says that he is a man who is in the right time at the right place, that is certainly an understatement as he continues to support the core infrastructure of the internet. So a big thank you to Craig, wherever he is. I also just wanted to acknowledge the public officials that all spoke today. I left the administration in 2014, and it is phenomenal to see the caliber of leaders that we have, like Kemba, who are taking the reins and taking a lot of the conversations that were highly controversial about public-private cooperation or about a civilian lead for setting cybersecurity policy, and are now represented today by groups like IST that are making a real difference with the ransomware task force. So a big thank you. If there are any still U.S. government personnel in the audience who aren't off busy fighting fire somewhere, a big thank you to you as well. My name is Davis Hake. I'm one of the co-founders of Resilience Insurance. I am losing my voice because I've had the unlucky chance this year of having RSA be followed up by the largest insurance conference this week. So I've been doing nothing but speaking, and I am certainly at the best for last. So this is my last event over the past 2 weeks. I'm going to try and make it through. And I fully understand that cyber insurance at the end of an incredibly long and interesting day may not seem like the most interesting topic, but I guarantee you it is. Not only that, but this group up here has put together an amazing tool. I think all of our physical copies of the blueprint ran out, which that right there is a great metric of engagement. But one of the things that I did want to say before I set us up is an observation that I had from these past 2 weeks at both RSA and an insurance conference. The number one buzzword at RSA, other than ChatGPT or generative AI, was zero trust. And zero trust this, zero trust that. And one of the things I found so critically interesting about zero trust is that the discussion is not about really a technology, but it's about reframing security along risk lines. And that is exactly the conversation that the insurance industry is trying to grapple their head around. It's reframing the conversation, not just from implementing an individual control, but to actually looking at how you are limiting loss, limiting damage, and ultimately making companies safer. And when we set out to build the blueprint, as Megan said, we wanted a clear, simple guideline that not only had usable ransomware advice, but prioritized it based on things that we could tell would keep companies safer and would be actually implementable by the core victims that we really saw being targeted by the adversary successfully. And I think this idea of aligning all of these complex kitchen sink security controls into a risk-based priority is the exact right thinking. And it's, I think, a lot of where now we're starting to hear the security industry go. And I really think it's the right time and the right place. And I just want to say thank you as we kick it off to our other panelists for their personal involvement in driving this forward. So as we get kicked off, I'll pass it over to our other panelists to give a quick introduction. But why don't we start all the way down at Aaron, and then we'll work our way back.
Hopefully you guys can hear me. Hopefully the mic's going through. My name is Aaron McIntosh. I'm about a 20-year veteran of the telecom and cybersecurity industry and current free agent, as many of my peers are in the sector. Luckily, I was brought on with the ransomware task force a year or so ago with the company I was with, Act0, managed detection and response provider. We stepped in because we were seeing a lot of people in the industry coming to us. They're asking for our services, MDR, detection response services, but they didn't have a good foundation of protection or ransomware defense. So we saw the opportunity to jump in on this, and I became a firm believer. I've always been a supporter of small and medium-sized businesses. I'll scream it from every rooftop in the nation and in Canada as well, where I'm from. And I see a huge opportunity to take this and help them. We've got so many questions to get to. I'll pass it on down the line.
Thanks, Aaron. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Hi, my name is Valisha Stoketti. I'm a senior cybersecurity engineer for the Center for Internet Security. The blueprint is actually based on the CIS controls, which is the team that I work on. I'm very excited to be here today to talk about the blueprint and cybersecurity insurance. So I will keep it brief and pass it to Ross.
I am not part of the Blueprint group.
I am not a big international mover and shaker like many of the esteemed professionals I've heard today. I'm very honored to have been given an opportunity to be here and learn. I've learned a lot already, including that Megan's a lawyer. And what I am here to do is, besides thanking IST and RTF for what you do, because I'm very, very passionate about what you do, I'm also passionate about CIS and have been for years. I represent who all of you are trying to make a difference for. I'm representing kind of a grassroots segment. I am a professional risk manager, and I do risk management and insurance consulting in Michigan for public entities, with my principal expertise being higher education. Higher education is one of those sectors very challenged right now for ransomware. We've had 4 attacks just in Michigan in the last 6 months or so. And right now, despite all the risks of higher education, cyber and right now ransomware is the biggest risk we have. So I've been trying really hard to help our members find resources to help them make progress on their cyber hygiene. When I decided to deal with ransomware, I found the blueprint, fell in love, contacted Aaron, who contacted Felicia. They both presented to my group. I'm here trying again to represent a grassroots perspective on what they're doing. As passionate as they are and I am about what you do at the big, large level, I'm equally passionate about trying to make progress at the grassroots level, beginning with the people I serve, and perhaps there'll be an opportunity for me to spread the word. The work you do is incredible, and it needs to penetrate, and I'm here to do what little I can.
Well, thank you, Ross, and we appreciate you letting us drag you up here, even though you have no requirement like Felicia and Aaron do. I want to kick it off a little bit and talk about what we mentioned and why we decided to put together yet another list of ransomware advice or guidance. CISA has an incredible repository, Stop Ransomware. I think everyone on TechTarget has their own solution for ransomware list. Felicia, can you kick us off? And from the CIS standpoint, what attracted you to being a part of this effort?
Yeah, I mean, I actually didn't probably properly introduce myself. I used to work for the MSI-SAC, the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center. And for 4 years, I served as their computer emergency response team manager. So I, like Ross, have seen firsthand what happens when state and local governments get hit with ransomware and any other kind of attack, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So for me, this blueprint is really, obviously it's underpinning as a CIS critical security controls. It's one of the things we did with the CIS controls is we figured out that it wasn't feasible to ask people to implement 153 safeguards right off the rip without giving them any kind of prioritization or place to start. And so our first crack at that was doing the implementation groups. We have IG 1, 2, and 3. IG 1 is essential cyber hygiene. These are the things that every company should be doing no matter what. Doesn't matter if you're a Fortune 500 or if you're a mom and pop shop, you should just be doing these things on the regular. So taking inventory of your devices, having an incident response plan and things like that. And so what the blueprint did is it took a subset of those IG1 safeguards, and it's 40 of them. And it basically said, these are the things you need to do to protect yourself against ransomware specifically. And it's actually also underpinned by some work that I did in the community defense model with CIS, where we actually took that data, translated it to the blueprint, and determined that 70% of the attack techniques that are associated with ransomware can be defended if you implement the blueprint, which is a huge thing to be able to drive it behind data rather than just saying it's another good list of things to do. Like my my colleague Tony Sager always likes to say is the fog of war, right? Everyone's being hit with so many things coming at their face. You leave a conference and you're, blue in the face with resources, and then you go home and you're like, great, so now where do I start? So that was a very long-winded response, but hopefully very descriptive of why, I'm passionate about the blueprint.
That's a wonderful response, Felicia. And we are the panel, so we get to give long-winded, wonderful responses like that. Aaron, you can be considered a power user, I would say, of security controls, and not just a power user, but have detailed experience in applying them for the exact type of victim organizations that the task force identified as most need for these. What were some of your thoughts? You were heavily involved in some of the prioritization and putting controls together. How did you work through the logic of building this thing?
I think a lot of the logic really came down to what were we seeing in attacks? Like, what were those low-lying fruit that we could knock off? Where were there free toolkits available? A lot of the conversation has been around organizations can't afford, they're resource restrained, they're poor. In some cases, that's financial. Sometimes it's simply resources. But there's so many great tools, and we'll get into this a little bit later. There's so many great toolkits that are out there that are available, they're affordable, they're already in the solutions you've bought. You simply need to enable them. We had organizations coming to us that hadn't done the basics. So we'd constantly say, our service is only as good as the work that you put into it. Great, we can detect it, but it's more important to have blocked it so we never have to spend the time to detect it and respond to it. Over the last couple of weeks, I was invited by a VC who was working with not-for-profits in the Toronto area. And he said, I need some help talking to them. I need some help getting through to them. And I brought up the blueprint. And he said to me, Aaron, this blueprint's absolutely fantastic. Unfortunately, some of these organizations are running laptops that are on outdated Microsoft OS. They're years old, and you want to talk to them about multi-factor authentication and backups. He's like, how about you come in and let's listen to them and understand. So that's one of my next tasks is to actually take the blueprint in, understand what they've done, and walk through it with them very slowly. Look at understand their organizations and not make it prescriptive that you must do these 40 safeguards. If you can do 6 of them, that's 6 more than you had done 2 months ago. And look, here's 50 different free toolkits that can help you. It's not all about big budgets. So.
Yeah, and I just add from an insurance perspective, right? When we got into cyber insurance as a bunch of security nerds, to steal a phrase from the last panel, we were like, well, where's the engineering standards, right? Like property insurance has building codes, auto insurance has crash test standards. Where are the building codes for cyber? And we have these amazing frameworks of risk, and we have the kitchen sink list of controls. But where's the thing that says, this is the ransomware agreed upon building code? And initially, when we were working with the task force, that was a big thought, like, hey, we need to build the building codes for ransomware. And as we started working and really also talking to our own insureds, not all of which experienced the problems that Wendy did of complete cyber poverty, but a lot of them struggling with what to do with their initial first budget as they grow into a mid-sized organization. Where's that priority? Where's that first dollar go that's going to have the most direct impact for their unique environment? And that prioritization, we realized working on this, was the key value add, is for these organizations that help to apply money and financing and investment against buying down that risk is a critical and I would argue almost heretical way of thinking in security, where we often jump to, like you said, oh my God, we got to start thinking about identity access management immediately. Like we got to start thinking about, oh, how can we afford and save up for that EDR, right? When in reality, like there's larger structural things or even avoiding certain risks that we don't often think about as security professionals. And that's why I think it was pretty amazing, some of the work that you guys especially did in helping prioritize it. I wanted to also ask a little bit, Ross, to you about your work in insurance and what you've seen in other lines and guides that you help your customers. How does the framework differ, or how is it similar to other types of guides or frameworks that you work in with your customers?
Well, it's not. And the main reason is because it's new and evolving. The risk is new. Well, it's not that new, but it's always evolving, as everybody knows. And as you just mentioned, there is no Bible or roadmap exactly that's welcome as a standard by all. One of the things I found with my group is the blueprint is brilliant work, first of all, because most of my CIOs and CISOs that I work with in my public community colleges principally understand the need to use frameworks, but there's different frameworks. Most of them use, some use NIST, some are using CIS controls, some are using other frameworks. But what's universally true, and this is where the situation is different, insurance companies can't hand out risk control checklists that are helpful because they don't have them yet. But that's part of what Blueprint does. The biggest challenge for my clients is that they all know what they want to do. They have chief executives that are presidents or chancellors who, if you ask, what is your risk tolerance for ransomware or cyber? They'll universally answer 0. Now, how do you like to be that CISO? Okay, or that CIO? That's trouble. Yet, even with that, with that attitude, there is still an overwhelming task, and the public sector and especially higher education is under-resourced. They're really struggling for resources all the time, and COVID really put a big damper on it. That just killed enrollment. So I have IT departments ranging from 2 to 5. The average is probably 2. It's hard. And it's not only money, which is hard. It's time and it's lack of personnel. With the overwhelming nature of what's going on, even with the frameworks, the question is, and this is what Blueprint addresses so brilliantly, is, oh my God, there's so much to do. How do I even start? It's what I hear all the time. And initially we started promoting CIS controls because the controls, even the earlier versions, I go all the way back to the SANS days, presented some priorities in terms of what to approach that other formats didn't. What 8 is even better with the IGs. Oh my gosh, it's brilliant. And Blueprint is just so timely, but maybe in some cases a little late. This is something that I'm seeing. It's timely because ransomware is on everyone's mind. Everyone's talking about it because everyone's getting attacked. That's the good news about ransomware. This is the one cyber thing that's got everybody paying attention. It's in the news. So now people are paying attention. But some of my clients, they look at ransomware. Our lead authors, Alicia and Aaron here, presented to my group, and they love the thing, but they didn't know about it. And some have already expressed that they're already on their way doing other things. Oh, I wish I knew about this 2 years ago. Nothing we can do. But even with ransomware, even with the Blueprint, as amazing as it is, some of my members are still finding it overwhelming. There's still so much, and they have the same limitations with resources. They're looking for more help. But this is the best product I've seen. I think everybody needs to know about it. And I think one opportunity for the Blueprint team and RTF is to find a way to get even broader awareness of this tool.
Felicia, one of the aspects that Ross has touched on is communication. What we have found, and I think one of the lessons we all talked about, was that if you just have the security leader involved in making these decisions, getting budget, actually implementing projects, making the trade-off with operation requirements is impossible. You are an operational security leader. Do you mind talking about some of your thoughts into how we tackled some of the translation piece into trying to build this to be a little bit more digestible, I guess, to what we'd lovingly refer to as the money people?
Yeah, I mean, I've had my fair share of experience with literally being on the phone with CISOs and network admins, and the person being somebody from completely on the outside having to convince them to shut down their network, which is really terrifying when you think about it, because here I am, they don't know me, but because of the organization I work for, they trust me more than the actual people that are putting their hands on the keyboard. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing that they should shut down their network if they had an emotet infection. But anyways, that's beside the point. But I think the one thing is we all know that executive buy-in is a difficult thing to do. Ross, you touched on the resources part of it. And that is part of the problem, right? Even if you have the leadership buy-in, you need the resources and the time to do it. And if you have two people, and let me ask you a question, Ross, do you have two people in just IT and cyber? Like they moonlight as both, basically?
Yeah, I'm sure they do because I know they don't sleep.
Right. Right. And so if you have two people servicing an entire college that's dealing with IT and cyber, we know as practitioners that you can't do both well, right? I can't watch my 3-year-old and go cook dinner well at the same time. I cannot do two of those things at the same time well. And so it's kind of crazy, right? Like Davis touched on the fact that the insurance agent or industry has standards, right? You build a pool, you put a fence around it, you put a lock on it, and you better make sure that it's proven that you have both of those. But if we don't have those kinds of things in cyber, then it's up to our people that we employ to convince leadership that we need to do these things, right? Or people like me to write these pieces and say, we should be doing these things because of X, Y, Z. So I'm sorry, I'm going around in a circle, but I get really passionate about this. But I think the bottom line is that we need to be realistic and honest with our leadership, right? If something's going to cost money, we need to explain that it's going to cost money. Security isn't free, right? It is not free. We can have all the free tools that we want in the world. It still costs time and money, or it still costs money because of time and people. And so that's an important thing. I'm actually working on a project currently where I'm assessing the cost of implementing IG1 of the controls. And we're getting ready this year to publish that. And I think it's going to be really transformative in the industry because no framework has really put a price tag to implementing a framework. We've all done a great job at putting a price tag to how much it costs to recover from an incident, right? It's easy to say that XYZ organization got hit by a ransomware or whatever cyber attack, and now we need to put the proactive things in place after the fact. The problem is that we shouldn't be doing this after the fact, right? If you get hit by a car, now is not the time to prepare so you don't get hit by the car again. You need to do it before that happens. And so I think that's the problem in the industry is that we have to get it before it actually is happening. And we're, like Ross said, we're just playing catch up. We're just trying to stay afloat in some regards. Yeah, so I could go on, but
Oh, well said. Aaron, from the solutions side, I know one of the things that we talked about when we were trying to figure out, what does the tool look like? Is it a checklist type set? Is it an Excel spreadsheet? And we landed on, it's more of a narrative that you helped a lot in. Do you mind give us some of your thoughts about, why we constructed it in more of a narrative, digestible style?
A lot of it came down to plain term language. If we looked at the audience that we were trying to get to, we were trying to hit the small, medium-sized businesses. Presenting them with yet another checklist wasn't going to do anything for them. And we could even put a number of the priority, but a lot of the controls, and CIS has done actually a fantastic job of doing this, especially in CIS 8.0. But what we did is took a step back and said, let's explain the groupings. Let's explain what foundational versus actionable really means, that you need to put things in place, that you need to follow a certain conditional order, but that you have that freedom to jump around a little bit. And we actually called that right out at the end, saying you don't need to follow an order, you can jump around. But we used language. We talked about the impact of doing something or not doing something. And here's why this control is important. Here's what it protects you against. These are the steps that you can take to enable that. But we did stop there. And part of what we're hearing back from the market is, this is great direction. We still need more. So part of our conversation is, do we need to break out and do sessions or documents on each of these 40 safeguards individually, talk about the use cases, talk about the success stories, talk about the implementation. We did stop short of implementation guidance. That was something we toyed with, but we wanted to make sure that we had a certain level, a certain voice of authority without becoming technical, because we do know that the implementation would be done by many people. In some cases, it could be done by the business themselves. It could be done by their local IT guy or IT person. It could be brought in by a big consulting firm. So we simply provided some tips and tricks to help get there. But we do have a lot to do in terms of promotion, breaking it out further, making it even simpler. That could mean some demos. We're not sure what that's going to look like, but there'll be more to come. Stay tuned.
Yeah, and I really thought that was, it seems like such a small thing. Oh, let's expand, let's discuss, and let's have a narrative. But it was really deliberate as well to think if you're looking to build a budget justification and you're the security stucky, right? You're stuck with the security problem, and you're asked to justify why the heck am I deploying MFA? You can go in there, reach out, pull out the language that's very digestible, non-technical, to explain what this control does for the business and what its actual impact is. And as an insurance company, when we started building the insurance company around a bunch of security nerds, we found that translation to incredibly talented underwriters was one of the biggest things that we needed to focus on early on. It's how do we take the scanning and stuff and explain it to underwriters so that they could translate it in their head to what they knew about risk. And operationally, we've seen this be very powerful as we address it with customers as well. The same approach that we did in the blueprint, we will talk to CFOs or general counsels when we meet with them, and it's led to a dramatic reduction in actual ransomware payments because the whole team understands, okay, we do need to actually test our backups. When we do have an extortion, we need to address it appropriately. And so I think it has, even just for that idea of how do you speak to the audience about security is one of the more powerful things that we can probably do. Ross, do you mind talking a little bit about how you've seen the cyber insurance industry react to kind of the ransomware threat and explosion over the past 3 years?
Sure. I actually have a few notes on this. I could probably go half a day on it. So instead, I'm just going to hit a bunch of bullet points because there's a lot that the insurance industry has done, some of which is obvious, some of which is a little less obvious. The first thing I wanted to mention is, despite the proliferation of ransomware with increasing frequency and severity, the industry is not collapsing like many expected would happen. In fact, quite the opposite. Very recently, in the last couple of years in particular, there's been a lot of premium growth, a lot of earned premium growth. And the reason is the risks are increasing along with the fact that insureds or would-be insureds are becoming more and more and more aware and afraid of those risks. The other thing is, despite the losses in the earlier days, insurance companies have an appetite for the risk. Let's remember, insurance companies are in the risk business. There's a lot of premium to be earned in this business. It's the fastest growing sector of the property casualty insurance market that there is. Nothing's even close right now. So insurers want to exploit that, but they have to do it in a way where they can keep some of that money for themselves. And that's where the changes are. So markets, I know I can do this. Really? All I want to do is switch. Seriously? I can't believe that. There we go. I can't even believe that happened. I'm so sorry. The market is stabilizing in part because those premiums are increasing faster right now than are the losses. And so that's helping the underwriting and overall profitability of the insurers. But what are they doing to protect themselves? What we've seen is higher premiums, of course, higher deductibles and retentions. So insureds are required to pay more of the cost of the losses, which from the insured standpoint is, I wish I didn't have to do that. But as a practical matter, it puts skin in the game for the insureds. It makes them realize, well, if you don't want to pay it, you got to do more to control your losses. Lower limits. I mean, we saw that happen the last couple of years. You might have had $5 million, and then at your next renewal, you had $2 million if you were lucky. Sublimits. Not all cyber risk is a really horrible thing for insurers, but certain segments are. Ransomware. So what some insurance companies are doing is placing sublimits on these problem lines like ransomware. So perhaps they provide $5 million overall coverage, but for ransomware, they're only going to provide $2 million or one, maybe only a half. It depends on the insurers. We're also seeing talk about exclusions. Again, cyber is still fairly new, and we're finding losses or experiencing losses that we haven't had before. Particularly concerning are the very broad ones like NotPetya was, which was billions of dollars, and found insurance companies looking at it like a war risk and trying to avoid having to pay losses by saying it's excluded. I won't get into those details, but lawsuits have gone a couple of different ways, and the result right now is cyber insurers and Lloyd's are now moving to put exclusions or clarifications in their policies to indicate that, nah, we're not going to pay for those kinds of risks, particularly if it's from state actors. Cyber hygiene prerequisites. Just for eligibility, before you can even provide an application to be considered by an insurance company, more and more companies are requiring certain minimum levels of cyber hygiene. Usually they're not overly crazy, but they'll include things like multi-factor authentication, backup strategies, patching strategies, etc. That's good because it encourages progress on loss control, and it's bad for those who don't do it because they can't get the coverage. Insurance companies are very concerned about systemic risk, as are governments, because the bad actors are targeting critical infrastructure, supply chains, both hardware and software. There's been talk earlier about the software side and concerns about decentralization, etc. But here's something you don't hear a lot about. Cyber insurance companies themselves have systemic risk concerns internally. First of all, insurance companies have tons of data, making them a very attractive target for bad actors. Turns out they got a lot of money too, usually. So there is that. But imagine for a moment, not only is there the risk to the insurance company that we don't talk about, imagine the large cyber insurer successfully being attacked and shut down for any period of time. Is an impact not only on that company, but an impact potentially on everyone they insure, and a potential impact for the entire industry. It's a big deal. They're tightening the market for certain sectors. It's not unusual in cyber or in any insurance to have market cycles. We have hard markets and soft markets that affect the availability and cost of insurance. Right now, markets are fairly soft generally, but cyber is a problem for certain segments, including particularly government, healthcare, utility segments, higher or education in general. I represent higher education. What else are cyber insurers doing? They're pushing governments for some kind of backstop. They're pushing governments to become the insurer of last resort in case there is that massive systemic loss that could potentially cause individual or multiple insurers or industries to go insolvent, which, brings us to the too big to fail problem that we saw in the 80s. They're also looking for new capital. So one of the things about cyber, because of all the uncertainty, there aren't a whole lot of players. There's lots and lots of property casualty insurers doing all the normal stuff, like property and general liability and all. But in cyber, no. These statistics vary, but just to give you an idea, the top 10 cyber insurers currently have something like 50% of the market, and the top 15 have something like 70%. So we don't have a lot of spread of risk, which is the foundation of how insurance works. And with that few companies involved, we need more capacity. So they're looking for new ways to get money. Right now, one of the places they're looking at is something sort of complicated called insurance-linked securities. Kind of a cool thing. It's a way you can go out to investors in the marketplace and say, hey, we got something you can invest in. And it works basically like this. An insurer is looking for more capacity, may sell something called a catastrophe bond or something similar. They'll sell let's say $50 million worth of securities to general investors. And they promise the investors that a year from now, we'll pay you back your principal plus interest. as long as a particular insurance threshold event does not occur. So if the threshold event does not occur, you get your money and your interest. But what is a threshold event? The insurance companies are trying to protect themselves against the big catastrophic losses. So that threshold event could be, however they specifically define it, some kind of, let's say, a $300 million major loss. And so what the ILS does, it says, if this kind of loss is defined exceeds 300 million or more, then your 50 million helps us pay the claims. If we don't need it all, at the end of the year, we'll give you what's left. So that's the gamble for the investor, but many investors are willing to take that risk under the right circumstance. So it's a new source of capital. Finally, AI. AI is good and bad. The problem for insurers, what makes insurance run is the ability to accurately forecast losses. When you can do that, you know how much you're going to pay, you can plan for it, put in your profit margins, administrative costs, everything's fine. Can't do that with cyber, but they can use new AI and new modeling to help better predict, but it's imperfect. And unfortunately, those same tools can be used by the bad guys.
Ross, where were you 7 years ago when I was trying to learn about cyber insurance? Because that was one of the best, most comprehensive breakdowns, and everything you said was 100% correct. I would just add on a little bit to that. Some of us in the room were involved in the incentives work back in 2012, 2013 to see if the cyber insurance market could drive better cyber hygiene. It was a highly immature industry back then. It has taken its knocks over ransomware, and I think we are finally starting to see them adapting a more, several other panels today have talked about resilience. I've finally started to adapt less of an avoiding data breach approach and more of a building more resilient, more cyber resilient company approaches, which is actually now finally starting to align insurance and underwriting incentives back with actual financial loss. So I think to your point, like there's a lot of exciting futures out there. Real quick, as we're coming up on time, Felicia, Aaron, I know we've all talked about some cool ideas about how we think the insurance industry might be able to leverage the blueprint. What's your top way? What do you think the insurance industry should look at or know about the blueprint?
You want to go first, Aaron? Okay. I mean, I don't know if I could actually add anything of value because you guys are the experts and I don't work in the cyber insurance industry, but I would say that, you know, if cyber insurers can get behind pushing the needle of organizations to practice cyber hygiene, that's where the gold is, right? Because it starts with the organization. I love that we have regulations. I love that that's a part of and driving force of people trying to be better about hygiene because it's a forcing function. But the reality is that it only goes so far. It's not the silver bullet. You need the organizations to do more, right? Because regulations don't cover everything from A to Z. There is no universal regulation, as we know. And so I think that's where it needs to start. It needs to start with the organization. But we also, I think, as a country, need to understand that there's certain industries that just don't have the resources like education that are getting hit really hard. And how do we, not only what resources do we need to give them, but how do we help them get there is the key too, right? It's not just about putting the paper on the desk. It's about giving them sort of the helping hand as to how to get there.
Well said. Cyber poverty is a real issue. Aaron.
I won't go into too much. I'll basically say this goes for not only the cyber insurers, but every single person in this room. We need to demystify it, ransomware. I mean, if you look what happened a couple of weeks ago, Starlink lost connections and their internet went down. Everybody on Twitter, oh, it's a ransomware attack, it's a cyber attack. No, it was a simple certificate that wasn't renewed. So everybody automatically jumps to everything's ransomware. Ransomware is bad, of course it's bad, but we need to get to better common language. The cyber insurers can help by using simpler terms and language. I know that's tough for the industry, but use simpler terms in their explanations. The private sector vendors can do the same. Every single person in here can do that same thing. We've talked about some amazing concepts today and some amazing initiatives. We need to find a way to bring that back to common language from Maine to Missouri and Alaska to Alabama. Like we need to talk to all these communities It is Small Business Week. I'll remind everybody in this room. So if you're on Twitter, you're on any of the social media platforms, you're sending out any communications this week, send something out about the blueprint, send something out about what we're doing here. I go as far, I've got pages and pages of notes, and I'm going to summarize this all on the blog later for me. But we need to be the best small town cheerleaders we can for what we're doing. And if you hear something in a conversation with a small business, if you're at the Chamber of Commerce or you're at a small business event and you hear something that's being said that's wrong, step in and correct them. Educate them. Educate every small business you can talk to. If you're standing at your son or daughter's soccer practice and there's a small business owner, ask them what they're doing. That's where I'll leave it. So.
Can I add one quick thing on that?
Yes, you absolutely
Because
can.
I'm like, I love what you said, Aaron. I just want to add to that. So coming from the realm of incident response, I want to foot stomp on what you said, because the problem isn't, there's a lot of people that obviously don't want to share. They're scared. They think they're going to get shamed. And the thing is that here's the detriment of not sharing. You don't share, you keep it in your close little quarters. Your employees have no idea what's going on because you're not sharing any information at all with anyone, even if it's vague. PR gets a hold of it. Somebody at the soccer game hears about it. It's on social media. And suddenly it's what you once tried to control becomes an uncontrollable beast. Okay. And I've seen this happen. I actually had somebody call me and they're like, did you leak that we had a ransomware attack? This is years ago. I'm like, no, I did not. Like, but did you communicate with your constituents that something was going on? Well, no. Perhaps you should have done that, because that's what happens, right? We are in the realm of social media, and Elizabeth is telling me I have 0 minutes, so I'm gonna shut up, but sorry.
Well, thank you, Felicia. I want to say thank you to Aaron, Felicia, and Ross. All of your guys' support and help over the past year on this. And Ross, thank you for sharing demystifying cyber insurance for us. And thank you once again to IST for hosting us and all your leadership here today.
Well, I can't say that we've saved the best for last, because I would say this has been pretty damn good. So, but we have 2 lightning talks for you. I think they are separated by a brief break. And first up is the one and only Mark Rogers. Before I give the table to Mark, I just want to give a bit of an introduction as to why we're talking about this. I don't think I need to talk to this audience about the potential impact of Log4j. So I'm going to skip that part of the introduction and say, fortunately and unfortunately, as many of you know, open source is often a pathway for ransomware. Thanks to the Omidyar network, who I think Govind is not back just yet, IST was able to do some work around thinking about additional important conversations related to the ongoing discussion about how do we better secure open source software. If you missed it, last month now in April, we published a report. Zoe's nodding at me because she was like, thank God. We published a report largely with Mark's thought leadership that made 3 recommendations. The first was that we needed to shift open source software security to a shared responsibility model. There's obviously a commonality there with the National Cybersecurity Strategy and the idea of resilience by design. The second was to redouble support for existing software development frameworks, policies, and licenses. And the third was that we needed to re-examine existing approaches to vulnerability management to ensure that they account for open source software security. So, as I mentioned, Mark was the champion and thought leader for this paper, and so he's going to give you a lightning-ish talk about his thoughts on open source. And please join me in welcoming Mark to the stage.
I don't know what I'm going to say now because Megan pretty much covered it. So kind of a little bit of a story. I happened to fly into DC 2 days before Log4j broke. I already knew about Log4j because a number of us in the private sector were already triaging it. And so I wanted to see what was going on and what we were doing to anticipate this and deal with it. And for some back history, I was in Cloudflare around the time that Heartbleed happened. And so I was very curious to see, have we learned anything from quite a similar large open source security incident? And are we putting those lessons in place this time around? And the answer was no. There were no plans on what to do. Many of the folks I spoke to in Gov we're waiting to see if there is a Gov impact before we actually do anything about it. My thought is, well, that wouldn't fly in the kinetic world. If you knew there was a potential attack coming in, you would make plans to prepare for it. Why is it any different in cyber? And no one really had a good answer for that. The other thing that was apparent to me when I saw a lot of the companies come up and talk was there's a lot of finger pointing at Apache. And while obviously Apache has some responsibility because they wrote the code, we really actually need a shared accountability model. If you build $1 million software stack and there's a pillar at the bottom that is open source, it's really not the open source software developer's responsibility if your product falls over. It's yours because you're selling it to your customers. You have the relationship with your customers. So we need to review how that shared accountability model works, because that then drives the incentive inside companies to say, you know, we shouldn't just be taking open source code from repositories and then inserting them into our CI/CD pipelines and building products with them. I've seen companies, and I'm not going to name and shame, but who will literally allow developers to download code and throw it in. Now, don't get me wrong, this is good that they're using it, not the way they're using it. Open source software has saved billions and billions of dollars in terms of development expense, because it allows you to take a tried and tested function or capability and put it into your product and use it. And it allows commonality across a lot of things. It drives innovation. It's a really good thing, and we don't want to lose that. But at the same time, everyone has different risk models. And so when you take code from somebody else and bake that into your product, only you can properly assess what the impact of that code failing is going to be. And so that was the first big lesson that came out of it. And that's why sort of the lead on the paper was, we need a shared accountability model, and we need to look at who's responsible for what, and we need to drive the responsibility. And I was actually, and it was pure coincidence, I think, but I was really glad to see Pillar 3 of the National Cybersecurity Strategy echoed exactly that sentiment, that software developers should be held accountable for problems in their products, and that we need to move things forward. Wow, time's flying fast. So a lot of the paper talks about conversations, and I think it's because it's important that we don't dictate to the open source development world, you must do this. We need to sit down as equal parties and talk and work out what the best approach is to make sure that, you know, we're not scaring people off. You can't have 3 people in Nebraska who build a very cool software product getting the lion's share of the focus from billion-dollar corporations. It's not realistic, and it's not going to solve anyone's problems. We also have to look at the vulnerability management of these issues. Log4j was a fascinating vulnerability to watch evolve into an exploit. The Log4Shell exploit was available within a matter of hours of Log4j hitting Twitter. It was one of the most aggressively crowdsourced exploit development I've ever seen. Within 24 hours, there were 2 defined kill chains, one which gave you remote code access and one which allowed you to steal secrets. That was kind of fascinating to see, but it also showed that the traditional model of compliance-based vulnerability management doesn't work anymore. You can't rely on there being a gap of 30 days before you run your Nessus scanner to put a patch in. You need to use threat intelligence capabilities to track the vulnerabilities and see how they're evolving and understand the risks. And as part of that, we saw CISA do some great things around centralizing people tracking vulnerable packages and vulnerable products. I think that was great, but they then got abandoned and never got updated afterwards. I think we need to get into the habit of, just like we do with MITRE and the National Vulnerability Database, start tracking things. Like if there is a shrink-wrapped product out there that is vulnerable, it should be flagged somewhere so that people can easily find it. Lazarus from North Korea are now using vulnerabilities in VMware's platform because some critical infrastructure, power plants mostly, haven't been able to update. They know this. Log4j is going to have a really long tail because it's very hard to find. So now the bad guys have wound themselves up to the point where they're looking for a specific thing to exploit. We could be well ahead of that game to make sure that they can't use that. And then one of the other kind of final things is we really need to have a strategy for what we do in an event like this. Think of an incident like this like an oil spill. What do you do when there's a massive oil spill? You contain it, you stop it spreading, you work on cleaning it up, and then you work on solving the source of the problem. We didn't do any of that for Log4j. There are repositories out there that are still putting out the vulnerable Log4j package, and there are products that are still being built using that vulnerable code. They're going to be a problem in the future. Just as an experiment, a couple of days ago, Silas, one of my co-authors, and also shout out to Zoe for helping wrangle my insane ramblings, did a scan, and we found that there are still 50,000 servers out there vulnerable to Heartbleed. So that's something we can scan for. We can't scan for Log4j. So how many vulnerable servers do we think are out there for Log4j? So we have to put together a coherent plan to clean this stuff up, to get rid of the repositories that have the vulnerable code, and to make sure that the oil spill doesn't spread further. Oh, okay, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark, very much for reminding us about how impactful our collective work can be and needs to be. We do have a bit of a break, but you will want to come back, trust me, because we will be joined for another lightning talk by the one and only Bryson Board. So we will reconvene in 10 minutes. Please be on time. We'll hear from Bryson, and then we'll have our concluding panel, and then we will be having networking time. So thanks, everyone. Thank you. I didn't know it was there. Good afternoon again, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't sit down, I'll start calling your name. Davis. That's exactly what I was going to say. I am a parent after all. So welcome back. Thank you again for sticking around. I promise you this will be super fun. So actually, thanks in all sincerity to the community that's here today. I might remind you that we're actually in week 2 of the three-peat. Last week was RSA. This week we have this event, and next week is Hack the Capitol. So one of the reasons why we packed this in here is because we want to make sure that, unlike last year, we did not step on the toes of Hack the Capitol, because among other things, we are also delighted to welcome Bryson Bort to the IST family as an adjunct senior technical advisor. I'm basically going to turn the stage over to Bryson, who I think everyone knows is the founder of Scythe and the ICS Village, leader of Hack the Capitol. And as I already said, it's happening next week, so please do think about going or joining the live stream. Bryson is going to do a lightning talk about ICS and heaven only knows what else.
Check. All right. So IST brought me on, I think, for 2 reasons. One, as an Army officer, I make everybody else look intellectually superior. You're welcome. The second is the nonprofit that I co-founded with Tom Van Norman. We're a 501c3 called the ICS Village, bringing, as you might have guessed it by the title of this lightning talk, a critical infrastructure influence to what IST is doing. Hack the Capitol, this is our 6th year doing it. It actually grew out of an idea because Tom and I have been traveling all over the world building critical infrastructure to educate and advocate for security in industrial control systems. And it occurred to me, I live in Washington, D.C. Who could have more of an impact than the people with money and regulations to either do it right or do it wrong? And so Hack the Capitol has grown to a 2-day conference. It's going to be hosted in MITRE in McLean, Virginia next week. And I look forward to, as I am longer with IST, that we do more of this in a collaborative manner. So the first question is, what are industrial control systems? You all are familiar with sector risk management agencies, and except for finance, who has actually worked with industrial control systems? Okay, Alan, what? Alan knows me. He's seen me talk before, so he knows that I get it interactive.
A couple of water plants that I've helped out with securing their environments.
Okay, so industrial control systems are the devices that underpin the operational technology to deliver your water. What is the ICS?
What is the ICS for water?
What are ICS?
So they're generally the control systems that are controlled by the computers out there. So they're the ones that allow, in the case of water systems, how much chemicals you're allowing in, how much you're allowing out through the pipes and things like that.
And for most of you, you pretty much knew Stuxnet, right? It's now been 0 days since Stuxnet's been mentioned. You're welcome. I do jokes. You can laugh at them or not. They'll still come. So the easier way to tie this in together is an industrial control system is any computer that's at least 20 years old. Let that sink in. That is your critical infrastructure. I mean, it's in the name, critical infrastructure. We talk about ransomware on traditional IT, and it's unfortunate, right? I don't like when big banks lose money. Yes, I banked with SVB when that happened. That was a great weekend. That's not a joke. That actually is true. But the difference here is, instead of talking about abstraction of like data, did we lose our data? Does it affect our business? I mean, we know this is where ransomware really ties into this, because industrial control systems affect our physical world. Your water, your electricity, the underpinning of modern society. When we lose any one of those, we immediately go to the Stone Age, right? Do not pass go, do not collect $200, break out your caveman outfit. That's it. Do you know how many public water systems there are in the United States? 4,400. Price is right. Anyone throw another one out? I promise I won't come harass you. 6,000. Do I have higher? If I had the auction thing down, there are 148,000 public water systems in the United States. So where Wendy Nader was talking about the poverty line, there is no line. They're all there together with you drinking the water. This I could make a Michigan joke, but I won't. Oh, so there's a silver lining, and somebody mentioned this earlier about Colonial Pipeline. And Dr. Paul Rosenzweig and I wrote an op-ed in the USA Today right after Colonial, because in a hydrocarbon-based economy, it turns out people pay attention when they can't get gas in their cars. And so this is the silver lining on this. Ransomware is now what I would call a kitchen word. Your grandmother knows what ransomware is now. 2 years ago, she didn't. We don't have an understanding problem anymore. What we have is the resource problem, right? 148,000 water systems. Should we individually solve those problems? This is something, I'm looking right at you, John, where the US government could actually help. Yes, you have a purpose. We can find it together. So if I were to wave my magic wand, what would I want from the US government? Not more paper. KVEs that CISA has been curating are helpful to a degree, but when you're looking at this many have-nots below the poverty line, I know that you'll make eye contact if I say poverty line. Paper isn't going to help them. Publishing KVEs. The KVs? Yeah, thanks, I caught it too. To a website isn't going to help them. Right? This is where OT differentiates itself from IT as well. Not only do we have have-nots, we have these 20-year-old computers that you can't patch. So how do we do mitigation around that? So the final piece that I'll bring together is there are good things that are happening. So I know you've been hearing all day, and this is, we like to doom and gloom in the security industry, right? We're all going to hell together. Well, let's talk about some positives. First of all, has anybody heard of FEMA's Incident Command System program? Yeah, we have a way of dealing with natural disasters. And someone mentioned earlier when we're looking at this, we have this challenge of resilience. Well, that's what FEMA is doing with natural disasters that we're looking at. And it's the same thing we want our asset owners to be doing with our critical infrastructure. And so there was a program kicked off 2 years ago called Incident Command ICS for ICS, Industrial Control System. And you know where I'm going with it. It's too many letters. It's too late in the day for me too. Point being is they've now come out with a certification standardizing the incident command system process for FEMA for asset owner response for critical infrastructure resilience. That's up, it's running. The US government is a part of it. We have certifications. We have over 50 partners participating from the private industry. I already forgot my last one. Oh, and then who knows what an electric co-op is? You ever heard of electric cooperative? I'm not picking on you again, Alan. Somebody from over here. That guy.
I mostly am familiar with the rural electric co-op that my grandmother was a member of, where effectively it was all owned by the people who were consuming the electricity.
Bingo. Better answer than Alan. Thank you. That's all right. So these are the folks that are providing electricity and building out in the middle of nowhere, right? You know Duke. You know Southern Company. You know NextEra. But you don't know your grandmother's co-op. You don't know the 3,000 person co-op to a parish in Louisiana. Well, we have been coming up with and backing up my own idea of let's not just do paper. We're coming up with a pilot program in collaboration with the NRECA, who is the trade association for electric co-ops this summer, to come out with a joint community-based project to try to bring them something to it. It's a pilot. Will it work? I don't know, but stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryson. That was terrific. We haven't quite, well, we have. No, I don't know. Yes, well, again, Michael is the one who's standing between us and fun. So, it's my role. In all seriousness, I am quite thankful to my once former boss, Michael Daniel, for not only doing the next panel around operational collaboration and disruption, but also for co-chairing the Respond working group with me during the Ransomware Task Force marathonish sprint. About not quite, we wrapped it up about 2 years ago. So our final panel today should be quite exciting, and I will ask Michael to introduce them.
Please, panelists, come on up.
Great. Well, thanks, everyone. I know, as Megan said, that we are the penultimate event. There is still the wrap up in the year to come that's between you and the beverages out there. So, but we are going to try to make this interesting, since it is like 3:30 on a beautiful Friday afternoon. We've actually heard a lot today about public-private partnership, public-private cooperation. I will tell you that that's one of those Rorschach words that, like, I don't even know what that means. It's kind of like synergy for, consultants, right? But almost every single talk that we've heard today has referred to that. The very first one talked about how the data for whether we want to know whether attacks are up or down is in the private sector. In the Ukraine panel, they were talking about how one of the reasons that Ukraine has become a tougher target is because of assistance from the private sector. Kimba talked about, she talked about sprinting a marathon, but she talked a lot about the strategy and how it involves a collaboration between the government and the private sector. On the crypto panel, they were talking about the need for the information coming from the public. Critical infrastructure, the counter ransomware initiative, and talked about inviting the private sector in. On the global collaboration panel, they were talking about how the private sector is critical to response. So in all of these discussions, we've been talking about that relationship between the government and the private sector. And part of our problem is that we actually don't have a good vocabulary for it. We actually know what the government's relationship with the private sector is in three other ways. The government can be a purchaser. It buys a lot of stuff and services. That's pretty well known. It can be a regulator. It could be an enforcer. In fact, we actually have a couple of enforcers up here who will be talking. Steve, I'm looking at you. So, that FBI thing. But this relationship that we're talking about is much more of a peer-to-peer relationship. And in fact, the term that is starting to be used for it is operational collaboration. And that's what we're actually going to spend our time talking about today, is what is operational collaboration? How does it work? How does it matter? What does it do for the ecosystem, and how does it fit in to the efforts that we're doing to combat ransomware? So I'm going to let each of the panelists introduce themselves. I am Michael Daniel. I'm currently president and CEO of the Cyber Threat Alliance, which is a consortium of about 36 different cybersecurity companies that work together to share threat intelligence with each other. And prior to that, I served for over 20 years in the US government, the last 4.5 as President Obama's cybersecurity advisor. So we'll start at the other end and work our way down, and then we'll turn to the first question.
Hi, I'm Steve Kelly. I am serving on the National Security Council staff as Special Assistant to President Biden and Senior Director for Cybersecurity and Emerging Technology. I'm on a detail from the FBI where I'm a special agent there and have been working cyber issues for about 20 plus years in cyber division and in the field.
I'm Jackie Burns-Coven. I lead cyber threat intelligence at the blockchain intelligence company Chainalysis, where I've been 4.5 years, largely focused on ransomware and the threat actors in the ransomware supply chain.
Hi, my name is Robert Schaap. Is this on? Yeah. I work at the National High-Tech Crime Unit of the Dutch National Police, and we're big on cooperation.
I'm Sean Farrell. Sean Farrell, hello. Great to be here today. Thank you for having me. I'm currently serving as lead counsel for Microsoft's Digital Crimes Unit Ransomware Investigations Focus. I was fortunate to spend 13 years with the FBI, both as an analyst and for a period of time as Steve's attorney, luckily in an official but not personal capacity. But
See enforcers. So let's just start off with the basic term. What does operational collaboration mean? And how is it different than just the idea of public-private partnership? Anybody want to throw themselves on that one?
I'd be happy to start.
Yes.
I'm sure Sean has a view. I think it's individuals with the ability and the will to act on a problem, getting together and creating more momentum, more speed, and more outcome than they could accomplish together. Sorry, individually.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And I would say also that what brings those people together is this underlying currency, not cryptocurrency, but I will talk about that, of intelligence and of trust. And that creates the basis for bidirectional sharing and iterative operations, because once an operation happens, it's not mission accomplished and over. You have to iterate with the threat actors. And so you may change dance partners within that operational circle, but that underlying trust and intelligence basis, it remains amongst the group.
I think it really comes down to moving beyond just information sharing for information sharing's sake, but actually setting out milestones, a path. What are you trying to accomplish, and how can you bring to bear the unique capabilities of whoever you're partnering with to accomplish that task? And I know we're going to talk about takedowns and ransomware. I'll hand it back over to you.
So, I mean, I think one of the underlying concepts there is action, right? Sean, to your point, it's not just about sharing the information and maybe hoping that the other side does something with it, but it's actually working together to accomplish a goal, to achieve an outcome, and taking action and coordinating those actions in both space and time. And I think that's actually the underlying idea here. And this is a new concept, and we're still working it out. And so a lot of what we're going to be talking about as we go through this, we're learning. All of us are learning how to do this as we go. I think the part of the title for this panel involved the word takedown. And so I'm not going to pose the second question, which is really, why are takedowns an important component of combating ransomware? But let's actually start with, what do we actually mean when we use the term takedown? Because, that might have a specific meaning to those of us in this space versus the common usage of the term. Robert, do you want to start with this one?
Yes, thank you. Well, usually a takedown for law enforcement investigation is the end of this investigation action that you do, because you want to have the most impact as possible, stop victimization, and create some movement also to make attribution easier for other investigations. But yeah, well, the full-blown takedowns at the end of the investigations we've seen are effective up to a point. And maybe we should be thinking about moving to either shorter investigations and having more takedowns, or doing more takedowns during investigations.
Yeah, that's an important point. And we'll come back to this cadence idea and how we have an impact on the ecosystem as a result of the operational cadence. But Steve, other sort of ways of thinking about the takedowns and what do we mean by it and why they're important?
Yeah, I think traditionally a takedown would be a culmination, for instance, in the law enforcement space, as Robert was saying. If you're investigating a motorcycle gang and that is conducting illegal activity, I've been involved in some of those. And law enforcement officers gather from all around and stage in sites, and we're going to hit all these different locations and arrest a bunch of people and search. You're literally taking these people down and throwing them in the lockup. In the cyber area, it's not so simple. I mean, yes, ideally, at the end of an investigation, you'd identify the responsible actor or actors, get them into custody, prosecute them, and at the same time, do the things that need to be done: seize and collect evidence, take and forfeit money. And at the end, hopefully, there's not a lot left of the business model, but that is rarely the case. And so, the modern version is of a takedown is like anything that can set the actor back, and that might be taking infrastructure, taking domain names, taking money, other clever things, undermining trust, boxing them in, and because it's oftentimes the success at the end isn't getting them into custody, or if you're going to, that could take years in the making, and that cadence isn't going to get us there.
Yeah, so Sean, I mean, Microsoft certainly has its fair share of takedowns that it's involved with. I would say that you've been a leader in figuring out how to use legal process to achieve goals. You want to talk about how it works from kind of the private sector point of view?
Sure. even though we're a small mom and pop shop from the Pacific Northwest, folks seem to use our products and services in a lot of places around the globe. And for good and for bad, we're fortunate to be actually able to bring to bear our own civil legal authorities to go after these bad actors. And our goals are, and there was reference to the Cobalt Strike takedown, which just took place a few weeks ago. We've been able to leverage our own civil authorities, typically under intellectual property rights violations, to take down primarily infrastructure. But we're expanding those efforts and want to focus more on things that Steve spoke about. How can we bring those unique authorities to bear, our unique visibility, data, threat intelligence, to go after not just the infrastructure, but the people in coordination with law enforcement, getting back to operational collaboration. How do we partner to bring the greatest impact against those actors? And also the money. Financial disruption has to be a key. And how do we do that? How do we partner with vendors like Chainalysis that to understand that story? Where can we have that impact?
And that's a perfect segue over into, so what do takedowns look like in the cryptocurrency world? Or maybe take backs is a better word.
Yeah, I would say over the last year, the velocity of takedowns has been really impressive. And I think it's demonstrated creativity in the options that are on the table. Instead of focusing on ransomware families or just on families, we're actually focused on in each element of the ransomware supply chain. We're seeing mixers getting designated and taken down, high-risk exchanges, individuals too. But I think the ability to impose costs at every point of the kill chain is causing financial distress as well as distrust within the group. And we do more than follow the money. You can also use cryptocurrency intelligence to try to quantify impact. And it's been cited often today, but last year's decline in ransom payments, potentially 40% decline in ransom payments from the year prior, is in large part due to this friction that's being created from law enforcement, from regulators, from compliance officers, insurance, and private researchers.
Yeah, so I think that, we're starting to hint at the way that the takedown operations have changed over the last few years. What we define as a takedown has expanded. We're being more creative in the use of that, and we're starting to change the nature of them as well, and recognize that it's not going to be the end necessarily, but waypoints along the way as you've got investigations going. I think one of the things that everyone agrees on, and this was it was referenced during Kimba's discussion about the national cyber strategy, is we need to increase the frequency and impact of takedowns. You actually heard Ann Newberger talk about how would we actually measure that? How do we measure the impact? But we all know that we need to be doing more of this. And we want the cadence of those operations to go up. In fact, we want the cadence of those operations to get to the point where they're not even news, right? That they're happening so frequently that, the reporters don't even bother reporting on them because they're just not even, they don't rise to the level of being news. So my question for my panelists is, how do we do that? How do we actually increase the frequency and impact of takedowns? And what are some of the enablers that we need to put in place to make that happen? And what are some of the blockers that are currently preventing us from reaching that point? Steve, I can start with you on that.
Yeah, so we took this problem on a bit in the World Economic Forum report, Partnership Against Cybercrime effort. I'm losing track of time a little bit. Maybe it was 3 years ago that we put that report out. But we were looking at the operational collaboration model to figure out, how could that be modernized and improved. And one of the challenges is that if as a private, actually probably occurs both sides, but I can speak for the law enforcement community. You might have an investigating officer or agent that's working a case, but they may have 5 or 10 or 20 other cases, and so the level of pace of a particular case is bumping along. And on the private sector side, threat intel analysts and other folks, you got a lot of other things to do. What we need is to evolve it into more of the agile software development Scrum style, where pick a solvable problem, find the people that are interested in that and have the ability to act and have expertise and have information, and put them into a collaboration that is small, nimble, fast-paced, and focused. And we might be able to get there and kind of break the model of, well, it takes a 2-year investigation or a 2-year effort to get to an outcome, because we do need to be hitting at the speed of cyber. So I think developing that kind of a construct and achieving outcomes in 60 days, not 2 years, is where we need to get to. And I'm sure then the group is going to have some suggestions as to how we do that.
Yeah, Robert, I know that the Dutch government has shown itself to be quite adept at many of these kinds of operations and working closely with your private sector. What's your experience in this area? Some of the enablers and blockers to doing more operational collaboration.
Yes, thank you. Well, as the law enforcement, we want to cooperate with a lot of other partners to extend our reach, right? So we work with other law enforcement to bridge jurisdictional gaps and divide workload. And we want to work with private sector because they have an extreme large information position and expertise. But the more partners you have, the more coordination is needed. And usually more coordination means longer investigations. And longer investigations, and if you take the model of having a takedown at the end of an investigation, is not the way forward. So we should be thinking about ways of either shorter investigations, but more also focusing on the whole kill chain. So not only a ransomware act, but also all the facilitators in the middle, doing a takedown on them and doing a takedown on an initial access broker. And by that, just throwing sand in the machine, let's call it like that. And slowing them down up to a point that it's no longer useful.
Yeah, and I think that's another way of thinking about this, right? Is that you're creating that friction, and we've heard that term several times. But the economic theory behind that is transactions costs, and we want to drive up those transaction costs as high as possible to drain the money out of the ransomware ecosystem. In fact, for any sociologist in the room, the actual question is not why there's not more ransomware actors out there, because it's such a good business model. Jackie, any thoughts on from your what are some of the enablers? What are some of the blockers to doing more operational collaboration?
Yeah, I think I'll go back to a point that Wendy made earlier, that a lot of this is personality driven. And sadly, when people rotate out of positions in public sector and private sector, sometimes those connections are lost. And then you're starting at ground zero in terms of building that trust and that commitment and conviction that operational collaboration works is important.
Yeah. Sean, any perspective?
I think one thing we need to strive for is greater, what I would call, alignment on prioritization of effort. There's a lot of folks in this space, as you can see in the room here, and there's a lot of great work being done on the investigative side by governments. But as Steve said, I like the model he said, but at the front end, are we focusing on the right targets? And if an agent has 20 cases, but he could be making greater progress on 2 cases that would drive a greater impact, and if you partnered with a company in this room to work on that, we could drive faster results, I think, and not be afraid to take those smaller disruptive actions before you've figured out the whole puzzle, as we were referring to. The puzzle is always going to be there. Can we take pieces and start to disrupt it in that way?
So for Steve and Robert, what does the government need from the private sector in terms of operational collaboration? What do you see the private sector as bringing to the capabilities that you want to see in those actors that come to the table?
It's insight and the ability to act, because the government doesn't have a monopoly on the ability to shape outcomes in cyberspace, and certainly doesn't have a monopoly on intelligence gathering and insight. So if I was to have an idea for an operational outcome involving some particular problem set, and I could shop that to a small group of trusted people to say, do you buy into this? And they say, yes, we buy into this. And I can have, 5 or 10 key people jump into a cell around that. It would be people that work for companies that have the ability to pitch in when it comes to, taking actions under their own authorities or enabling actions, that perhaps law enforcement is able to do, or to bring knowledge. It could be that I know that this actor that facilitates this thing, this initial access broker, whoever it is this moniker who can help me with insights as to resolving that to true name, or in Tor, where's this? Or there's a whole bunch of folks that have a lot of capabilities. You need to bring them together to get that outcome. And so those are the two pieces. To Jackie's point about some of this stuff being personality based, and it's ultimately a trust factor as to who you would be able to collaborate with. That's absolutely true. At core and it's probably is a factor for companies as well, sharing very sensitive information, some of which that may kind of implicate customers and such. For law enforcement, it's information that's been gathered through legal process or is coming from human sources. And so you need to have structures where you can tip and share pieces of that information and have the approval, the policies on your corporate side or on the government side to enable the individual that's in the collaboration to be able to share that information in a safe way, to be able to enable the work to go. That's the number one challenge for government, is being able to do that. But as the collaboration grows larger, you break the model. In a Slack channel with 1,000 people, you're going to share nothing. In a small collaboration with 5 to 10 people, of people you trusted and worked with before, you'll share almost anything. But policies and procedures and authorizations need to be in place so that the employees that are part of this aren't taking risks personally, because stuff happens, and so we need to protect the folks that are doing this, because it's a risk worth taking.
Sure. Robert, other perspectives from what governments want private sector to bring to the table?
Yeah, well, what you need to understand is that law enforcement cannot do what private sector does. We have police powers to investigate. We can deep dive at some point, but we can only do that in an investigation. We live in a free world, so no investigation, no monitoring. So the private sector has a much larger information position before we even start an investigation. So we need to make use of that. That's what the investigator does, go to where the information is. And what we do in investigations, we seek out the information to start the investigation. We seek out the information to enrich our information. We seek out assistance from experts to bring them into our investigations, help us, improve us, and speed up investigations. And then, of course, we want to use the private sector for disruptions, because they're better positioned to do disruptions than we are.
So I'm gonna flip this question around and go to my other two panelists. I do that. I'm gonna open it up to questions from the audience. So start thinking about your questions. So, yeah. So I'm holding the microphone wrong, which is what Zoe and Bree are, signaling at me. So think about your questions that you want to ask. So let me flip the question around for Jackie and Sean of what does the private sector need the government to bring to the table if we're going to do effective operational collaboration?
Okay, I'll start. I think first point, I know there's been a lot of talk today about some of the misconceptions about cryptocurrency and its use, its part in ransomware and being used in ransom payments. And I think a lot of the ransomware discussion blurs the great work being done by the private sector, by financial institutions and cryptocurrency businesses who are making it harder for illicit actors to profit, who are mitigating risk in that sort of activity on their platforms. Secondly, and I say this as a former Govey with humility and love in my heart, but that unclassified information from private sector is not OSINT, and it's not insignificant. Like these are, there's some amazing visibility and capabilities and expertise out there that goes into what is being shared. And being able to respect TLP classifications and perhaps instances when these data originators can be brought into the discussion, because a lot of times they have real-time visibility and that is perishable information. So bringing them into the conversation can help reduce risk of losing visibility and maybe help enhance the impact of the operation that's being planned.
I agree with that. The point I made earlier about strategy and prioritization, I think is essential. Is we're going to come together, the small, nimble teams, to take quick action. What matters to you? What matters to your customers? What matters to us from a government? And then again, narrowing that window a little bit. I know it's very tough. And again, I liked your quote with humility as a former Govy myself. You know, the DAD is going to read the paper. Sorry, Dave. There's a TrickBot attack. We need to open another Lockbit case. We already have 40 Lockbit cases open. Let's narrow that down a little bit. Let's make sure that we're using everyone's resources. We still, despite all the people in this room and all the resources being brought to bear, we have limited resources. We have limited time and efforts. If we can align on the right targets, and are we thinking about the problem in the right way? Are we attacking the right layers of the kill chain? How do we bring those unique authorities to bear together? And it would be great to have the government lead that. Last point, not just the unclassifying of information, it's also just sharing information back in a more timely manner. That, you know, it pains me because I've been on the other side. Well, the government's not giving us information back to share this information. We do need to build that muscle memory and have that be a quicker, faster process.
Actually, Michael, if you don't mind me doing a redirect back to you.
Please.
What he suggested, which is on the prioritization side, how do we identify the right things worth targeting? And I know that your work with the Atlas program coming out of that WEF effort, you know, to the extent that that's got, you know, the right elements of the cybercrime ecosystem mapped in it and helping to identify where you can have maximum impact, I think that is certainly a source of inspiration for spawning new collaborations around key sensitive points in the ecosystem.
Yeah, and I think, thanks, Steve. So the Atlas project that Steve referenced was actually something that was launched at the World Economic Forum's meeting in Davos back in January. It's this idea of creating multiple layers of views of the criminal ecosystem, an atlas of how the criminal ecosystem operates, and using that to help law enforcement and responsible governments around the world figure out how to lead that disruption. And I think the key point here, at least in my experience now on both sides of the fence as well, that in the times when I have tried to get private sector groups together to come up with a prioritized list of who do we actually want to go after, no one is willing to come forward with that. Well, there's one exception. It's sitting next to me. Microsoft. They're the only company that has ever been willing to come forward with a list of here's who we want to go after. The private sector doesn't do that. That prioritization has got to come from the government. That leadership of saying this target, not that one, for today has got to be driven from the government side in order to actually make the operational collaboration function. All right, but we can open it up to questions from the audience. I see we got one back over there, Zoe. We should have music that we could play, like Zoe's walk-up music, so it's, you know.
I'm Stuart Garrick with the Shadow Server Foundation. We're a non-profit and we support law enforcement investigations around. It's an observation as much as anything, but it's part of the problem that we're trying to solve. From my experience, I often see officers very bright coming out of university, going into law enforcement, doing maybe 5 years, getting trained up in the basics, and then moving into private sector. Taking a leaf out the Dutch book, they maintain contact with those people who've rotated through. It's a brilliant way to keep the trust going with people who have been on your team and have now moved into the private sector. We don't see that everywhere around the world, and that's a really strong thing that the Dutch have got in their favour, because they have a ready-made trust group of people in the private sector that have filtered through. It's something that could be adopted. And just a couple of other things from my perspective, working in law enforcement, with law enforcement, shall I say. The things that really help investigations are feedback from law enforcement. Nobody wants to throw stuff into a black hole and hear nothing back. It is credit where credit's due. If there's a takedown, there should be a note at the bottom of just a recognition, particularly for non-profits. That's how we keep relevant. And then the perennial problem of overclassification. I'm sure plenty of people have been in the room to see their own intelligence fed back to them the classification it didn't deserve to begin with. I've certainly seen that many times. And I think there is a tendency on the public side to overclassify information, which is pretty much universally known across the private sector. Just some points.
Yeah, I will say that I still distinctly remember the day after I got my security clearance, sitting there looking at my first classified document, thinking, this is classified, and then picking up the Washington Post and being like, this is in the Post? Yeah, so any reactions to our friend from the Shadow Server Foundation? Any thoughts?
Yeah, well, I can concur, Stu, that we have very good relationships with the private sector. We, as the NHTCU, we're more than 10 years old already. And some of our colleagues have left and joined the private sector. But those are also the best private sector partners we are working with. So trust is a big thing.
I just realized I said unclassifying and not declassifying, so I feel terrible about that. So my apologies to everyone.
Sure, go ahead, Zoe.
Thank you. Sharif Hashim, I'm the chair of the board of directors of FIRST, the Forum of Incident Response and Security Teams. I'd like to ask the panelists, first, thank you for sharing your experiences. I have participated in a different lifetime in the OECD, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, assessment of the economics of malware. And if you are to set, strategies and priorities on, where to attack and, where, the malicious actors are making money, I think to have evidence-based policy makes sense. Do you have experience with doing research? And what they did at the OECD, they commissioned research over a period of time to really assess what's happening across OECD countries. But that was, some time ago. Do you see something like this helping organizations or even at the global level to set priorities and, to see where it hurts, for the criminals to attack, and also to make sure that we attack, or have a holistic approach for the ecosystem relating to ransomware?
I'll open that up to the panelists, the idea of, how do we actually do that prioritization, and how do we pick? This is part of what the Atlas project is designed to do, is to help give insight into that, in terms of figuring out that prioritization. But other thoughts from the panelists?
We've shown and need to do more, frankly, in work what I would call with the research community. We support the IST RTF, obviously. And so there's been great work done looking at the cybercrime payment ecosystem, the ransomware payment ecosystem. But yes, I think there's more we can and should be doing proactively with the research and academic community as part of this discussion about not just information sharing, but operational collaboration. And I think that can help with prioritization and possibly efficiencies, because rather than everybody else coming up with their own engineering solutions, if somebody has already mapped, this malware and already knows what the signatures are, and we work together, one of the blockers can be, there could be your own business interests. And how do you balance that? So that can be the tough part.
Yeah.
John Halpern here, JCDC, under CISA. One of the feedbacks that we often get from our private industry partners is they want to share,
but they're concerned about either the privacy or the liability, either to themselves personally, as was mentioned up there, or to their organization from sharing threat intelligence or similar indicators of compromise. What needs to change to lower that threshold so that organizations or people feel comfortable sharing to either governments or elsewhere that they're not going to put themselves at risk by trying to be a good citizen? Thank you.
I mean, since the 2015 already covers civil damages liability for the types of information described in that.
I think there's an education gap because we need Leonard. Where did he go? I think it's interesting because these laws, are you saying we need to clone Leonard? We do, everybody. But a lot of that work has been done, but I've been in several of these meetings with DHS and others where other entities, and especially we talked about the poverty, there was some controversy about that line, but it's not just on the ability to implement technical measures, but it's an understanding of the complex laws, regulations, and things that apply to not just incident response, but information sharing. So we have a lot of those protections. I think there's still an education gap that we need to address.
If I could throw on this 2015 thing, we sometimes hear about from our lawyers and other lawyers that while defensive measures are definitely covered under the 2015, the whole of the share may or may not receive protection, and it's evaluated on an individual basis depending on the situation. So they don't put a blanket coverage to be shared as will all the time. And that's where some of the confusion from what we hear from partners is. Thank you.
Yeah, Amit, and then I think this may be the last question. We'll see.
I appreciate the opportunity. And I think you touched upon it. So Amit, CEO and co-founder of Open Policy, formerly the head of cybersecurity policy for Intel. We see here throughout this day this tremendous progress on public-private partnership, but we're still using the same tools to facilitate the conversations. And I want to invite us as a group to think about the platforms on which we're having the conversations. Because to address these issues, to understand and educate at scale a lot of entities and individuals about the complexities of incident reporting current and future laws, we cannot be continuously using the same tools, which are conversations and law firms that are expensive. And I say that because I have 4 degrees, 3 of them in the law. And I myself am struggling, right, to understand these complex emerging concepts. So the questions, I think, for our wonderful experts here is, what can we learn and which technology solutions we can use, not to just address the cyber threat landscape, but to create the platform on which we want to have the conversations about these threats and the upcoming threats that are upon us.
Yeah, so I mean, part of it might be retiring Lotus Notes finally from the government, but anyway, other thoughts from the panelists?
I mean, that's a challenge. I think it keys into a couple of the comments here that this stuff's complicated, and there's only so many experts that really understand it, and some of the legal protections are already there, but it's quite inaccessible. Here we are in a major law firm. The capability exists here, but there are organizations that have something to contribute, and they have no idea. And so Amit's got a great point. I don't know exactly what the solution is, but if we can demystify some of these issues for a larger group of stakeholders, I think that we could open up the aperture and have a whole lot more people in the fight.
Yeah, and I think that's actually a good place for us to wrap it up. I think what you've heard from our panelists is there's a lot of willingness to collaborate on both the government and the private sector side, and I would say both for-profit companies and nonprofits, CTA being in the nonprofit space itself, and that this is really a work in progress, and all of us in this room can actually contribute to moving that forward. So with that, I would ask you to thank our panelists, and we will move to the last session of the day. Thank you, Steve.
All right, so I have the ignominy of being the last thing between all of you and cocktails. So I'm literally just going to say a couple of things and then let everybody break. So when we first got started with the ransomware task force, seems like an aeon ago, we knew this wasn't going to be easy. We knew there was no silver bullet. I think all of us at the time were very much convinced of that if we could find a way to create a mechanism where we could actually do stuff together better, that maybe we could have a bigger impact. And I think we've seen a lot of that over the past couple of years. I don't think that means that we're done though. I think we've got a lot of work still to do. So what I have here for some notes, in the last 2 years, we've seen impressive moves by industry and by governments to implement the recommendations that we had in the RTF report. In particular, we've seen continued commitment to combat this threat through increasing public, private, and government-to-government collaboration on disruption, increasing focus and reporting on information sharing, and ongoing efforts to reduce some of the risk posed by cryptocurrency. All of this, of course, occurred against the backdrop of the war in Ukraine, which made this that much more difficult to really understand what sort of impact we were having. We're proud, I would argue, everybody here is pretty proud of the progress that we've made, but is also very cognizant of the fact that we still got a lot of work to do. So as we close the event today, I personally want to extend a huge word of thanks to the hospitality from our hosts here at Eventable and with the Cybersecurity Coalition. But I think, as with all of you who have worked so closely with us, have heard from me so many times, I'm really immensely grateful to all of you for what you do every day. None of this would be work even if it wasn't for all of you that are doing this day in and day out, whether there's a task force or not, that are actually taking the fight to the ransomware, to the bad guys. And really, we have to say thank you to you for making this possible. We also have to say thank you to our philanthropic and corporate sponsors. At the end of the day, that's what pays the bills. To Craig Newmark, to the Hewlett Foundation, but then to new supporters for our overarching future of digital security efforts: Amazon Web Services, Banco Santander, Bank of America, Microsoft, Palo Alto, and Redacted. You guys are the ones that make this happen and allow us to be able to do this work. It isn't easy, and we know that there's a lot of competing priorities, so we really value that immensely. The last thing I have to say, though, is an immense word of thanks, in particular, to Megan Stiefel for making all of this happen. There is so much that goes on every day with the Ransomware Task Force, whether it's the working groups or just making things happen behind the scenes, and that's Megan. Megan's making that all happen. I also want to say thank you to my entire team. So to Zoe Brammer, to Elizabeth, to Silas, yes, to everybody on team. I was going to save that for last. And I think you all have seen this young lady running around, taking care of everything today. This is Emma. Emma is our director of operations. She makes all of this happen, right? So thank you, Emma. And then, of course, none of this would look very good if it wasn't for Sophia. So, Sophia, thank you so much for putting that together. All right, I'm going to stop there. Like I said, I'm the last thing between you and drinks. Right outside that door, we'll have a little reception. There's the deck, but we've got some food, we've got some drinks. Again, thank you all so much for what you contributed to this. Thank you for being here for what was a pretty awesome day. The work continues. We look forward to continued collaboration. Thank you all so much. Did you not get one yet? Putting one back. Oh. Cool. I fucking love that jacket. Yeah. It's good. He's free. Yeah, it's okay. I totally was going to take the tie off. As soon as I walked in, I was like, this is really cool. But I kept it. I'll take it off for dinner. I noticed he took it off immediately. Nice.